Chapter 15. Government and Law. I. Melchor Calderon, Francisco Falcón and Francisco Carrasco de Saz. Roman 2. Nicolás Polanco de Santillana, Juan Machenzo, Juan de Solorzano Pereira, and Gaspar de Scalona y Agro. Roman 3. The brothers Antonio, Diego, and Juan de León Pinlo and Juan del Corral Calvo de la Torre. Roman 4. Jorge Escobedo y Alarcón and José Rizabal y Ugarte. Villa Alonso de la Pina Montenegro. 1. The autocratic government under which the Spanish colonists in America lived exercised a notable influence on the opinions and theories held by colonial writers on politics in the 17th and the early part of the 18th century. But in the later decades of the 18th century, the new Creole Mestizo Society, or party, revolted against the hitherto current political philosophy and accepted doctrines that had found expression particularly in the United States and in France. While the government of the Spanish-American dependencies was in process of development, many persons very naturally became interested in the new laws and the gradual growth of the system. As new phases of the organization appeared, new questions arose that attracted attention. In the British colonies, where provision was made for a large measure of popular local control, interest in governmental affairs found expression in addresses, projects of law, and debates in popular meetings and legislative assemblies, and through the still more popular exponent of opinion furnished by the public press. In the enjoyment of these facilities, there was almost no incentive to write or publish formal treatises on political subjects. The Spanish colonies, on the other hand, presented a very different state of affairs. The people had no voice in the colonial government. The popular orator, except in the pulpit, did not exist. There were no legislative assemblies. The viceroys, the governors, the judges of the audiencia, and the corregidors were appointed by the king or by the Council of the Indies acting for the king. Only the municipal council, when not dominated by a superior authority, stood as a feeble representative of the people. The laws under which the colonists were governed were framed and issued by the king and the council, who ruled autocratically through officials rendered practically absolute by their distance from the supreme head of the state and by the difficulties and the infrequency of the communication. Any discussion of current political or governmental questions had, therefore, to take the form of a treatise, a report, or a petition to the king or the Council of the Indies. During the greater part of the colonial period, no facilities for publication existed except in Lima, the city of Mexico, and Spain. For no printing presses existed in Spanish America, except in these two capitals and certain Jesuit houses, until the last part of the 18th century. And until the last decade of that century, there was no periodical in the South American dependencies through which public questions might be discussed. The question as to what disposition should be made of Chilean Indians captured in war with the Spaniards was raised very early and continued under discussion for many decades. This was the subject of a treatise by Melchor Calderon, who went from Spain to Chile in 1555, and who became a canon and the treasurer of the Cathedral of Santiago de Chile, later a commissary of the Inquisition and vicar general of the bishopric. In 1579, he was appointed a member of the Cabildo of Santiago. His book, published late in his life, in 1607, was designed to bring to the attention of the viceroy the views of the more competent colonists concerning the advisability of enslaving the rebellious Araucanians. Calderon's argument was that since the conquerors were able to kill the Indians, it would be carrying out a more humane policy to enslave them. There was a wide diversity of opinions concerning the treatment the Indians ought to receive at the hands of the government. The severe policy, supported by the encomenderos and the bulk of the secular authorities, was generally opposed by the members of the clergy. But now and then, a secular writer appeared as the vigorous advocate of a just and righteous treatment of the Indians. Such an advocate was Francisco Falcón, who was a lawyer in Lima during the last part of the 16th century. At the Ecclesiastical Council of Lima of 1582, Falcón set out with great force and freedom, verified instances of injustice, oppression, and robbery by the Spaniards, and urged the council to take remedial measures and to suppress with a firm hand those detestable excesses. He raised the question of the right of conquest and denied that the Spaniards had any such right or any reason to make war on the natives. He declared that the encomiendas had been awarded only for such a period as the emperor might wish to have them continued, and that whatever these kingdoms produce for the king should be spent for the Indians themselves, since there was no law allowing the removal of the revenues from these kingdoms to supply the needs of other countries. And before all, the king should satisfy the needs of those by whom the production is effected. Falcon maintained, moreover, that no more towns of Spaniards should have been founded than were necessary to support and furnish a backing for the preachers of the gospel. He condemned the establishment of towns in regions already cultivated by the Indians. He opposed the exaction of a tribute from the Indians greater than that which they had paid to the Incas. At the same time, he emphasized the fact that the revenues collected by the Incas were expended in the kingdom and not sent to a foreign country. Another phase of the Indian problem was taken up by Dr. Francisco Carrasco de Saz. He discussed extensively the payment of tithes by the Indians and reached the conclusion that they should make this payment. For the legal aspects of this question, he was fitted by his broad knowledge of law. In the practice of his profession in Lima, he acquired the reputation of being one of the ablest and most distinguished lawyers of his time. He was rector of the University of San Marcos in 1613 and became fiscal of the royal tribunal called the Cruzada. Later, he went to Panama as oidor, or judge, of the Audiencia. 2. The judges, or oidors of the Audiencia, were usually men of legal knowledge. Nicolás Polanco de Santillana was a member of the Audiencia of Chile about the middle of the 17th century. He was in Santiago at the time of the earthquake of 1647, and, prompted by the questions that arose concerning the attitude the government should assume in the presence of such a disaster, he wrote de las obligaciones de los jueces y gobernadores en los casos fortuitos, beginning and completing his book while the city still lay in ruins about him. Polanco de Santillana is accredited also with Comentario a las leyes del titulo, primero del libro primero de la recopilación, but both of these works appear to have been lost. A colleague and contemporary of Polanco de Santillana, Machado de Chaves, wrote Discurso Politicos y Reformación del Derecho, and this also has disappeared. 3 especially important works on politics in the colonies are Machenzo's Gobierno del Perú, Solorzano's Politica Indiana, and Escalona's Gazafalacio, Real del Reino del Perú. These are treatises on government and law, dealing with the institutions and offices through which the administration of the dependencies was carried on, and describing the powers and processes of the civil and military organization. Machenzo's book is the earliest of these. It was written prior to 1573, while the author was a judge of the Audiencia of Charcas. The 2 parts of the manuscript constituting this volume found their way into the British Museum and remained unpublished until 1910, when they appeared in print under the auspices of the Faculty of Philosophy and Letters of Buenos Aires. The volume was edited by Dr. José Nicolás Machenzo, a descendant of the author. It forms an important addition to the printed sources of knowledge relating to the early history and organization of the Spanish dependencies in South America. The first part treats almost exclusively of the Indians under the Incas and in their subsequent relation to the Spaniards, while the second part treats of the Spaniards and of the governmental institutions established by them in America. Machenzo affirms the justice of the Spanish conquest, and some of the grounds of his opinion are that the Spaniards had received a concession from the Pope, that they found America not occupied by any civilized power, that the Indians did not wish to receive the Catholic faith, and that by this act the Indians were relieved from the tyranny of the Incas. This point having been settled to the apparent satisfaction of the author, he passed to the consideration of the various classes of the Indians, classes indicated by the relation they are made to hold to the Spaniards, and by the tribute they are required to pay. In justification of the position of the encomenderos, who became the notorious oppressors of the Indians, it is asserted that when Indians were assigned to encomenderos, the principal purpose was that they might with greater facility be taught our holy Catholic faith. Cap. Roman 14. After a detailed statement of the status of the Indians under the laws of the Indies, Machenzo devotes the second half of his volume to an extensive examination of the organization and operations of the government established by the Spaniards in Peru. thus giving to the whole treatise the character of a legal and historical exposition, of importance not merely for its analysis of the laws and customs prevailing in the Spanish colonies of South America in the 16th century, but also for its presentation of the views entertained by a judge of the Audiencia, and presumably of other high secular officials. The Audiencia was not only a supreme court, but also a high administrative body. In the vacancy of the viceregal office, the Audiencia conducted the government in the interim. To increase the efficiency of the administration, audiencias were established in certain provincial capitals. In the fully developed colonial organization, there were in South America audiencias in Panama, Bogotá, Quito, Lima, Charcas, Caracas, Buenos Aires, and Santiago de Chile. Concerning the creation of the Audiencia, of which he was a member, Machenzo wrote, "There are very important reasons for founding the Audiencia of Charcas, in addition to the one that had been established in the city of Lima, for the Indians from the mountainous regions coming to Lima become ill and many die from the effects of the climatic change. And, moreover, for the Spaniards it is a great grievance to be obliged to go 300 leagues from those mountains to Lima, and 500 leagues from Tucumán and other places. And crimes ordinarily remain without punishment because of the distance from the court. And since the region of Charcas adjoins the Caraguanos, Indians hostile to the Spaniard in neighboring places, who have a great desire, if they were able to do so, to return to Peru. And if the leaders were badly treated, they might begin a war and do a great amount of damage in the country. The Audiencia is there to resist them, and it is a great wall and defense." The second of the three important works mentioned is entitled Politica Indiana by Juan de Solorzano Pereira. He was a student, and later an instructor, at Salamanca. In 1609, Philip Roman III sent him to Lima as a member of the Audiencia in that city. Subsequently, he became governor of Huancavelica and inspector of quicksilver mining. After his return to Spain and service in various offices, he was finally promoted, in 1629, to membership in the Council of the Indies. In the dedication of his work to Philip Roman IV, he affirms that he was ordered to write, at his discretion, on the subjects of law and government. Moreover, that on his return to Spain, he caused to be printed 2 volumes in Latin entitled De Indiarum, Jure et Gubernation, and that he was given to understand that the king would be pleased and served if those books were translated into Spanish, in order that they might be used by those persons who did not understand Latin. And many persons by letter had expressed their desire for such a translation. But on account of certain difficulties attending the making and using a literal translation, he decided not to bind himself to the letter of the Latin text, but to improve it by adding to it in many places and by abbreviating it in others. In this way was formed the text of Politica Indiana. In this form it treats of the discovery, acquisition, and retention of the Indies, of the natural features of the continent, of the government, of the Indians, their services under the Spaniards and the tribute paid by them, of the tithes and encomiendas, of the royal patronage, of the church, the various classes of ecclesiastical orders and their officers, and of the secular magistrates, the viceroys, the presidents, the audiencias, and the various councils and committees. The work thus appears as a digest of the laws and decrees issued with application to the Indies prior to the last quarter of the 17th century. While the bulk of the references are to the Recopilación de los Leyes de las Indias, other writings, such as those of Machenzo, Acosta, and Torquemada, are frequently cited, and, in keeping with the fashion of the times, there is embodied a profusion of citations from classical authors. With all its superfluous display of learning, Politica Indiana still holds, and will continue to hold a conspicuous place among the books of the first order for students of the laws and government of the Spanish colonies in South America. The third member of this group is Gaspar de Escalona y Agro. It is not positively known where he was born. 3 cities have contended for the honor of being recognized as the place of his origin. Alcedo, the author of the Geographical and Historical Dictionary, and the historian Cevallos affirm that he was born in Ecuador, but other evidence points to Lima as his native town. Wherever the honor may rest, it was in the schools of Lima and the University of San Marcos that he was educated. He held a number of public offices. He was corregidor of Jaja, governor of Castrovirreyna, procurador general of the city of Cusco, and oidor, or judge, of the Audiencia of Chile. His principal work, entitled Gazophylladium Regium Parobicum, was printed in Madrid in 1647, the first part in Latin and the second part in Spanish. It treats particularly of matters of justice, of questions concerning the civil administration and the treasury, and of the affairs of the army. Its analyses and descriptions present minute details both of the organization and the functions of the public offices. These writers were not reformers after the manner of persons who aimed to supplant the established government by a new form of administration. They were loyal to the system which they served. But this loyalty did not withhold them from criticizing the practical execution of the existing laws. They condemned with severity the criminal exactions of the corregidors of Indians and other abuses due to the dishonesty of officials and their remoteness from the center of superior authority. Maschenzo's exposition presents the state of public affairs only 30 or 40 years after the conquest of Peru, and is the earliest attempt to set forth systematically the immature political organization and the social state of this part of the Spanish dominions. The author's undertaking was comparatively simple, and he carried it out simply. But 60 or 70 years later, when Solorzano wrote, the colonial system had become more fully developed. The volume of laws had been greatly increased, and new institutions had been created. In the presence of this more complex state of society, Solorzano undertook to present the substance of these laws, to describe the institutions, and to make use of earlier writings in forming an organized body of knowledge relating to the colonies. Escalona Agro, in his Gazophylladium Regium Parobicum, Gazophyllacio Real del Peru, supplements both the Gobierno del Peru and the Politica Indiana. He describes the colonial institutions and deals extensively with the officials, indicating the qualities they are required to possess, gives minute directions for official action, specifies the salaries attached to the various offices, presents an elaborate description of official accounts, the method of keeping them, and of the Tribunal of Accounts, discusses the mines and the manner of distributing their products, and describes the system of taxation, with special emphasis laid on the alcabala, or tax on the price of articles when sold. This book, printed in Madrid in 1647, consists of 3 parts. The first part of 199 folio, double-column pages is printed in Latin. The second part has 302 pages in Spanish. In this work, the author has examined not only the laws and regulations referring to what are ordinarily known as governmental affairs, but also those relating to economic affairs. 3. A more voluminous writer on politics than any of the foregoing appeared in the person of Antonio de Leon Pinelo, who dealt with the legal and governmental affairs of the Spanish dependencies. The circumstances of his early life are still obscure. An article on him in the Mercurio Peruano throws no light on the date or the place of his birth, and other available sources offer very little definite information. But it is inferred from statements in his life of Santo Toribio that his childhood and youth were passed in Lima, and that, with his younger brothers, Juan and Diego, he studied at the University of San Marcos. Having completed his studies at the university, he went to Spain. There his talents and learning were recognized, and he was appointed relator of the Council of the Indies. In 1624, he published a discourse on the importance, the form, and the arrangement of a collection of the laws of the Indies, and under the authority of the Council of the Indies, he compiled 2 volumes of these laws. In accomplishing this task, he encountered the notorious confusion and contradictions prevailing in the body of laws and decrees issued for the government of Spain's possessions in America. The project to publish these 2 volumes met apparently insurmountable obstacles, but, in accordance with a previous plan, the compiler formed an abridgment of their contents, which was called Politica de las Indias. 3 other works appear to have been drawn largely from the original compilation. These were Bulerio Indico, Tratado de las Confirmaciones Reales, and Historia del Supremo Consejo de las Indias. Pinelo's bibliography of authors who had written on the Indies was entitled Biblioteca Oriental y Occidental, and was published in Madrid in 1629. It was reprinted in 3 folio volumes in 1737 under the direction of the minister Andrés González de Barcia. Antonio de Leon Pinelo mentions Gudier Velázquez Altamirano, who was a professor of law in the University of San Marcos, while Pinelo was a student there. Later, Altamirano was appointed oidor of the Audiencia of Guatemala, but died in Madrid before assuming the duties of his office. As a native of Lima, and as a student of law, he very naturally became interested in the government of the colonies, and wrote a work entitled Del Oficio y Potestad del Vicario del Príncipe, y Gobierno Universal de las Indias, which was apparently never published. Antonio's brother, Diego de Leon Pinelo, became a professor in the University of San Marcos and rector of that institution for the years 1656 and 1657. He was appointed protector of the Indians and later fiscal of the Audiencia of Lima. His extensive knowledge of legal and ecclesiastical matters was generally recognized, and many of his writings on juridical subjects were made public. In 1660, the Council of the Indies sent Padilla's letter to the viceroy, the letter treating of the grievances, frauds, and acts of injustice under which the Indians suffered. At the same time, the king ordered that a commission should be formed to examine the evils referred to and seek a remedy. In obedience to a request from the Viceroy, Diego de Leon Pinelo set forth the misfortunes and extortions imposed upon the Indians. Pinelo's report and Padilla's letter were printed at Lima. The amount of attention given to this subject by the viceregal government may be inferred from the fact that the decrees, complaints, and claims issued during Alva's term as viceroy, between 1655 and 1661, filled, when written, 25 books with 9,660 leaves. The attention bestowed upon this subject gives some indication of the extent of the abuses and excesses perpetrated by the corregidors and parish priests. The second brother of Antonio, Juan de Leon Pinelo, who, as already indicated, studied at the University of San Marcos, became a cura at Potosi, and later went to Spain with Antonio. He was subsequently transferred to Puebla de los Angels and became a canon in the cathedral of that city. His writings, published and unpublished, deal chiefly with ecclesiastical questions. Juan del Corral Calvo de la Torre, born in the town of La Plata, in Upper Peru, studied in Lima, and was granted the title of advocate by the Audiencia. He became a member of the Audiencia in Santiago in 1698, and while occupying this position, prepared his extensive work, designed to be 3 volumes in folio, under the title of Expositio ac Explanatio Omnium Legum Recopilat Indiarum. But his application for permission to publish it received from the king the following reply: El Rey, Don Juan del Corral Calvo de la Torre, oidor de mi audiencia del Reino de Chile. En carta de 1 de marzo del anno próximo pasado, deus cuenta del metodo que habéis observado en la ejecución de los comentos y exposiciones de las leyes de las Indias, teniendo y acabados 2 tomos, y el primero remitido a Lima, y para enviar el segundo. Y habiendos visto en mi concilio de las Indias, con lo expuesto por su fiscal, si ha considerado que la aprobación que pedis de esta obra, como el que si su impresión de cuenta de mi real hacienda, si deb suspender por ahora hasta tanto que si vi y reconozca, en cuyo caso, y siendo digna de darse la prensa, si podrá ejecutar en España, para cuyo efecto la podréis o remitiendo en las ocasiones que si ofrecieren. De Madrid a 25 de Mayo de 1726, Yo el Rey. A subject similar to Escalona's is treated in an anonymous publication of 92 folio pages entitled Estado Político del Reino del Perú, but the treatment is of a very different character, and it is written with a very different purpose. Escalona aimed to set forth a comprehensive and impartial view of the political structure, and to describe it as it was defined by law. The Estado Político, on the other hand, is designedly critical, as may be inferred from certain phrases from the long subtitle, such as government without laws, officials without industry, treasures without poverty, fertility without cultivation, wisdom without esteem, militia without honor, cities without patriotism, and justice without a temple. After these and other similar phrases, the author ends his title page with the remark that these attributes constitute a grave detriment to this kingdom, and as a remedy 2 expedients are proposed to His Majesty by a loyal vassal who writes them, solely moved by a true love of his prince and natural lord, and for the greater good of the Kingdom of Peru and of his patria Lima. The first of these expedients was a reform in the militia, or the military affairs of the kingdom. The second was a reform in the commercial affairs. The formal treaties on government and law are supplemented by a number of public documents that have been printed. Important among these are the memorias and relations delivered by the viceroys to their successors. They present contemporary accounts of public affairs, the actual state of the government, recent changes, and projects for future modifications. 4. A large number of the colonial writers on law and government were at the same time practical administrators. This has contributed to make their literary productions reliable and worthy of confidence as sources of information concerning the political affairs of the dependencies. In the last half of the 18th century, Jorge Escobedo y Alarcón appeared in this double capacity. He was appointed a judge of the Audiencia of Charcas in 1776. He held an important post in the government of Potosi. He was the superintendent of the mint, the mines, the bank, and the royal treasury of that city. He participated in the defense of Potosi against the insurgents of 1780, and thus helped to make that town an asylum for the threatened inhabitants of the neighboring region during the rebellion of Tupac Amaru. He was promoted to the position of a judge of the Audiencia of Lima, and in 1782, Charles Roman III appointed him Visitador General of the Courts of Justice and of the Royal Treasury of the Viceroyalties of Peru and Rio de la Plata. He became political governor and intendant of the province of Lima, and in this capacity, he was president of the Municipal Council for the years 1785 and 1787, and at the same time, he presided over the Superior Council of the Treasury, which he created, and his administration of these offices was signalized by important reforms. And during these active years of his life, he wrote on the development and exploitation of the mines, on the former repartimientos of the corregidors, and on the means of aiding the Indians without imposing upon them the burdens which that system entailed. These and some of his other writings were published in Lima in 1784. After the conclusion of his work in America, Escobedo retired to Spain, and in 1805 he was president of the Second Division of the Council of the Indies. José Rizabal y Ugarte was one of the later writers on legal and political questions. Although a native of Spain, the greater part of his life was spent in America. He studied at Salamanca, and in 1777 he was appointed judge of the Audiencia of Chile. In 1780 he was transferred to Lima, and in 1787 he became a member of the Audiencia of Cusco. In 1792, the king appointed him regent of the Audiencia of Chile. This career naturally fixed his attention particularly on affairs of administration, and while oidor in Chile, he prepared instructions for inferior municipal officials, compiling for this purpose a large number of ordinances bearing on this subject. He compiled also 2,000 royal orders designed for the government of America, which had been issued subsequent to the publication of the Recopilación de las Leyes de las Indias. He discussed, moreover, the king's rights in the matter of secular medias annotas and the obligations of service under certain Castilian titles. This report was published in 1792. Among other writings were a dissertation on the various forms of money referred to in the laws of the Indies, a treatise on the introduction of Negroes into America, and various subjects relating to their utility and their government, and a work dealing with the status of regents of audiencias in America, their creation in 1776, and their powers and prerogatives. His Biblioteca of the writers who had belonged to the 4 greater colleges of Salamanca was published in 1805. Rizabal died in Chile in 1800. 5. The fact that the church was embodied in the state in the Spanish dependencies sometimes led ecclesiastics to discuss political questions or governmental problems involving the church. An instance of this is found in Villarroel's Gobierno Eclesiástico Pacifico. Moreover, it is to Bishop Alonso de la Pina Montenegro that we are indebted for an important treatise of this character, presenting what may properly be called the constitutional position of the Church as a part of the colonial organization, as determined by decrees, rules, and regulations, particularly those affecting the Doctrineros de Indios. We have here in great detail the provisions elaborated and approved by superior authority for fixing the duties of priests and missionaries in the exercise of their functions in America, as well as the obligations of all persons within the sphere of their ministerial influence. Although the reciprocal obligations here defined may not in all cases have been observed, still, these provisions make clear the theory and expectation of the superior authorities with respect to the ecclesiastical part of the social organism. It is true that the inquiries of Juan and Aloer regarding this subject, which have been set down in their Noticias Secretas de America, throw much light on the departure of many priests from the rules and regulations by civil or ecclesiastical authority. Nevertheless, the law stands, although it may be sometimes violated. The author describes the parish and the parish priest, discusses the manner of electing the doctrineros de indios, or missionaries to the Indians, and shows the participation of the civil authority in ecclesiastical affairs by pointing out the fact that no archbishop, bishop, prebend of any cathedral, doctrinero de indios, or parish priest in a parish of Spaniards may be appointed without first having been presented by His Majesty or persons empowered to represent him. In this treatise, other subjects of vital importance were considered, such as the appointment of members of the regular clergy to the position of missionary or parish priest, the mortal sin of accepting a mission without knowing the language of the Indians, instruction in Christian doctrine, questions concerning revenues and alms, preaching to the heathen and their conversion, the functions of the priests respecting the wills or last testaments of the Indians, the tribute, idolatry, witchcraft, and drunkenness of the Indians, projects for extending the dominion of the Church, the relation of the Indians to mining and work in manufacturing establishments, provisions regarding discipline and the ritual, and the vast array of problems that had arisen in the process of organizing the Church and adapting its ministrations to a people who had no share in the heritage of Christian traditions. Chapter 16. Late 18th Century Historians. I. José Eusebio Llano y Zapata, Roman 2, Miguel de Oliveros and Pedro de Córdoba y Figueroa, Roman 3, José Pérez Garcia and Vicente Carvalho y Goyeneche, Roman 4, Geographical Description Molina and Vidor, V. Dionisio and Antonio Alcido, Zamacola, Segurola and Martinez y Vila, Roman 6, Concolor Corvo. 1. A notable figure of Peru in the 18th century was José Eusebio Llano y Zapata. He was born in Lima, where his father held the office of alcalde in 1690 and again in 1708. He appeared as the most precocious mind of his time in Peru. At the age of 19, he had published papers on various topics in medicine, physics, and literature. And before he was 25, he had added to these, among other writings, a panegyric on Marcellos, Bishop of Cusco, the true method of preserving health, the nature and origin of comets, a discussion on the books of Judith and Isaiah, and the moral philosophy of Seneca. He possessed an extensive knowledge of languages, and, as evidence of his interest in this branch of study, he founded at Lima a public school for instruction in Greek. In pursuit of knowledge of natural history, he made extensive journeys throughout South America during a period of 5 years, and afterwards went to Spain, where he completed his most important book, Memorias Histórico-Físicas Críticas Apologéticas de la América Meridional, in 4 volumes. The first volume, Reino Mineral, was printed, the MSS of others have disappeared. In the second, the author is known to have treated of the vegetable kingdom, from the most magnificent tree to the most humble plant. In the third, of the animal kingdom, from the highest to the lowest. In the fourth, the author described certain geographical features of South America, particularly the great rivers, and in all parts attention is given to the historical phases of the subject. A little volume published at Cadiz in 1759 contains the preliminary discourse of the first volume of the Memorias and a number of Zapata's letters. A more extensive collection of Zapata's letters began to be published at Cadiz in 1764. They present important details of a great variety of subjects in the history of South America during the 2 centuries of Spanish rule, then completed. Zapata was an ardent champion of the designs and spirit of Spain's government of America. He praised the zeal of the conquistadores, excused in some measure their faults, excesses, and avarice. He denounced the writings of Las Casas as false and exaggerated, and condemned them as utterances unworthy of a Spaniard. At the same time, he showed an appreciation of the Indians, maintaining that under a proper system of instruction, they would have manifested in the course of time. Las fuerzas del espíritu y la eficacia de la razón. 2. The Historia Militar, Civil y Sagrada de lo Aquecido en la Conquista y Pacificación del Reino de Chile by the Jesuit Miguel de Olivares is one of the more important works of the 18th century on Chilean history. The author was born in Chillán, in Chile, in 1674. It is believed that he went to Spain and was there ordained priest. But in whatever manner he may have passed the early years of his life, there appears to be conclusive evidence that in 1700 he was in Chile, engaged as a missionary in the region between the Maipo and the Mall. A little later, he was a missionary in the valley of Quillota, and still later, he was preaching in Valparaiso. Between 1706 and 1720, he was continuing his missionary labors in various fields. In 1722, he was living in Santiago, and in 1730 at Concepcion. Through his journeys, he acquired much knowledge of Chile, of its geography, of its inhabitants, and of the conditions under which rude settlements were growing into civilized communities. In 1736, he was in Santiago, gathering and putting into order the sources of information that furnished the basis of his Breve Noticia de la Provincia de la Campania de Jesus de Chile, a work not designed at that time for publication, but only as material which a future historian might use. From this task, he turned again to his missionary labors at first in the province of Cuyo and later, from 1744 to 1758, in Araucania. During this period, he added extensively to his knowledge of the country as well as of the language and customs of the Indians. Olivares was apparently induced to undertake his Historia Militar, Civil y Sagrada, by the encouragement of certain other Jesuits who had seen his manuscript on the Jesuits in Chile. This larger work was begun at Chillán in 1758, continued in Santiago, and a clean copy of it made in Concepcion in 1767. Thus, after 9 years of work, it was completed the year in which the author, together with the other members of his order, was expelled from the colonies. Olivares at that time was 92 years of age, but his great age did not prevent his inclusion with the others under the decree of expulsion. The first stage of his journey to Europe was from Chile to Peru. He remained 2 months in Lima. Here, by order of the viceroy, Manuel de Amat y Juniat, his manuscripts were taken from him, but by the intercession of José Perfecto Salas, who had lived in Chile, Olivares recovered the first part of his Historia. But on his departure from Callao, he was obliged to leave the second part in the hands of Peruvian officials. His companions in exile at Imola wished to spread in Italy a knowledge of the history and social affairs of Chile, and for this purpose they desired to make use of Olivares' manuscript and very naturally raised the question of procuring the second part. In 1788, Olivares caused the first part of his manuscript to be presented to the King of Spain through the Spanish ambassador at Rome, and at the same time communicated to the king the fact that the second part was in Peru, and expressed his desire to obtain it in order to complete it and to add to it his final corrections. But this was a wish not to be fulfilled. The second part was, indeed, found and sent to Madrid in 1790, but the author had already fallen under the weight of more than 100 years. The manuscript sent to the King of Spain in 1788 is the part of Olivares' work which has determined his place in the literature of the colonies. It is not known what was the fate of the second part sent from Chile to Madrid in 1790 by Governor Ambrosio O'Higgins. In writing his Historia Militar, Civil y Sagrada, Olivares used the works of Antonio de Herrera, Oval, Ercilla, Zafre de la Guilla, Tasillo, and Bascanon, as well as the Voyage of Frezier, the writings of Juan and Aloa, the Chronicle of Teco, the description of the Bishopric of Santiago by José Fernández de Campino, and the manuscript history by Cordoba y Figueroa, which, according to Medina, served as his principal guide. Documents in the archives were not accessible to him, and this limitation of his sources made certain errors inevitable. But his experience and observations, enabled him to present especially valuable descriptions of the country and the customs of the Indians. In his pages, moreover, one may find independent judgments regarding the defensive military operations and on the extent of success achieved by the missionaries in their efforts to convert the Indians. Compared with his work on the Jesuits in Chile, the history written later shows a more marked maturity of judgment and a greater degree of originality. But anyone who may wish to examine the book on the Jesuits will find in it not only a mass of facts most useful for a knowledge of the history of the Jesuits in Chile, but also for a complete understanding of the political and civil history. The Chileans of the 18th century, who wrote on the history of their country, show a somewhat clearer conception of the proper nature of history than their predecessors. One of the books of this time was Apuntes de lo Aquecido en la Conquista de Chile, Desde sus Principios hasta el año de 1672, by José Basilio de Rojas y Fuentes, of whose life too few facts are known to constitute the basis of a biography. Of Pedro Córdoba y Figueroa, the author of a Historia de Chile, much more is known. He was a descendant of one of the early conquistadores and was born in Concepcion in 1692. Having passed under the instruction given by the Jesuits in his native town, he embraced the career of a soldier, acquired official rank in 1734, became a member of various expeditions against the Araucanians, participated in at least 3 parlamentos or conferences with the Indians, and was finally established at Concepcion, where he held the office of alcalde. The fact that little mention is made of him during the period between 1739 and 1751 suggests that these were tranquil years of his life. During this time, he was making his historical studies, using such works on Chilean history as had been printed at that time, and certain manuscripts, some of which Medina says are not now known. His work, the product of these studies, has been commended as showing patient investigation and judicious criticism. He was, however, afflicted with a common infirmity of this time, the desire to show his erudition respecting subjects quite foreign to the history of Chile, in the field of Latin classics and the writings of the Fathers of the Church. 3. 2 writers on Chilean history during the last years of the colonial period were José Pérez García and Vicente Carvalho y Goyeneche. Pérez García was born in 1721 at Colindres, a little town in Spain near Santander. His parents are described in their letters patent of nobility as caballeros nobles, hijidalgos de sangre y naturaleza. He acquired only the limited education ordinarily obtained by young persons who intended to devote themselves to commerce. At the age of 20, he left Spain for America in company with an older brother who made a considerable fortune in Upper Peru and also conducted a commercial house in Buenos Aires. For 10 years, Pérez García remained in that city engaged in mercantile pursuits. Here he laid the basis of the fortune that later ensured his independence. About the middle of the century, he went to Chile and continued his activity in mercantile affairs in Santiago. Here his recognized honesty and his wealth acquired for him an honorable position in the community, and his marriage with Maria del Rosario Salas y Ramírez, the daughter of a rich Spanish merchant, added to his fortune, and fixed his intimate relations with the most conspicuous elements of Chilean society. After his withdrawal from active business, he continued to live in Santiago. In his retirement, he sought unsuccessfully from the king the rank and title of lieutenant colonel, not with a view of exercising the functions of command, but for the sake of the social distinction this title would confer. One of the characteristic features of this colonial society is seen in the importance attached to titles and distinctive rank. For 6 years in the first decade of the 19th century, Pérez García was engaged in writing his Historia General, Natural y Militar, Civil y Sagrada del Reino de Chile, completed, as he announced on the last sheet of his manuscript, March 19, 1808. The first part of this book is taken up with references to the Virgin as the discoverer, conqueror, and colonizer of the Kingdom of Chile, with a discussion of the origin of the Americans, with an inquiry as to the probable population of this continent before the Noachian flood, and with the question as to the presence of the Apostle Thomas on this continent. This part has neither interest nor historical value. And, considering the author's lack of literary training, one ought not to be disappointed in finding the writing crude and the language in many instances incorrect. But the real merit of Pérez Garcia's manuscript, according to Barros Arana's judgment, resides in the historical narrative which constitutes about 3/4 of the whole work. This writer has prepared himself with a profound study of the chronicles, those in manuscript as well as those in print, and of the documents that came to his hands. And although with complete neglect of literary forms, he was able to make a book which has a true value and which may be consulted with profit now, after many documents have been discovered, and after the history of the conquest and colonization have begun to be rewritten with the new light which they furnish. The reason of the superiority of the history of Pérez Garcia over those that preceded it is found in the fact that the author has not always accepted as unquestionable truth what he found written by other authors, that he has attempted to verify the statements for himself and by means of comparing those narratives with the documents, and that finally he has corrected in many points numerous errors and has set down facts from his own investigations that are not found in the other chronicles. The work by Carvalho was entitled Descripción Histórico-Geográfica del Reino de Chile. On account of the extensive investigations on which it is based and its independent spirit, it may be properly classed with the writings of Pérez Garcia. Both of these authors were, moreover, distinguished from many of their predecessors by their secular status. Garcia was a merchant and Carvalho was a soldier. As a soldier, Carvalho was subordinated to Ambrosio O'Higgins, while that officer was in general command of the southern frontier, and afterwards when he had become governor and captain general of Chile. The friendly relation that at first existed between them was later changed to hatred and hostility, by which O'Higgins was moved to use his influence to obstruct the execution of Carvalho's plans. This is seen in the failure of Carvalho to obtain the office of corregidor in Peru for which he had applied, and also in the objections raised by O'Higgins to granting Carvalho leave to go to Santiago to consult authorities for his proposed history of Chile, as well as in his later refusal to grant his request for permission to go to Madrid to secure its publication. When Carvalho proposed to abandon his military career and enter a monastery, he requested that in his ecclesiastical position his military salary might continue to be paid to him. This O'Higgins firmly and definitely refused, but by persistence and a subsequent petition he succeeded in obtaining O'Higgins permission to go to Santiago, and directly from the government in Spain he obtained leave to go to Madrid. The life of Carvalho was that of a vigorous and restless spirit in revolt against the narrowness and monotony of Chilean social conditions in the last half of the 18th century. He was born in Valdivia in 1742, the son of the governor of the district and the youngest of 3 brothers. Until his 20th year, he was under the instruction of Jesuits. He then entered the military service, in which he continued for many years in his native city, where he married and became the head of a numerous family. The dull routine of garrison duties in a stagnant colonial town irked him. Hoping to find an open field for his ambition, he sought and secured his transfer to the frontier. At this time, the project of President Gil Y. Gonzaga to establish towns or forts on territory not previously occupied by the Spaniards provoked the opposition and hostility of the Indians. It would be difficult to imagine a more complete contrast to Carvalho's life at Valdivia than that presented by his experience on the frontier. But the freer life of the frontier had its compensations. He found there abundant material for the diary, which he kept throughout the whole period of his military career. The writing of this diary is said to have suggested to him the project to write a history of Chile. Moreover, daily contact with the Indians for more than 30 years gave him a secure basis of judgment concerning the long conflict which furnishes the main theme of Chilean history. He acquired sufficiently the Indians' viewpoint to enable him to discern the unjust features of the Spanish policy respecting them, and by his spirit of impartiality, he was led to oppose the governors and to point out their abuses and unworthy conduct. When Carvalho finally obtained permission directly from the government in Spain to visit Madrid, O'Higgins sent to Buenos Aires an order for his arrest, but the order arrived too late to prevent Carvalho's departure, and he was consequently able to pass a number of years in the Spanish capital, where he completed his history of Chile in 1796. At Madrid, Carvalho was able to command influence sufficient not only to defeat the efforts of those who wished to excite hostility to him at the court, but also to secure the favor of the king and incorporation in the army at Buenos Aires. It is not definitely known how long he remained at Madrid. Long enough, however, as already indicated, to complete his manuscript, the narrative of which extends to 1788, to the end of the interim government of Tomás Álvarez de Acevedo. He was not able to secure its publication, but before it was printed, it was extensively used as a source by later writers. 2 of the volumes of Gay's Historia Física y Política de Chile, as pointed out by Amanegui, are a simple transcription of some of the books of Carvalho's work. Early in the 19th century, he entered upon his duties as captain in the army at Buenos Aires. The date of this event is sometimes given as 1803. When the famous Junta Gobernativa was formed, May 25, 1810, Carvalho took up the cause of the revolution with great enthusiasm, but his failing health prevented him from rendering the efficient service he had desired to give. He died in 1816. Some time after his death, Juan Arias, his son-in-law and sole heir, appeared at Buenos Aires to receive his meager inheritance. The following is Arias' report of his conversation with the officer in charge of Carvalho's affairs. "My friend, your father-in-law is dead. I am already aware of that misfortune. He declared that you were his sole heir. I have read the will, and I wish you would please to order that the poor articles of his property may be given to me." These articles were reduced to his clothing and use, and a few silver spoons. "Where shall I be able to get them?" "My friend, as you were not here, I gave the clothing to some Chilean immigrants who were in want. But the spoons, I sold them and used the proceeds in causing masses to be said for the eternal repose of Carvalho. Besides the clothing and the spoons, I am especially interested in the manuscript of a history of Chile, which my father-in-law had written. Please let me know where that bundle of papers is. I sold it for 200 pesos on account of masses for the departed Carvalho." 4. Throughout the colonial period, geographical description held a prominent place among the writings of Spanish Americans. Descripción de Chile, by Ponce de León, Población de Valdivia, by Miguel de Aguirre, and Explicación de la Plaza y Puerto, by Pedro de Morno, are among early works of this kind. Ponce de León and Aguirre wrote in the 17th century, while Morno's Explicación was published in 1731. A little later, Pedro Uzaro Martínez de Bernabé wrote an account of the presidio and city of Valdivia. This author arrived in Chile very young, and at the age of 17, in 1749, he was already under military training. For many years later, he was in service as a member of the garrison of Valdivia, and through his long service in this region, he became familiar with the natural peculiarities and the state of affairs in the southern part of Chile. The extent and accuracy of his observations, and his ability to attain general views based on these observations, give his writings a certain superiority over many of the works in this field. Belief in the tradition of the Ciudad Encantada de los Césares was rife in Martinez's time, and, having had some part in an investigation designed to make clear the grounds of the popular belief, he wrote Reflexiones Críticas Politico-Históricas sobre los Nominados Césares. He had also in mind to free his countrymen from their illusion, for at Valdivia he had knowledge of those who had faith in the tradition, and of the expeditions organized to discover the famous city of the Césares. This tradition was exploited by Ignacio Pinauer, who conducted an expedition organized to search for the famous city. Pinauer was born in Valdivia, and this tradition interested him from his boyhood. In his mature years, he was brought into frequent communication with the Indians, and from them he sought confirmation or explanation of it. His expedition was naturally fruitless, but his Relación sobre una ciudad grande española situada entre los Indios, 1774, has kept alive the memory of his undertaking. A part of this Relación is contained in Pedro de Angelis' Colección de Documentos, reproduced from the Seminario Erudito of Madrid. Another document relating to this expedition is Benito Delgado's Diario. Delgado was the chaplain of the expedition, and his account was addressed to Governor Joaquín de Espinosa. Gay, the historian, printed it in Historia de Chile, Documentos, I. 431-485. But even when this tradition was gradually losing its hold on the minds of Chileans, the court of Spain was still influenced by it, and commissioned Manuel José de Orjuela to continue the search. But in spite of his royal patent, Orjuela encountered opposition in America. The Viceroy of Peru and the Governor of Chile recognized the folly and absurdity of the enterprise, and persuaded him to relinquish his projected expedition. Before the delusion concerning a city of the Césares had run its course, the government in Spain ordered the officers of the royal treasury at Santiago and the corregidors to formulate information concerning districts under their direction. As results of this order, there appeared a number of reports or statistical accounts covering various parts of Chilean territory. One of these was José Fernández Campino's Relación del Obispado de Santiago de Chile, a dry statistical description of central Chile. Another similar production was Pedro González de Agro's Descripción Historial de Chile, which was published in Madrid in 1791. In the preface to the second volume of his History of Chile, Molina affirms that when he undertook that work, he had in his possession the first volume of Oliver's manuscript, and that he was in constant expectation of receiving from Peru the second volume, but that this volume, on which he had confidently relied, he had never received, and in consequence he had been compelled to seek from various other sources the information which it would have furnished. Although Molina lived long in Chile and wrote the geographical, natural, and civil history of that country, his work was originally published in Italian. The first part treating of natural history was issued in Bologna in 1782. A Spanish translation appeared in Madrid in 1788. The second part, treating of the civil history, appeared several years later. Like Oliver's and the other Jesuits, he was expelled from America in 1767. Another contemporary writer who suffered the same fate was Felipe Gómez de Vidor. As in the case of Molina, Bologna became Vidor's residence in exile, and here he wrote his Historia Geographica, Natural y Civil del Reino de Chile, the imperfection of which is in a large measure due to the fact that he wrote at a distance from the scenes he described, and without the documentary and other requisite authorities. Vidor's work is divided into 11 books. The first relates to geography, the second, third, and fourth to natural history, and the others treat of political events. Critics appear to have found this book not without merit, but not equal in merit to the writings of Oliver's and Molina. 5. Dionisio de Alcedo, although less widely known than his son, nevertheless played an important role in the affairs of the colonies and made certain contributions to the published information concerning the Indies. He was born in Madrid, and in 1706 he left Spain for Peru. In 1708, while returning to Europe, he was taken prisoner by the English. Having been liberated and sent to Quito, he arrived there in time to accompany Bishop Diego Ladrón de Guevara to Lima, where provision had been made for Guevara's succession to the viceregal office after Castle Dosrius. During the succeeding years, Alcedo was charged with important and commissions until he was finally appointed, in 1728, president of the province of Quito. This post he held until 1737. He was thus at the head of the government of Quito when the French commissioners with Juan and Aloa began their observations and measurements under the equator. Subsequently, having returned to Spain, he was appointed president and commanding general of Panama. He served in this capacity from 1743 to 1749. He retired from this office in consequence of charges presented by the judges of the Audiencia, which proved, however, to be entirely unfounded. He retired to Spain in 1752 and died there in 1777 at the age of 87. Two works by Dionisio de Alcedo y Herrera were published in Madrid. The first was Aviso Histórico Político Geográfico con Noticias Particulares de la América Meridional, 1741. The second, Compendio Histórico de la Provincia, Partidos, Ciudad Estelero, Ríos, y Puerto de Guayaquil, 1741. Antonio de Alcedo, a son of Dionisio de Alcedo, born in Quito in 1735, availed himself of material presented by his father and by various writers on America, and compiled the well-known Diccionario Geográfico de las Indias, which was published in 5 volumes at Madrid in the years 1786 to 1789. This was later translated into English, with various additions and corrections, the translation thus becoming more valuable than the original. It was designed to embrace descriptions of the provinces, the cities, and the most striking natural features of the whole of America. But the parts devoted to British America, as might very well be expected, are less important than those treating of Latin America. The activity of Juan Domingo de Zamacola, a priest of Arequipa, appears to have been divided between building and writing. He made considerable and important additions to church edifices in Arequipa, and his written work deals extensively with the affairs of Peru. In a descriptive itinerary from Buenos Aires to Arequipa, he gave an account of the towns and the roads on the way. Another work contained an account of the events of the revolutions in the provinces of Peru between 1780 and 1785. He also wrote a narrative of the earthquake at Arequipa of May 14, 1784. Also a diary of the visit of Bishop Pedro Chaves de la Rosa to the provinces of Tarapacá, Tacna, and Moquegua, containing an abundance of statistical information. Of a similar character was his work on the history and geography of Arequipa, and that on the foundation of the town of San Fernando in the valley of Sacaboya. In a lighter vein were his satirical papers against idleness, against the women who smoke, against luxury, and against the use of colors on the face. An enlightening account of one phase of the war known as the Rebellion of Tupac Amaru is found in the Diario de los Sucesos del Cerco de la Ciudad de La Paz, in 1781. It was written by Sebastián de Segurola, a brigadier in the Royal Army, in command of the forces in La Paz during the siege, and was printed in the first volume of the Archivo Boliviano, Paris, 1872. It recounts in a series of daily entries the flight of the Spaniards to La Paz from the neighboring towns, the fortification of a certain part of the city, the gathering about the city of great bodies of Indians, the gradual diminution of food within the city, the consumption of the bulk of the horses and mules, and even the utilizing of rawhide trunks as food. Until finally, after facing famine for months, the besieged saw loyal troops on the heights around the city and were assured of relief. The author of this diary was a Spaniard born in the province of Guipuzcoa on January 27, 1740. He joined the army at the age of 18, and after 18 years of service, left Spain for America in the force commanded by Zeballos, when that officer, as viceroy of the newly created Viceroyalty of Rio de la Plata, went to defend the Spanish settlements against the encroachments of the Portuguese. Segurola had been decorated with the Cross of Calatrava and appointed corregidor of the province of Lercaja. And after the conclusion of Zeballos' campaign, he entered upon the duties of his provincial office, taking up his residence at the town of Sorata, later destroyed by the Indians in the rebellion. While at Sorata, he learned of the outbreak of hostilities, and on January 1, 1781, he took command of the forces at La Paz and in the neighboring provinces, as directed by the president of the Audiencia of Charcas. After the rebellion, Segurola remained at La Paz in the office of governor and intendant that had been provided for in the reformed organization of the Viceroyalty. He was married in 1786, but his wife died 2 years later at the birth of a second daughter. His death occurred the following year. In recognition of his loyalty and his distinguished services, he was admitted to the Order of Santiago, appointed field marshal, and president of the Audiencia of Charcas, but the notification of these honors reached La Paz a few days after his death. In this first volume of the Archivo Boliviano appears also an important document relating to the marvelous history of the city of Potosi, a city that had been called into existence by the rich mines of Upper Peru. This document is entitled Annals de la Villa Imperial de Potosi and was written by Bartolomé Martínez y Vila, a resident of Potosi. It is one of the principal historical sources of Vicente G. Quesada's Crónicas Potosinas, Costumbres de la Edad Medieval Hispanoamericana, and of the author's chapter called A Mining Town in Upper Peru. The Diario of Segurola contains the story of a critical event in the Indian insurrection of 1780 and 1781, namely, the Siege of La Paz. The position of that city at the bottom of a great ravine in the Interandean Plateau gave a certain theatrical setting to the event. From the rim of the cannon, the Indians could look down into the city, and the inhabitants from the fortified part of the town could watch the movement of the enemy from day to day. The diary is an account of the flight of Spaniards from neighboring towns to La Paz as a place of refuge, of the formation of a line of entrenchments enclosing the densely populated area of the city, and of an exhausting defense continued for many months. Some idea of the character of the narrative may be derived from the following translations of daily entries. March 27, 1781. This day the Indians attacked with great force all parts of the city, setting fire to the houses that were outside of the trenches, assaulting these and the wall, from which they were repulsed with great vigor. This engagement lasted from 11 o'clock in the morning till 4 in the evening. At this hour the rebels retired with much loss, which was given at more than 150 killed, without a loss on our part. March 28. It was recognized today that the number of Indians who approached was considerably increased. At 8 o'clock in the morning, they attacked all parts of the city, aided by some guns which they fired, and at the same time they went on burning the houses outside of the fortifications, and we resisted them with great valor. The attack lasted until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when the enemy retired with more than 350 dead, according to our calculation, and on our side we had only 2. March 29. The Indians have been coming down from all sides since daybreak, and at 10 o'clock assaulted the city with desperation, and this attack, repulsed by us, lasted till 5:30 in the afternoon, at which hour they retired with a loss of more than 150 men, and we had the misfortune, by the bursting of a cannon in one of the forts, to have 3 killed and several severely wounded, and among the killed was Captain José de Roxas. In the troubled life of Potosi, Martinez y Vila found an abundance of incidents that enabled him to give his annals a piquant flavor not usually discovered in chronicles. The following is his entry for the year 1690. This year died in Potosi that famous senora Dona Clara, commonly called a Maltia or a Chicosa, who was at first a great sinner, extremely rich, vain, and proud, and later very poor, humble, and virtuous. At the age of 12, she became very well known not only in Potosi and everywhere in Peru, but her fame extended also to Spain. She was, moreover, beautiful, very discreet, lively, and agreeable. Nature had bestowed upon her all its gifts. She sang sweetly, played, and danced gracefully. She exercised a very great influence, since besides her great patrimony as a woman of excellent standing, she acquired at the cost of her virtue immense wealth in gold, silver, jewels, precious stones, pearls, and rich ornaments. She controlled everything, even the wills of her associates, and was vain in the extreme. The various rooms and patios in her house were sprinkled every day with scented water. The neatness of her stables was such that one never saw in them even a straw. Continually, every day perfumed water was kept boiling in the porch and reception rooms, in apple-shaped receptacles of silver, and there were braseros of the same metal. She had as many chemises of fine linen from Holland and Cambrai as there are days in the year, and she put on a fresh one every night. She had 4 rich bedsteads of wood and bronze, with feather beds and draperies of beautiful cloths, and she changed from one to another every 3 months. In a word, she was the most affluent woman in Potosi, but these goods were acquired by a violation of the will of God, and in the end pleasures of the world are such that even before they pass their retribution appears. Thus it happened to this famous woman. For in a short time, by means it would be long to relate, she saw herself without gold, silver, jewels, pearls, servants, and ornaments, and what was more, without even an old dress to hide her nakedness, and even more lamentable still, her poverty was so great that she had not even a crust to eat, and lived by charity, she whose weekly expenses in her house amounted to 2,000 pesos in daily banquets and other worldly pleasure. She received from charity a skirt and an old chemise, cast-off finery, which was no longer of use. She washed the clothes of strangers, because they gave her food, she who had been disgusted on seeing a little spot on her dress. She worked for even the humblest for a piece of bread, she who had had white servants and many black female slaves, such an abundance of servants, that 2 of them were employed solely in wiping up with towels the spittle with which those who came to visit her had soiled the floor. Finally, she expiated in this life the disorders of her past, and suffered with admirable patience her labors, giving by her experience a lesson to the proud, the rich, and the avaricious, and thus she died very poor in material goods, but rich in virtues. She was buried by the charity of her noble and pious neighbors. I present this case to undeceive and correct those who believe themselves secure in the possession of their temporal goods. 6. El Lazarillo de Ciegos Caminantes is rather an elaborate guidebook than a history. It treats of the route from Buenos Aires to Santiago de Chile, but its principal subject is the southeastern part of Spanish South America, the region between Buenos Aires and Lima. It indicates the various lines of communication, describes the towns, the roads, the resources, the manners and customs of the country traversed, and the difficulties, privations, and dangers of a journey over this route. The style is plain and direct, the writer's point of view is often humorous, and his references are now and then vulgar. But the clearness of his descriptions and the picturesqueness of the lighter parts make the book eminently readable. As a contemporary account of the Peruvian cities in the last half of the 18th century, it has no successful rival. By the title page of the original edition, one is informed that the book was written by Don Calixto Bustamante Inca, alias Concolor Corvo, and that it was printed in Gijón in 1773. But, in spite of this reference to Gijón, it is held that it was printed in Lima. A new and excellent edition was issued by the Historical and Numismatic Society of Buenos Aires in 1908. The author was born in Cusco. As a youth, he visited Lima, and soon afterwards set out for Spain, where he affirmed he had an uncle who was an Indian of the royal Inca family. But learning of the death of this unnamed uncle, he went on this occasion only as far as Buenos Aires. Later, he undertook the voyage to the peninsula and returned from Coruna to Montevideo in the ship El Tucumán. From Buenos Aires to Lima, he accompanied the visitador Alonso Carrión de Lavandera, to whom he frequently makes reference in describing this journey, and who figures in certain passages in a dialogue with the author. Carrión had been commissioned by the king to arrange the affairs of the postal service preparatory to its passing from private hands to the crown. Bustamante, who assisted Carrión, took this occasion to gather at least a part of the information set down in his description of the country traversed, and much of this information refers to the existing postal service and the special need of it at certain points. The following extract gives some indication of the author's manner. I promised to write a description of Lima, but the visitador told me that was an undertaking, in which many men of superior talents had not been able to succeed, and that it would be ridiculous for a pygmy to undertake it. But, Senor Inspector, is it possible that I must conclude such a detailed itinerary without saying anything about Lima? Certainly, Senor Inca, for this great city does not concern you, is not your affair, and here ends my commission. Senors Jorge Juan Antonio Aloa, he added, and the principal cosmographer of the kingdom, Dr. Cosme Bueno, wrote with a swan's quill of all the most important things in this capital, and you cannot add anything material with yours which is the quill of a goose. Nevertheless, I replied, please tell me what is the difference between this great city and that of my birth. I suppose, Senor Inca, he answered me, that you are prejudiced in favor of Cusco, your native town, and would wish me to say that it is superior in every respect to Lima, but you are greatly mistaken. For, leaving aside the situation and the parks, you ought to observe that in this great capital the king maintains a viceroy with great magnificence, and with an allowance equal to the total revenue of all the great estates of Cusco. It has also 3 bodies of guards supported by the king, one of cavalry, well mounted and paid, others of infantry and halberdiers, which serve not only for ceremony and ostentation, but also for the protection of the persons and the peace of this great town. There may be added, moreover, the audiencia, the superior tribunals of accounts, the Inquisition, the university, the theater, and the public promenades near the city, which are not found at Cusco or at any other city of the kingdom. Lima maintains 250 public carriages and more than 1,000 calaces, which are distinguished from the carriages by the fact that they have 2 wheels and are drawn by a mule and are more readily upset. There is nothing of this kind in your great city. In the matter of dress, one is as crazy as the other, with a difference of tastes, and in the extent of families and commerce, Lima greatly exceeds Cusco. In this city, there are many marquises and counts, and a much greater number of persons who have been decorated with the orders of Santiago and Calatrava, who with rare exceptions have sufficient incomes to maintain themselves in splendor. and to whom may be added persons having entailed estates and gentlemen who are supported by their lands and other proper kinds of business, so that they may live in a manner to give brilliancy to the society of the city. There is no doubt that in your native city, as in others of the vast viceroyalty, there are illustrious families, but the number of them is not comparable with those of this city. Chapter Roman 26. Chapter 17. Outlook towards emancipation. The intellectual movement after the expulsion of the Jesuits. Roman 2. Political reformers. Roman 3. Poets. Roman 4. Literary periodicals. Mercurio Peruano, Gazzetta de Lima v. Contributors to Mercurio Peruano. Roman 6. El Telegrafo Mercantil. Roman 7. Tadio Hinc. Roman 8. El Volador. 1. The expulsion of the Jesuits in 1767 produced an immediate decline of literary activity in the Spanish colonies. It had, moreover, a far-reaching influence on the means of instruction. It closed the most efficient schools and silenced those persons who might have continued to spread enlightenment through their writings. The most noteworthy salvage from the wreck was the collection of books and manuscripts that were gathered up from the Jesuits' colleges. In Bogotá, some of these books and papers, placed in charge of a librarian and made accessible in the building of the ancient Jesuit college, formed what was then known as the Royal Library. It was formally opened to the public January 9, 1777, and at that time contained 13,800 volumes. Another act tending to stimulate the intellectual life of New Granada was the organization of the Botanical Expedition, or Bureau of Scientific Investigation, under the direction of José Celestino Mutis. A little later literary production was encouraged by the formation of literary societies, or circles, and the founding of periodicals. The new intellectual movement appealed particularly to the rising generation of Creoles. A phase of it was seen in the attention given to political questions and the enthusiastic patriotism manifested by Antonio Nariño and his associates. But this movement did not close abruptly the period of medievalism in the colonies. Writers, like Manuel de Caicedo Ladrón de Guevara, Bogotá, 1718-1781, continued to produce voluminous works which made clear only the author's ecclesiastical erudition. But in view of the approaching revolution in the British colonies and in France, more men began to think in terms of worldly things. Instead of exercising their imaginations in creating a heavenly state, they began to look forward to a new earthly state. The new idealism, imposed upon men by the rising spirit of revolution, contained a force competent to transform the world. A writer who may be said to have spanned the gulf between the old and the new order of things was Felipe de Vergara y Caicedo, who was born in Bogotá on May 20, 1745. He was educated in the College of Rosario, received there the degree of doctor, accepted a professorship of theology, and while holding this position gave instruction also in mathematics. He visited Spain, carrying letters from the Viceroy, the Audiencia, and the Archbishop. He returned as Contador of Panama, and later he became Contador of the Royal Tribunal of Accounts in Bogotá. After the Revolution of 1810, he was a member of the Assembly and of the Electoral College of Cundinamarca, and later was Secretary and Counselor of State to President Nariño. He died December 18, 1818. The long list of his work is evidence not only of his vast erudition, but also of his indefatigable industry. Bogotá, as the center of the intellectual movement in New Granada, was already provided with institutions competent to further this movement. The University of Santa Fe was under the direction of the Dominicans in the Dominican monastery. The college and seminary of San Bartolomé had been for a century and a half under the control of the Jesuits, but after the expulsion of the society, it was placed in charge of the Archbishop. The College of Rosario, like that of San Bartolomé, was by royal decree made equal in privileges to the University of Salamanca, the type of the Spanish university. In these institutions, the early curriculum, limited to Latin, theology, and philosophy, was increased by the addition of courses of instruction in jurisprudence, medicine, and mathematics. Throughout the greater part of the colonial period, the religious orders had in many instances been true to their mission as advocates of the Christian faith. Many of the members had led lives of devotion and heroism in their efforts to impart to the Indians a new and higher conception of life. But in the course of time, the zeal of their militancy declined. With the contributions of the faithful, they built imposing edifices and filled them with books and works of art. A few still became writers, and all, in virtue of the history of their institutions, continued to hold a high place in the esteem of the public, even when many of them had fallen into indolence and were leading more or less useless lives. The monasteries, however, in the course of time ceased even to be centers of historical study. The Dominicans had produced Zamora, the Franciscans Simon, and the Augustinians San Nicolas, but the orders developed no successors to these writers. Rather, in the presence of the intellectual awakening, they assumed an attitude of protest and denial. They disputed the affirmations of Galileo and the conclusions of other scientific investigators. And thus, with the progress of the inquiries instituted by Mutis and carried on by his pupils and followers, there appeared a widening breach between the monasteries, representing medievalism, and the investigators of nature, presaging a new day. It was clear to some minds that in order to make continuous the forces of intellectual progress, it was necessary to reorganize the schools of the country and to bring them into harmony with the new views of knowledge. In sympathy with this thought, Viceroy Guerrier commissioned Francisco Antonio Morno to form a new plan of instruction that would provide not only for a new curriculum, but also for the establishment of a school wherever one had been closed by the expulsion of the Jesuits. In the judgment of the persons most eminent in the affairs of New Granada, Morno appeared admirably fitted for this undertaking. He was born in Mariquita on October 25, 1736, and was educated at Bogotá, his studies taking a somewhat wider range than that provided by the conventional curriculum. He held in succession various high offices in the viceregal government, to which he was promoted with the spontaneous support of the viceroy, the secular cabildo, the university, the archbishop, and the audiencia. Towards the end of his career, he was appointed an oidor, or judge, of the audiencia at Lima. A little later, he was transferred to Chile as regent, and died at Santiago on February 24, 1792. Morno's plan received the enthusiastic support of the viceroy and men of liberal intelligence, like Mutis and Felix Restrepo, and promised to introduce an enlightened revolution in the field of education. But when it was brought to the attention of the Crown, it was disapproved by the Council of the Indies. The Council held rigorously to the old plan of instruction, but 2 years were spent in making the application for approval and in receiving the reply. And in this period important steps were taken in the execution of Morno's proposed reform. And finally, when the order of the council arrived, Viceroy Guerrier had been succeeded by Flores, and Flores had been shoved into the background by Visitador Piners. Then came the revolt of the Comuneros of 1781, and the governmental authorities had a mind for no other phase of internal affairs. In this period, when the government was paralyzed, the advocates of the new plan succeeded in carrying out many of its features. Other persons were converted to its advocacy, and Z published in the Papel Periodico an article entitled Hebifilo, a vigorous argument against the old scheme of studies. 2. The new intellectual movement expressed itself not only in the researches directed by Mutis, but also in the formation and activity of literary unions, or circles. At the meetings of these circles, a great variety of scientific subjects were discussed. 2 persons especially conspicuous in the decade between 1790 and 1800 were Antonio Nariño and Francisco Antonio Z. Nariño was born in Bogotá in 1765, studied philosophy and jurisprudence in the College of San Bartolomé, and was appointed treasurer of tithes. Provided with an adequate income and moved by his zeal for instruction, he collected in his house an extensive library of books imported from Europe, and the facilities which they offered for acquiring information attracted about the owner the serious youths of the city. By diligent use of modern European works, Nariño not only acquired a knowledge of several modern languages, but was also able to correct the instruction he had received in the college as it was conducted under its medieval regime. He also acquired the progressive ideas of Europe and the British colonies, then putting into operation the independent government of the United States. Inspired by these ideas, he became a vigorous advocate of liberty and independence, but the vicissitudes of ill fortune prevented him from attaining the object of his early ambition. For printing a Spanish translation of Les Droits de l'Homme, he was arrested and condemned to imprisonment in Africa. At Cadiz, he escaped, fled to Madrid, visited France and England, and finally returned to Bogotá. In spite of the good offices of friends, he was again arrested and kept in confinement until the Revolution of 1810 set him free. Antonio Z was sent to Spain as a prisoner with Nariño and the others who at that time had fallen under the condemnation of the colonial authorities. He was 5 years younger than Nariño, having been born in Medellin in 1770. He received his early instruction in the seminary of Papión and passed from that institution to the College of San Bartolomé in Bogotá, where he studied theology and civil law. Through his association with Mutis, he was introduced to the study of the inductive sciences. On the withdrawal of Valenzuela from the botanical expedition, Z was appointed to the position thus made vacant, with a salary of $500 a year. Z was then 19 years old, and for a person so young, he had extraordinary attainments. It was after 2 years in this service that he was arrested, in 1794, for conspiracy and sent to Spain. In the long trial to which he was subjected with the other political offenders, the charges were not sustained. The next 3 years he spent in Paris on a scientific mission, receiving a stipend of $1,200 a year, the Spanish government being apparently solicitous that he should not go back to New Granada. For when he sought permission to return to America, his request was refused and he was appointed adjunct, and later director, of the botanical collections in Madrid. In 1805, he was appointed professor of botany. His residence in Madrid extended over the years from 1804 to 1807, and during this period, he was elected to membership in various scientific societies and wrote a number of memoirs embodying the results of his observations and studies in New Granada. His scientific studies were interrupted in 1807 when he was drawn into the Revolution of Aranjuez. He belonged to the Afrancesados, the party in sympathy with French ideas and plans, and believed that the triumph of this party would be followed by the emancipation of his country. During the following years, he was in the service of the government, now as director of one of the sections of the Department of the Interior, and subsequently as prefect of Malaga. He was occupying this latter post when the Spanish colonies in America struck for independence. The opposition to various provisions of the Spanish government, which found expression in revolts and rebellions in the 18th century, occasionally appeared also in writings of that time. The pamphlet called Concordia and Discordia, by Alonso de la Cueva Ponce de Leon, was a document of this class. It criticized prevailing doctrines, attacked the royal prerogatives, and argued against many of the recognized rights of the crown. The author was a native of Lima, became an ecclesiastic, was appointed vicar general of the bishopric of Panama, was attorney for the Inquisition of Cartagena, and became the historian of the Archbishopric of Peru. His criticism of political affairs aroused hostility, and in consequence of this, as one writer has expressed it, he was pulverizado by the distinguished jurist Pedro José Bravo de Lagunas y Castilla, who, about the middle of the 18th century, was a judge of the Audiencia of Lima, and in 1761 published in that city a number of pamphlets under the general title of Colonial Legal. 3. Besides the group of political reformers associated with Nariño, there was a society of young men of letters who formed a literary union called Utripalica. At the head of this company stood Manuel S. Rodriguez. Among the other members were José María Valdés, Francisco Antonio Rodriguez, and José María Grusso. As a young man, Grusso prepared himself for the practice of law. He had finished his legal studies when the sudden death of the young woman whom he was about to marry caused him to change completely his plan of life. Under the influence of this shock, he turned from the legal profession to the church. He entered the College of San Bartolomé and began at once his ecclesiastical studies. 2 years later, he returned to Papión as a priest and lived there, it is said, triste hasta la muerte. During this period, and while in this state of mind, he wrote Las Noches de Juicer in imitation of Young's Night Thoughts. The plan of this work provided for 30 cantos or nights, but whatever may have been the number written, only 3 have been preserved. These are entitled La Soledad, La Noche, and El Remordimiento. Another group of writers formed a society known as Buen Gusto. These writers were accustomed to meet at the house of Dona Manuela Santamaria de Manrique, who was esteemed not only for her attainments in literature, but also for her knowledge of nature. The members of this group were chiefly poets, born in New Granada, and educated in either the College of Rosario or the College of San Bartolomé. They wrote, among other things, certain plays that were presented in the theater of Bogotá. Two of these were the Sacrificio de Idomeneo and El Zagal de Bogotá. Perhaps the most widely known of the poets of the Buen Gusto was Dr. José Fernández de Madrid, whose studies had given him the title of Doctor of Laws as well as that of Doctor of Medicine. Whether in prose or verse, the writings of the persons who were thus drawn together in these associations are rather indications of beginnings in literature than of a culmination of literary progress. They are not reminiscent of colonial dependence, but premonitory of an emancipated population. The poems of Juan Bautista Aguirre are found chiefly in a manuscript collection called Versos Castellanos, Obras Juveniles, Miscellaneas. The author was born in Guayaquil, and as a youth was sent to Quito by his parents to prepare for his career as a man of letters. The university was then under the control of the Jesuits, and Aguirre accepted membership in the society. It is, moreover, reported that he became a lecturer on philosophy in the university. An elegy on the death of Philip V and an account of the earthquake of 1746 suggest that he was writing before the middle of the century. In 1767, he was involved in the general expulsion of the Jesuits from South America. Later, he lived in Rome. His lectures on philosophy, whether in Quito or Rome, apparently did not turn his mind from his inclination to write verses, and some part of his writings indicate that they were produced when religious thoughts and the image of the Bible were uppermost in his mind. In the Concepción de Nuestra Señora, he is lost in profound mysticism, and in La Rebelión y Caída de Luzbel y sus secuaces, he is seized by the subject which Milton evidently found the most inspiring in his great theme, the pride and ambition of Satan to rule the universe. Falsir haré con ira fulminante del alto cielo en un vaivén ruidoso, la azul muralla y separé triunfante, e sur cener del reino luminoso si, sun estorbo a mi impetu argante mar, tierra firmamento hermoso. Haré quesinten mi furor violento el mar, la tierra, el air, el firmamento. When Aguirre sang of amores profanos, he may be thought to have gone beyond the limits of his proper field as a priest, but he took the precaution, as Gutierrez remarks, to indicate in a note that if he wrote erotic verses, it was purely for diversion and exercise, and that they should be considered like the innocent love talk of Don Quixote with the impalpable Dulcinea. An opinion of the quality of Aguirre's lighter poems may be derived from his sonnet, A Una Tortola Quejosa, which a distinguished critic affirms embodies the style and sentiment of Petrarch. Porque tortola, en citara doliant haces, quael ergima con tu canto, si alivios buscas, en a genolento mi dolor ti lo offres. Acqui detant. Alvert sola de tu amante aussent publicas trist en is tu quebranto, yo tambien I dolor. Suspiro tanto por no poder gozar mi bien present. Piero Cesio tortola. El gemido, queonc is inmenso, tu infelis desvelo maer sin, duda mi tormento hasido. Pius tu perdiste un terrenal consulo, en tu consort. Piero yo he perdido, en mi adorado bien lalas del cielo. The Chilean poets of the later decades of the colonial period lack the inspiration that the writers of the 16th century received from the events of the conquest. They had no longer the spirit that moved Ursula to attempt to weave the circumstances and happenings of the Araucanian War into an epic. The Cautiverio Feliz by Francisco Núñez de Pinto y Bascanon, the Restauración de la Imperial by Juan de Barrenechea y Albiz, and Tuque Plena by a writer who assumed the name of Pancho Milaluba reveal a less exalted vision and purpose than the earlier writers, less seriousness of thought, and a less effective use of the Spanish language. They drifted towards the expression of subjective moods and into giving their verses a distinctly satirical tone. The muse of Bascanon, with philosophico-moral tendencies in sentiment, was not long in becoming entirely mystical. The verses of Juan de Barrenechea y Albiz are passed over by the Chilean critic as in reality without animation or sentiment, leaving the writer with no higher rank than that of a rhymer. The writer of Tuque Plena calls his work an heroic poem. It consists of 10 divisions called decadas and aims, among other objects, to represent the changes that had come over the Araucanian country in the period between the time of Ursula and the last half of the 18th century, when the inhabitants had ceased to be rebellious, and the sons of caciques were taking advantage of facilities for education provided by the Spanish government. The critic suggests that the element of burlesque and satire in the poem may have been one of the reasons why the author wished to conceal his identity under an assumed name. Among other verse makers who obtained a certain local celebrity, Padre Lopez was especially noted. He was a Dominican friar and was known as a wit and an improvisator, but very naturally, having gained this reputation, many sayings were attributed to him for which he was not answerable. Yet an attempt has been made to attach to him the designation of the Chilean Quevito. Most of his productions that have survived are occasional satirical pieces. In fact, the serious things of life seem not to have come within the field of his vision. He was a pronounced enemy of the Jesuits, but a welcome participant in meetings pervaded by a spirit of revelry. Another ecclesiastic, Padre Escudero, a Franciscan, wrote much in the same vein as Padre Lopez and showed no more inclination than Lopez to abide by the regulations that are supposed to control the conduct of monks. In the last quarter of the 18th century appeared a number of poems narrating events that had made an impression on the public mind. Those narrating in metrical form the tale of thieves asphyxiated in their attempt to carry off the treasures of a mine, the death of Bishop Alday, and the destructive flood of the Mapocho in 1780 are chiefly noteworthy by reason of having been remembered by the people, thus magnifying and immortalizing their subjects. There is also manifest at this time a tendency to invent new forms of verse in which to express commonplace thoughts. To these late years of the century belong also the satirical verses of Fernandez Hortelano, issued under the title Ensalada Poetica Jocosiera. With the spiritual awakening and the extension of education among the Creoles, it was to be expected that many persons would essay poetic flights. Still, the most important intellectual tendencies were along political, not poetical, lines. Whatever ideas came from other nations, from North America or from France, tended to arouse the people to practical action rather than to stimulate their poetic fancies. The poets were distinctly minor poets: Geronimo Hurtado de Mendoza, Antonio Campuzano. José Orozco is probably the most widely known of the Ecuadorian poets. He was born in Riobamba in 1733. His principal literary product was the epic poem called La Conquista de Menorca. At nearly the same time, there was born in Ibarra a writer, Ramon Viesas, who as a lyric poet held a place comparable with that held by Orozco as an epic poet. Two other poets, Ambrosio and Joaquin Larrea, born about the middle of the 18th century, became residents of Italy and in their later writings made use of the Italian language. Although Juan de Velasco is especially known for his Historia del Reino de Quito, he left certain mediocre writings in verse. He was born in Riobamba in 1727. The minor poets are, like the poor, always with us, and among these in Ecuador in the 18th century may be classed Juan Alori, Manuel Orozco, José Garrido, and Nicolás Crespo. The name of Juan Manuel Lavardin had passed almost completely out of memory in Buenos Aires, when it was recalled by the publication of the Oda al Paraná in El Telegrafo Mercantil. Later researches have revealed very little concerning the youth and early education of the author. He was known in Buenos Aires as a licenciado honorary oidor of the Audiencia of La Plata and auditor de guerra. The title of auditor de guerra was created by Philip V. 1738, and first held by Florencio Antonio Mereras. It passed to Juan Manuel Lavardin, a lawyer of distinction, under the approval of the king dated April 30, 1761. Lavardin's title to a place in the literary history of his country rests on a satira, the drama of Siripo, and the Oda al Paraná. It is through various persons that Lavardin voices his satire of things colonial. The new nobles are among his victims. Resenting the contemptuous attitude of Lima towards Buenos Aires, the poet was pleased to point to the fact that in spite of the haughtiness and family pride of the nobles, they did not hesitate to abase themselves even by mingling Spanish blood with the dark and turbulent blood that flows in the veins of the daughters of Mozambique. In some of the lines, a political radicalism appears, which is a youth's anticipation, in 1786, of the revolutionary democracy of 3 decades later. El pueblo que de libre si gloria produce nobles almas, que ninguno quisieran conceder la primacía. Siripo takes its title from the leading character of the drama, one of 2 caciques, Mangor and Siripo, of the tribe of Timbu, pacified residents at the fort of Santo Espiritu, who both conceived an ardent passion for Lucia Miranda, the wife of the Spaniard Sebastián Hurtado. These pacified savages traitorously get possession of the fort in the absence of Hurtado. Lucia remains the captive of Siripo on the taking and burning of the fort, but Hurtado returns and is persuaded that Lucia still lives. He goes in pursuit of her and gives himself over to the caciques, with whom he finds Lucia. The previous appearance on the scene of Miranda, the father of Lucia, with a suggestion that Siripo shall become a Christian on condition of receiving the hand of Lucia, although, aside from the main story, is too grim a proposition to be thought of as furnishing the comedy element of the play. Hurtado and Lucia are unable to conceal their mutual affection, and the savage jealousy of Siripo is aroused. The drama was played at several towns in Argentina, but only a fragment of it has been preserved. The text of a few scenes have been printed by Gutierrez. The following lines, a part of the 12th scene of the second act, will give a sufficient idea of Lavardin's verses. Lucia aprellurada. Compasivo es mi Dios con una ingrata respiras todavía, esposo amado on duran mis delicias, duno mío mis lágrimas los cielos apiadaran. Como evitaste el embarazo sangriento, ti mira y mi pers que es milagro. Sin duda ti heririan, abrindo la rapilla, y por is, en venerm a buscar has sido tardo. Hurtado laroso. Hicieron mi creer mis camaradas, que murieras la noche del exalto. Lucia. Que tu lores mi bien, y que la de jazz mi turnas entonces. Los amargos fenecidos pasers no dilates que si tornaran gozos en tus brazos, she, mi bien. Cuando en dulces soldades de afanes, tan cruels recormos el recuerdo, serán del amor nuestro testimonios que estrechan nuestros lazos. Hurtado. O consulo infeliz. Consulo estéril, el monstruo del furor has abortado, mas amargo, mi bien, hace est gozo de nuestra desventura el triste plazo, mi perdiste y ti pierdo. Y el cacique quinsoy, sabe. Lucia. Mi Dios, mas cuando te halo constante y amoroso, esposo mío, el morir junto a ti será regalo. Hurtado. Elohimos de morir de alguna suerte, y, yaquais fuiza, con honor muramos, Lucia, mi Lucia, mustra el cielo que ha tomado nuestra honra por su cargo, mi mando a confortart. 10 presents tu patria y religion, y cuanto te amo. Lucia. Que ya no me conoces, tu me animas, dudas que alegre morire a tu lado. Whatever influences had been exerted in South America by the ancient classic forms and spirit was subdued by the French literary spirit during and after the reign of Philip V. And the drama of Siripo, as Gutierrez suggests, was cast in the classical mold of the French school, in so far as the subject and the condition of some of the characters permitted it. The Ode al Paraná, offering an opportunity to set forth the riches of unspoiled nature in the New World, was Lavardin's most noteworthy literary achievement. It became the model for later poetic efforts to glorify the country, like Vicente López's Triunfo Argentino. 4. Viceroy Gil de Taboada Lemus, 1790–1796, stimulated literary activity in Lima by extending his friendly patronage to men of letters. He gathered about the vice-regal court persons of talent who were interested in the spread of knowledge and whose special attainments fitted them to become instrumental in the development of cultivation. These persons decided to cooperate in issuing a literary and historical periodical, and their plan was approved by the viceroy. He offered to furnish from the archives and the records of public offices such data or material as might be useful in executing the project. In this way, the famous Mercurio Peruano came into existence. The entire lack of freedom of printing in the Spanish dependencies made the established relation to the viceroy indispensable. And thus, under his sanction, there was organized a private literary association designed, by the cooperation of its members, to provide the articles required for the pages of the proposed periodical. The viceroy was a member of this association and held the title of protector, and the association itself assumed the title of Amantes del País. Prior to the founding of the Mercurio Peruano, there had existed a periodical for the presentation of economic and commercial subjects called Diario Erudito, which ceased publication at the end of its second year. The first number of the Mercurio appeared on the 1st of January, 1791, under the editorial direction of Jason de Calero y Moreira. The periodical itself was designed to treat of scientific, political, commercial, historical, and statistical subjects, in a manner hitherto quite unknown in the colonies. It was continued until 11 volumes had been completed by the association, and on the failure of funds to meet further expenses of publication, Padre Cisneros, who had succeeded the former secretary of the society, caused a 12th volume to be printed at his own expense. In this year, 1791, there was formed, moreover, a new society called Tertulia Poetica, which held frequent meetings for the examination of articles or poems presented, some of which were published in the Mercurio Peruano. In 1793, the viceroy decided to publish a Gaceta de Lima, reviving a title that had been used in the middle of the century, in order that the inhabitants of the viceroyalty might have a properly accredited journal that would inform them regarding the excesses of the French Revolution, of which various rumors were reaching their ears. For this purpose, the viceroy concluded that it would be better to have an independent journal rather than to give to the Mercurio Peruano an official character. The number of the persons associated with the Mercurio would make it practically impossible to prevent their intervention in the determination of what should be published. These persons, for the greater part, were men of high ideals and not in sympathy with all of the views and practices of the government, and the viceroy had doubtless reason to believe that their interference would furnish a source of embarrassment, for he evidently did not propose, in the Gazette, to present the unvarnished truth, but on the other hand, through its pages, to carry on a propaganda against revolutionary doctrines, free criticism of the Church, and republican attacks on the absolute state. The Gaceta was continued until 1821, and it made public only such facts or documents as the government wished to have known, in other words, falsified and garbled information. 5. Some of the ablest writers of the transition period were interested in the Mercurio Peruano as contributors. Dr. Hipólito Unanue was of this class. He was a native of Peru, born in Arica in 1755. He completed his studies for an ecclesiastical career, but was persuaded by his uncle, Padre Pedro Pabon, to abandon his plan to enter the church and to direct his attention to scientific studies. Under this advice, he turned to the study of medicine, and at the same time he became known for his attainments in mathematics, physics, and natural history. Between 1783 and 1797, he wrote a political, ecclesiastical, and statistical account of the Viceroyalty of Peru. He held a professorship of anatomy in Lima and exerted an effective influence in increasing facilities for anatomical study in that city. Under the name of Aristio, he wrote for the Mercurio Peruano and was a member of the Society of Amantes del País, which consisted of 30 members, 21 of whom were residents of Lima. In order to acquire membership, one had to offer 2 discourses. These having been found acceptable, the case was presented to the viceroy for his approval. On the occasion of his inauguration, the new member was required to deliver an address. A committee of censors examined productions presented to decide as to their fitness for publication. Among Unanue's writings, his Observaciones sobre el clima de Lima y sus influencias en los seres organizados, en especial el hombre, attracted much attention. It was published at Lima in 1806 and at Madrid in 1815. It is divided into 3 sections. The first section treats of the history of the climate of Peru, the second of the influence of climate on organized beings, the third of the influence of climate in relation to health and disease. This section contains an extensive review of the means essential to the preservation of health under different climatic conditions, particularly under the climatic conditions prevailing in Peru. The bulk of the writings of Hipólito Unanue belong to a period subsequent to that here under consideration. Padre Francisco González Laguna was also a contributor to the Mercurio. He wrote under the name of Thimio. He had marked attainments as a botanist and participated in the work of the botanical expedition directed by Ruiz and Pavon and in that of Malaspina's expedition. The plant Gonzalaguna dependens was named in his honor by Hipólito Ruiz. Laguna and Juan Tafella were commissioned to arrange the Botanical Garden of Lima. Besides articles published in the Mercurio, Laguna wrote various papers on natural history and a work called Silo Sacerdotal para con los no nacidos, in which one may find data with respect to the number of missionaries who had perished at the hands of the Indians in the wilds of Huánuco, Huamales, and Tarma. Also an account of the exotic plants that had been introduced into Lima during the previous 30 years. Another writer for the Mercurio was José Ignacio Lecuenda, who held various offices in Peru between 1782 and 1801, accountant in the Tribunal of Accounts, treasurer of Guamanga, royal official accountant at Trujillo, and later accountant of the customs at Lima. His articles dealt with geographical questions, agriculture, industry, and commerce. He wrote also on matters of politics and administration. In the Mercurio, he published an account of the vagrants in Lima and of the means proposed for employing them. He affirmed that in Lima, 2/3 of the inhabitants supported the rest, and that this state of vagabondage was due to the freedom with which the inhabitants, the foreigners as well as other classes, acceded to requests for charity, in this way developing in large numbers of persons an unwillingness to work. The sons of artisans, as well as many persons of other classes, refused to take up the careers of their fathers. The women refused to work, preferring to attach themselves to families where they might obtain mere subsistence or to acquire a livelihood in some other way. The existence of distinct classes added to the social confusion. The whites and the mestizos refused to treat as their equals the Negroes and the mulattoes, while these in turn refused to undertake domestic service or labor in the fields and attempted to imitate the members of the dominant class. This periodical contained also notable articles on quina. These appeared in the 8th and 12th volumes. Juan López Canizares is said to have been the first European to acquire knowledge of the medicinal properties of this plant, communicated to him by an Indian. In 1630, knowing that the wife of the viceroy, the Condesa de Chinchon, was ill with an exhausting intermittent fever, López sent a quantity of quina to the viceroy, and this was administered to the countess by Dr. Juan de Vega with eminently satisfactory results. This incident induced Linnaeus to give the plant the name of cinchona. Some of the bark in the form of a powder was taken to Madrid, where it was examined by physicians and rejected as a medicine. It was nevertheless used, and noteworthy cures were effected. Here it was known as polvos de la Condesa. It was later taken to Rome by Jesuits and became known in Italy, France, and Germany as Jesuits' powder. Some light is thrown on the spirit of the 17th century by its reception generally in Europe. Persons who observed its effects could not deny its efficacy, but they attributed these effects to a pact which the Peruvians had made with the devil. It was discredited in France and Germany. The English prohibited its use, and the learned men of Salamanca maintained that it was an unpardonable sin for a physician to prescribe it. Late in the 18th century, in spite of the fact that Charles Roman III tried to encourage the extraction of cinchona bark, certain physicians in Spain continued to speak of it as a remedy that was worse than the disease. But its properties had already attracted the attention and called forth the commendation of Dr. José Celestino Mutis, the distinguished botanist of New Granada. Dr. Gabriel Morno, a distinguished physician who was born in Peru in 1735, occupied a prominent place among the scientific men of South America during the last half of the 18th century. His special field of research was botany. The Mercurio Peruano contains an article on coca by him. He published other papers and a series of biographies of distinguished Peruvians. Francisco Ruiz Lozano, professor of mathematics Dr. Juan Ramón Koenig, the first cosmographer of Peru, and Dr. Cosme Bueno, a physician of note in Lima. Adami, who went to Peru with the botanical expedition of 1778, dedicated a plant, which he discovered to Dr. Morno, calling it Morna peruana. Politics and literature, as well as the sciences of nature, claimed some part of the attention of contributors to the Mercurio. Dr. José Ignacio Morno, a professor in the University of San Marcos, born in Guayaquil, published here certain of his discourses on various subjects. One of these was on freedom of worship, another treated of the supremacy of the Pope. A third was a report concerning the creation of the bishopric of Junin. Dr. Morno lived on beyond the limit of the colonial period, and, as a member of a patriotic society created in 1822, his discourses concerning a form of government for Peru produced great popular dissatisfaction, for he spoke in opposition to the general sentiment of Spanish America, which accepted the principles of democratic rule. He died in 1841. On one occasion, at least, the Amantes del País got into embarrassment through the freedom of their criticism. The Franciscan Antonio Oliverieta, writing in the Seminario, undertook to treat of the public amusements, the dress, the balls, promenades, and receptions of Lima. Writers in the Mercurio analyzed Oliverieta's article and made certain satirical allusions to the subjects treated, and their observations displeased many persons who appear to have had influence with the authorities, for the number of the periodical for June 23, 1791, was suppressed. It was, however, replaced by another number of the same date. 6. The noteworthy success achieved by the Mercurio Peruano was one of the inducements leading to the establishment of El Telegrafo Mercantil at Buenos Aires in 1801. The founder and editor was Francisco Antonio Cabello. His announced purpose in founding this periodical was to advance science and the arts, to create a school of philosophy that would banish the barbarous forms of scholasticism, to extend the knowledge of agriculture, and to inform the readers of the progress and new discoveries in history, archaeology, literature, and other departments of human learning. The first number was issued on April 1, 1801, and it appeared thereafter during its continuance generally twice a week. The first volume of 35 numbers covered the months of April, May, June, and July. The second volume, September, October, November, and December. The third volume, January, February, March, and April, of 1802. The fourth volume, May, June, July, and August. But the fifth and last volume was never completed. Its fourth number, the last issued, appeared on October 17, 1802. It contained an article which the public found extremely objectionable. In this article, the editor wrote that there existed no place under the sun more effective than Rio de la Plata for encouraging the idleness of foreigners, on account of the abundance of food and of the superabundance of unmarried women, lovers of society and of luxury. And in order to remedy this evil, this article further proposed that towns should be built on the coast of Patagonia, that all Spanish bachelors in the country should be arrested and induced to marry, and afterwards sent to the new Patagonian towns under penalty of a forced return to Spain of all those who would not accept the hand of some poor young woman of Buenos Aires, and who would not be willing to establish themselves either at the Bay of San Julian or the Bay of San Macias. This article put an end to the Telegrafo Mercantil. The viceroy, in justice to those who had been offended, ordered the publication to be suspended. The Argentine critic, José María Gutiérrez, says the editor, proposed to realize in Buenos Aires the design conceived by the editors of Mercurio Peruano without possessing the judgment, the serenity of character, and the literary qualities that distinguished Ananu, Baquijano, and other writers of that part of America, the founders and supporters of that famous publication. But one must confess, he continues, that in spite of the incompetence of the editor and the great defects displayed by the Telegrafo Mercantil, the appearance of that publication marks an epoch of progress, and that, by awakening a curiosity for reading and the natural ambition to write for the press, it gave a visible impulse to minds and to ideas. In its pages appeared for the first time the Ode of Lavardin to the Rio Paraná, the Fables of Azcaynaga, and other contributions, which are not to be underestimated and are an honor to the country, the first essays of the patriotic muse. In it one finds also descriptions of some of the Argentine cities and provinces, and various contributions by Hinck, the first meteorological observations published in Buenos Aires, important and curious isolated data concerning commercial practice, and the price of objects of production and consumption throughout the whole viceroyalty. Side note, the Seminario de Agricultura, Industria, y Comercio at Buenos Aires. Another periodical publication was established in Buenos Aires in 1802. This was the Seminario de Agricultura, Industria, y Comercio. The first number appeared on September 1, 1802, and the last on February 11, 1807. It was edited by Juan Hipólito Vieites. It greatly surpassed its predecessor with respect to the method shown in the arrangement of its material and in the judgment displayed in selecting this material. 7. The expedition of Malaspina was also a factor of the movement, in the last third of the 18th century, to increase the world's scientific knowledge of South America. This expedition would merit no special remark in this place, but for the fact that Taddeo Hinck, one of its members, remained to be a permanent resident of Upper Peru, and became a contributor to the intellectual activity of that part of the continent. Hinck was born in Trebitz, Bohemia, near the Saxon frontier, on October 5, 1761. He studied at Prague and was promoted to the degree of doctor in 1782. 4 years later, he removed to Vienna and continued his studies in mineralogy under Professor Ignatius Born and botany under Professor Nicholas Jackin. His relation to these men was also that of a collaborator. Under the initiative of the latter, he made a botanical exploration of the Alps. He was also charged with the preparation of the 8th edition of Linnaeus, Genera Plantarum. At this time, 1788, the Spanish government was preparing the scientific expedition to be commanded by Malaspina, and asked Professors Born and Jackin to designate a person who might join the expedition in the capacity of naturalist. Without hesitation, they nominated Taddeo Hinck, who, although only 27 years old, had already given evidence of remarkable knowledge and ability. Their suggestion was accepted, and Hinck entered upon the journey from Vienna to Cadiz, but by a miscalculation of the time required for it, and by delays in Paris and Madrid, he arrived at the port shortly after the Descubierta and the Atrevida had sailed. He followed by the first merchant ship available. This was wrecked at the mouth of the Rio de la Plata, and through this misfortune Hinck lost most of his books, papers, and instruments. He arrived at Montevideo 8 days after Malaspina had departed for the Strait and the Pacific. Aided by the government of Buenos Aires, Hinck now undertook the overland journey across the Pampas and over the Andes. When he arrived at Santiago, April 10, 1790, Malaspina's ships had already anchored at Valparaiso. The expedition sailed northward along the coast, and the most important halt was in the port of Callao. The ships were left under the necessary guard, and the members of the company established themselves for 4 months in the valley of the Rimac. The Viceroy Francisco de Gil y Lemus received the officers and the scientists, but the festivities of the viceregal court did not prevent somewhat elaborate investigations in Peru. Hinck, accompanied by the botanist Tafella and the draftsman Pulgar, went over the Andes to Tarma and visited Huánuco and the mines of Cerro del Pasco. Tafella and Pulgar had been associated with the botanical expedition under Ruiz and Pavon, and after its return to Spain, they remained under orders from the government to continue their botanical investigations in Peru and to make collections to replace those that had been lost at Macora. Towards the end of 1790, Malaspina's expedition continued its northward voyage, halting at Guayaquil, Panama, Acapulco, and advancing to the Strait of Fuca and into the Bering Sea. In the beginning of 1792, it entered upon the voyage across the Pacific, to the Philippine Islands and Australia, and returning, arrived at Callao July 23, 1793. This long voyage was for Hinck a period of fatiguing and profitless idleness, and when the expedition started on its homeward voyage from Peru, it was determined by Malaspina and approved by the viceroy that Hinck should be temporarily separated from the ships and go to Buenos Aires by way of Huancavelica, Cusco, and Potosi, for the purpose of continuing his investigations in botany and zoology. Louis Ni, another member of the scientific staff, was permitted to leave the Atrevida at Concepcion in Chile and proceed by land to Buenos Aires and meet the ships at Montevideo. But Hinck, on account of the great extent of his proposed journey, had permission to delay his arrival in Buenos Aires until October or November 1794. Ni complied with the stated requirements, rejoined the expedition at Montevideo, and returned to Spain. Hincke, on the other hand, failed to carry out the conditions under which he was permitted to cross the continent. Letters from him received by his companions at Montevideo announced that on account of the extent of his explorations, reaching to the territory of the Mojos and Chiquitos, he would be delayed beyond the time specified for his arrival in Buenos Aires, but that he believed he would be in Montevideo and embark for Europe in the early part of the following year. But this belief was not well founded. He never left America. He was granted a pension by the viceroy, established himself at Cochabamba, and continued his scientific researches. The principal product of his inquiries was his Historia Natural de Cochabamba. This was written in 1798. To the same period belong his Memoria Saber, Los Rios Navegables que Fluyen al Maranon, and Descripción del Perú. Numerous fragments of these works were published in the Telegrafo Mercantil, but without his name. Paul Groussac, who caused the Natural History of Cochabamba to be published in the first volume of the Annals de la Biblioteca, characterized its style, in the preliminary essay on the life of Hincke, as that of descriptive science, simple and positive, and as far from the incorrect Creole verbosity as from the elegant precision of the French travelers. Of Hincke he affirms, "We find ourselves in the presence of a savant of high quality, worthy by his own ideas as well as by his vast and varied knowledge to take his place, if destiny had not decreed otherwise, in that illustrious galaxy near the end of the last century, in which Priestley, Scheele, and Lavoisier shine as stars of the first magnitude." But his marvelous zeal for exploration and investigation gradually waned. Isolation, lack of the results attained by other investigators, the spiritual inertia of frontier conditions, and a relaxing climate wrought, in the course of time, their deadly work, dulling the acuteness of his mind and destroying his energy. And the end, it is reported, was hastened by the carelessness of a servant, who, in his illness at his hacienda, administered by mistake a dose of poison in place of the beneficent medicine. He died in 1817. 8. Perhaps to these indications of an intellectual awakening in Spanish South America, one ought to add a reference to a forerunner of modern aviation, who achieved fame to such an extent that he became known as El Volador. This was Santiago Cardenas, who was born in Callao about 1726. Here he lived with his parents, who were extremely poor until they secured for him, while he was still very young, a position on a vessel trading between Callao and the coast of Chile. The tidal wave that succeeded the earthquake of 1746 threw the vessel, to which he was attached, upon the shore. This event deprived the seafaring life of some of its attractions for him, and he left his service and went to Lima. Here he devoted himself to work in practical mechanics. Having acquired noteworthy skill in this field, he became ambitious to invent a machine for flying, and petitioned Viceroy Amat for support to enable him to carry out his project. The inhabitants of Lima did not receive with favor his proposal to fly from the hill San Cristobal to the great square of the city, and on his appearance on the streets they hooted at him and stoned him. The government, however, intervened and set aside the proposed attempt. Thereafter El Volador's efforts were directed to writing a book on flying, which he called Nouveau Système de Naviger pour les airs. In 1860, the manuscript of this book was in the library of the School of Medicine. It was afterwards transferred to the National Library at Lima, but some pages at the end had been lost, as also some of the rude pen drawings. But in 1878, Ricardo Palma had the manuscript copied and printed at Valparaiso in a little volume of 130 pages. In the introduction, he set down certain curious facts regarding Cardenas. The next year, Pedro Ruiz published a pamphlet in which he discussed the art of flying. Mendiburu, from whose notice of the Volador these facts are taken, refers to a manuscript in the Library of Lima entitled Voyage al Globo de la Luna, giving some account of Santiago el Volador. In the course of time, the populace recovered from its aversion to Cardenas' project, and it is reported that he had to seek asylum in a church to escape from the crowd that wished to compel him to fulfill his promise to fly. Although this general survey of the intellectual activity in Spanish South America in the last decades of the colonial period brings to light no epoch-making achievements, there is revealed, however, an increasing interest in the real world, in the sciences that deal with natural phenomena, in literature that is worldly in its tone and subjects, and in the spread of enlightenment through the press that might lead to the formation of a reasonable public opinion. In many quarters, there were signs that the new generation was arousing itself to overcome the dullness of the middle years of the 18th century. The Creoles and the mestizos had been drawn together, and through their union, a new society had come into existence. The young Creoles in New Granada gathered about Mutis as his disciples and co-workers in the field of scientific investigation, and, with Narino as their leader, announced their adherence to the doctrine of political liberty. Everywhere they displayed a spirit of revolt against the institutions through which Spanish absolutism had found expression, and they resented with increasing vigor and determination their exclusion from participation in the direction of public affairs that vitally concerned their welfare. The end. Appendix. A catalog under authors' names of the books mentioned in the text. Wherever possible, the dates and places of publication of first editions have been given. Modern working editions are also included, where they exist. If a given edition is to be found in the British Museum, the letter L is printed, in square brackets, immediately after the date. The English alphabet has been followed. The spelling of the Spanish names and titles has been modernized throughout. The chapter reference at the end of an entry indicates where in the text an account of the author will be found. Acosta, Joaquin, Compendio Histórico del Descubrimiento y Colonización de la Nueva Granada, Paris, 1848. Eleges de Varones Illustres de Indias, compuestas por Juan de Castellanos. Short article printed in Antologia Española, Volume Roman 3 QV, Cap, Roman 7. Acosta, José de Natura Novi Orbis et de Promulgation Evangeliae apud Barbaros, sive de Procuranda Indorum Salute. Salamanca, 1589. The De Promulgation was published separately. Salamanca, 1594. De Vera Scripturi Interpretandi Ration, AC de Christo in Scripturis Revelatis. Rome, 1590. Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias. Seville, 1590. Histoire naturelle et morale des Indes, etc. trans. By R. Rignaud, Paris, 1597. History naturelle and moral van de Westers Indian, etc. trans. By J. Highcombe van Linscote. Haarlem, 1598. The Natural and Moral History of the East and West Indies. Trans. By E. Grimestone, London, 1604. London, 1880. German trans. From the Dutch in T. de Bry's America, Tale Roman 9, Frankfurt A.M., 1601. Latin trans. From the Dutch in T. de Bry's America, Pars Roman 9, Frankfurt A.M., 1602. Sumario del Concilio Provincial, que se celebró en la Ciudad de los Reyes, el año 1567. Madrid, 1591. Concilium Limens Celebratum anno 1583, ascribed to Acosta, Madrid 1591. See Medina J.T. Bib. Hisp. Amer, Volume I. De Temporibus Novissimus, Leon 1592, Cap. Roman 4I. Acuna Cristobal de El Nuevo Descubrimiento del Gran Rio de las Amazonas, Madrid, 1641. Printed in Colección de Libros, que tratan de America Raros o Curiosos, Volume Roman 2, QV. Relation de la Rivière des Amazons, Transl, by M. de Gomerville, to which is added Journal du Voyage quant 8 les Piers J. Grillet et F. Bechamel de la Salle. De Jacis, dans la Goyenne, Elan 1674. 4 vols, Paris, 1682. New Discovery of the Great River of the Amazons, Trans and ed. By Sir Clements Markham in Expeditions into the Valley of the Amazons, Q.V. Cap. X. Roman 3. Aguirre Antonio, Razón de las Noticias de la Provincia de San Lorenzo Martir de Chile, etc. ms. 1742. Cap. Roman 12 v. Aguilar del Rio, Juan Bautista, Restauración y Reparo del Perú, 1615. A report dated 1623 to the king on the misfortunes and needs of the Indians, later printed. See Mendiburu Dick, Hist. Biog, del Perro, cap xi. Aguirre, Juan Bautista. Concepción de Nuestra Senora and La Rebelión y Queda de los Buesos Secuaces, both contained in versos castellanos, obras juveniles, miscellaneas, manuscript in possession of a collector in Guayaquil. C. Gutierrez, Juan Maria, Estudios Biográficos y Críticos p. 237. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Aguirre Miguel de, Población de Valdivia, Lima, 1647. Cap. Roman 9, Roman 6, cap. Roman 16, Roman 4. Alcido Antonio de, Diccionario Geográfico Histórico de las Indias Occidentales, 5 vols, Madrid, 1786-1789. The Geographical and Historical Dictionary of America and the West Indies, translation with large editions by G. A. Thompson, 5 vols, London, 1812-15. Cap. Roman 16 v. Alcido y Herrera, Dionisio de. Aviso Histórico-Geográfico con noticias particulares de la América Meridional, Madrid, 1741. Compendio Histórico de la Provincia, Partidos, Ciudad Estelero Ríos y Puerto de Guayaquil, Madrid, 1741. Cap. Roman 16 v. Alcócer Hernando de, Orlando Furioso, Nuevamente Traducido por H. de Toledo 1550. Cap. v. Eliseo Adrián de, Vida de Santo Tomás de Aquino en Quintiles, Madrid. El Angelico, a poem in praise of St. Thomas Aquinas, Murcia, 1645. C. Antonio N., Biblioteca Hispana Nova and Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog, del Perro article Menacho, cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Algunas Hazanas de las Muchas de Don Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza, Madrid, 1622. A comedy composed by several authors, Mayra de Amescua, etc. Printed in Colxion de Out, Esp, Volume Roman 20 QV Cap, Roman 6 Roman 4. Aloza, Juan de. El breve oficio del nombre de Maria. El Silo Estrelado de Maria. Madrid, 1654. C. Mendiburu dic Hist, Biog del Perro, cap. Roman 14 Roman 4. Alvarez de Toledo, Fernando, El Purane Indemito, Pubble, in Biblioteca Americana QV. La Arcana, Ms. Lost. Several octaves quoted in Historica Relación del Reino de Chile by Alonso de Oval QV cap. Roman 6 Roman 3. Amador de los Rios, José. Vida y Escritos de Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés, prefixed to span. Academies 1851 ed. Of Fernández de Oviedo's Historia General, QV cap. Roman 2 I. Amanatgui Gregorio Victor. Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, article Pubble in Annals de la Universidad de Chile, volume Roman 28, March, 1866 QV. Amanatgui Soler Domingo, Las Encomiendas de Indígenas en Chile, 2 vols, Santiago de Chile, 1909-10. Don Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, Santiago de Chile, 1898, cap. Roman 6 3. Annals de Historia Natural. Edited by C. Hergen, L. J. Proust, D. Fernandez, and A. J. Cavanels, Madrid, 1799-1800. Continued as Annals de Ciencias Naturales, Madrid, 1801-1804. Annals de la Biblioteca, Biblioteca Nacional de Buenos Aires, Buenos Aires, 1900, etc. Annals de la Universidad de Chile. Santiago de Chile, 1843-45, Valparaiso, 1846, etc. In progress. The set in British Museum imperfect, wanting the vols. For 1845-46, -48, -53. General de los Annals, compuesto por Ramón Briceño, Santiago de Chile, 1856. Annals del Cusco, C. Palma Ricardo. Andagoya, Pascual de. Relación de los Sucesos de Pedrarias de Villa en las Provincias de Tierra Firme, etc. Pubble. By Fernández de Navarrete, M. In Colxión de Viajes y Descubrimientos, del siglo Roman 15, volume Roman 3 QV. Narrative of the Proceedings of Pedrarias de Villa in the Provinces of Tierra Firme, Transl, and edited by Sir Clements Markham. Hakluyt Society, London, 1865. Cap. Roman 2, Roman 3. Andrade Alonso, Vida de P. Pedro Claver under pseudonym Geronimo Suarez Sornoza, Madrid, 1657. Cap. Xiv. Angelis, Pedro. Colección de obras y documentos relativos a la historia antigua y moderna de las provincias del Río de la Plata. 6 vols, 1836-37. Inglés y Gortari, Meches de los Jesuitas en el Paraguay. Copia del informe sobre los puntos que han sido causa de las discordias sucedidas en la ciudad de la Asunción. Madrid, 1769. Cap. Roman 13, Roman 6. Annales des voyages de la géographie et de l'histoire, aux collection des voyages nouveaux, traduits de toutes les langues européennes, etc. Pubble. By M. Maltbrun. 24 vols. Paris, 1808-14. Nouvelles Annales des voyages. Pubble. By M. Maltbrun, M. Turnox Compans and others. 6 series. Paris, 1819-1870. Antiquario y Castro, José de. Carta primerque escribió el señor Dr. Don J. de Ayc a Fray José de Palos, Obispo del Paraguay. Lima, 1726, printed by Jesuit Mission in Pueblo de SFR. Xavier, Paraguay, 1727, cap. Antologia Spanola. Ed. by C. Hergen L. J. Proust D. Fernandez and A. J. Cavanilles, Madrid, 1848. Antomas Domingo, Art de Perseverancia Final en Gracia, Lima, 1766, cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Antonio Nicolás, Biblioteca Hispana Nova, Madrid, 1783. Biblioteca Hispana Vadis, Madrid, 1788. Apolinar Francisco, Suma Moral y Resumen Brevissimo de todas las obras del Dr. Machado, Madrid, 1661. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Arbaedo Ignacio de Historia de la Provincia del Peru. Ms. was in the archives of Lima, but is lost. Suma de los Obras Teológicas del PFR, Suarez, C. Bib de la Sai de Jesus, pt. I. Cap. Xi Roman 2. Archivo Boliviano, C. Bolivian y Rojas v. Estate Miguel de, C. Estate Miguel de. Avila Gaspar de, Gobernador Prudent, printed in Prima Part de Comedias Escogidas, Volume Roman 21, QV Cap. Roman 6, Roman 4. Azquenaga Domingo de, Fables, published in Telegrafo Mercantil, Buenos Aires, 18012. C. Medina, J.T., La Imprenta en Buenos Aires, Cap. Roman 17, Roman 6. Bado Sebastián, C. Baldi Sebastiano. Baldi Sebastiano, Anastasis Cordices Peruviani su Chini Defensio, 2 parts, Genoa 1663. Cap. Roman 17 v. Bolivian Manuel Vicente and Kramer Pedro. Tadio Hink. Escritos, precedidos de algunos apuntes para su biografía y acompañados de varios documentos ilustrativos. La Paz, 1898. Bolivian y Rojas, Vicente. Ed. Archivo Boliviano. Colección de documentos relativos a la historia de Bolivia durante la época colonial, con un catálogo de obras impresas y de manuscritos que tratan de esa parte de la América Meridional. Paris, Leipzig, 1872. Bonos y Sotomayor Diego, Constitutions Sinodales del Obispado de Venezuela, Madrid, 1698, reprinted Caracas, 1848. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Baquijano y Carrillo, José de. Elogio del Excellentissimo Señor Don Agustín de Jorigui y Aldecoa, Vuri, Gobernador, y Capitán General de los Reinos del Peru, Chile, etc. Lima, 1781. Relectio extemporanea ad explanationem legis Pamphilo Roman 39. De delegatis et fidei, Commissus Roman 3, 1788. Lima, 1788. Allegado que en la oposición a la Cátedra de Prima de Leyes de la Universidad de San Marcos de Lima, dijo el Dr. J. de BYC, 29 de abril de 1788, Lima, 1788. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 6. Barcia a González de. C. González de Barcia Carbolito y Zúñiga, A. Barco Centenera Martin del, La Argentina, Lisbon, 1602. Printed by González de Barcia in Historiadores Primitivos, etc. Volume Roman 3, QV. Printed by Angelis P. in Colección de Obras y Documentos Relativos a la Historia del Río de la Plata, QV. Printed by Díaz de Guzmán in Historia Argentina, Volume Roman 3, QV. Facsimile reprint of First Lisbon edition, with preface by J. M. Gutierrez Pubble, by Junta de Historia y Numismática Americana. Buenos Aires, 1912. Cap, Roman 8. Barraza, Jacinto. First volume of Sermons. Madrid, 1678. Second volume, Madrid, 1678. Historia de las Fundaciones de los Colegios y Casas de la Provincia del Perú de la Compañía de Jesús, etc. Ms. in possession of Monseñor Garcia Sanz. C. Tor Saldamando, Los Antiguos Jesuitas del Perú, Cap. Xi, Roman 2. Barrenechea y Albais Juan, Restauración de la Imperial y Conversión de Almas en Fieles, Ms. C. Medina, Biblioteca Americana, Cap. Xi I. Barros Arana, Diego, Historia General de Chile, 16 vols, Santiago, 1884-1902. Historia General de la Independencia de Chile, 4 vols, Santiago, 1854-58. Proceso de Pedro de Valdivia y otros documentos ineditos concernientes a este conquistador. Santiago de Chile, 1873. El Inca, Garcilaso de la Vega. Printed in B. Ace Obras Completas Roman 8, 150-158. Retorica Poetica. Obras Completas Roman 3, 309. Obras Completas, 11 vols, Santiago de Chile, 1908-1911. See also Revista Chilena and Biblioteca Americana. Benzoni, Girolamo, La Historia del Mondo Nuovo, Venice, 1565, Cap Roman 3, Roman 8. Bertonio, Ludovico, Art y Grammatica muy copiosa de la lengua aymara, Rome, 1603. Art de la lengua aymara con una silva de phrases y su declaración en romance. Chucuito, 1612. Confusionario muy copioso en dos lenguas, aymara y española, con una instrucción acerca de los 7 sacramentos de la Santa Iglesia. Printed by Jesuits in Pueblo de Juli. Chucuito, 1612. Vocabulario de la lengua aymara, etc. 2 pts. Juli, in Province of Chucuito, 1612. Republished by J. Platzman, Leipzig, 1879, Cap, Roman 4I. Biblioteca de Autores Españoles, de la Formación del Lenguaje Hasta Nuestros Días, 71 vols, Pubble, by Rivadeneira, Madrid, 1849, etc. Biblioteca de Escritores de Chile, Santiago de Chile, 1910. Biblioteca de Historia Nacional, edited by Eduardo Posada and Pedro M. Ibanez, Bogotá, etc. Biblioteca de la Compañía de Jesús, C. Ribadeneira, Pedro de. Biblioteca de los Americanistas, Madrid, 1828, etc. Biblioteca Hispano-Ultramarina, Pubble, by Manuel G. Hernández, Madrid, 1876, etc. Biblioteca Americana, edited by D. Barros Arana, 3 vols, Leipzig and Paris, 1861-64. Bibliothèque de la Compagnie de Jesus, pt. I Bibliography by Fathers Augustin and Alois de Backer, pt. Roman II History by Father August Carrion, new edition by Carlos Sommervogel, 10 vols and supplement, Brussels 1890. Borda José Joaquin, Historia de la Compañía de Jesus en la Nueva Granada, 2 vols, Poissy, 1872, Cap. Xi V. Bravo de Lagunas y Castilla, Pedro José, Collección Legal de Cartas, Dictámenes y otros Papals de Derecho, Los de Lespe de Colmenares Fernández de Córdoba, Lima, 1761, Cap. Roman 17, Roman 2. Brulio, Joaquin, Historiae Peruani Ordinis Eremitarum Sancti Augustini Libri Octodecim, Louvain, 1651-2, extract translated into Latin from Antonio de Calancha's Chronica Moralizada, Cap. XV. Buendia, José de, Vida del VP Francisco del Castillo, Madrid 1693, part was published by Adriazola in Lima on pp. 2333 of Terremotos, QV Compendium of the Whole Work Pub, by Monseñor Garcia Sanz, Rome, 1863. Cap. Xi Roman 2. Bueno, Cosmi. Dissertations Geographicas y Científicas. published by Adriazola M. de Inculcación de Documentos Literarios del Perú, Volume Roman 3, QV. Note: these dissertations first appeared in issues of El Conocimiento de los Tiempos from 1757-1798 QV. During these years, C.B. as Royal Cosmographer edited this yearly almanac. Cap. Roman 16, Roman 6. Bustamante Carlos, Calixto, alias Concolor Corvo. El Lazarillo de Ciegos Caminantes, desde Buenos Aires hasta Lima, etc. Lima, 1773. Title page gives Gijón as place of publication, but it was apparently printed secretly in Lima. In new edition Pubble, by the Junta de Historia y Numismática Americana, Buenos Aires, 1908. Cap. Roman 16, Roman 6. Cabello de Balboa Miguel. Miscellanea Austral. Ms. completed in 1586. Part published as Histoire du Peru by Turnox Compans, H. in his Voyages, Relations, etc. Volume Roman 15, QV Cap. Roman 4, Roman 4. Cajica Juan, C. Mendiburu Dic, Hist Biog del Peru, Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Calancha Antonio de la. Crónica Moralizada del Orden de S. Agustin en el Peru. First volume, Barcelona, 1638. Second volume, Lima, 1653. Note: Volume Roman 2 was arranged for publication after the death of the author by Fr. Bernardo de Tours, who continued the chronicle, C. Tours, Bernardo de, also Medina, La Imprenta en Lima. French trans, extract with additions by translator, Toulouse, 1653. A Latin trans, extract by J. Brulio, C. Brulio. De los Varons Illusters de la Orden de S. Agustin. De Immaculati Virginis Mariae Conception, Lima, 1629. Inform Alveri del Peru sobre los casters que se casan desde Caloachili, Lima, 1642. Cap. X.V. Calderón, Melcher. Tratado de la Importancia y Utilidad que hay en dar por esclavos a los indios ribelados de Chile, Madrid, 1607. Cap. Roman 15. Calvit de Estrella, Juan Cristóbal, de Rebus Indicis, Ms. in Academia de la Historia, Madrid, Cap. Roman 3 v. Campuzano Antonio. Ballad dedicated to Fernandez de Campino, quoted by J.T. Medina in Hist. de la Lit. Call de Chile, pp. 425-6, volume IQV. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Carrion August. Documents inedits concernant la Compagnie de Jesus, 23 vols. Poitiers, 1863-86. Cardenas, Santiago, El Valedor, Nuevo Sistema de Navegar por las Aires, Pubble, by Ricardo Palma Valparaiso, 1878. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 8. Cardenas Zicano, Gabriel de, pseudonym. C. González de Barcia Carbolito y Zúñiga Andrés. Cardial José, Declaración de la Verdad, published by Misiones del Paraguay, reprinted Buenos Aires, 1900. Breve Relación de las Misiones Guaraníes, Latin original still in MS. Spanish trans abbreviated with title Costumbres de las Guaraníes, printed at end of D. Muriel's Historia del Paraguay in Collección de Lib. Y. Doc. Ref. A la Historia de America. Volume Roman 19 QV. C. Lozano P. Cap. Roman 13 v. Caro Miguel Antonio. 3 articles on Juan de Castellanos in the Repertorio Colombiano. Bogotá, 1879-80. Curiosidades Literarias, an article in Repertorio Colombiano, QV, on inter alia J. B. de Toro's work. Cap. Roman 7. Caro de Tours, Francisco. Relación de los Servicios de Don Alonso de Sotomayor, Madrid, 1620. Reprinted in Call de Historiadores de Chile, Volume V, QV. Historia de los Órdenes Militares de Santiago, Calatrava y Alcantara etc. Madrid, 1629. Cap. Roman 9, Roman 3. Carrasco del Saz, Francisco. Interpretatio ad aliquas leges recopilationis Rigni Cassili. Seville, 1620. Tractatus de Casibus Curiae, Madrid, 1630. Cap. Roman 15 I. Carrillo de Ojeda Agustin. Relación de los Países Ofrecidos por los Indios Rebeldes del Reino de Chile, MS, 1648. Cap. Roman 9, Roman 7. Cartas de Indias. a collection of letters written from Mexico, Central and South America, and the Philippines by Christopher Columbus, Amerigo Vespucci, Bartolomé de las Casas, Bernal Diaz del Castillo, Cristobal Veiga de Castro, Pedro de la Gasca, viceroys, prelates, and others. It contains biographical notes, facsimiles, signatures, and reproductions of 4 old maps, one of which was consulted by Sir Walter Raleigh as indicating the position of El Dorado. Published by the Ministerio de Fomento, Madrid, 1877. Carvalho y Goyeneche Vicente. Descripción Histórico-Geográfica del Reino de Chile. Printed in Colección de Historiadores de Chile, vols, Roman 8, Roman 9, X, QV cap. Roman 16, Roman 3. Casas Bartolomé de las. Brevísima Relación de la Destrucción de las Indias. Seville, 1552. The Spanish Colony, or Brief Chronicle of the Acts and Jests of the Spaniards in the West Indies, etc. London, 1583. A brief narration of the destruction of the Indies in Purchas His Pilgrimes, Part 4, London, 1625, QV. The Tears of the Indians, etc. London, 1656. Tyrannies et cruautés des Espagnols aux Indes Occidentals, Antwerp, 1579. Narratio Regionum Indicarum per Hispanos quastum devastatorum verissima, de Bry, Frankfurt, 1598. Regionum Indicarum per Hispanos allum devastatorum accuratissima descriptio, editio nova priori lunge correctur. Heidelberg, 1664. New Welt, Warftig Anzeigung der Spanier Grulichen, Tirannien, 1597. Trainta Propositions Pertinentes al Derecho quella Iglesia y los Principes Cristianos tienen contra los infieles, etc., Seville, 1552. Una disputa entre el dicho obispo y el Dr. Genés de Sepulveda, Seville, 1552. A printed in Bib. de Aut. Esp. Volume LXV QV. Disputa o controversia con Genés de Sepulveda contendiendo acerca la licitud de las conquistas de las Indias. Reproduction of the Seville edition of 1552, with a bibliographical note by the Marqués de Olivart and an essay on Fray B. de las Casas, su obra y tiempo, by Fray Enrique Veigas Galindo. Madrid, 1908. Un tratado que, B. de las C., compuso sobre la materia de los indios que se han hecho, esclavos, etc. Seville, 1552. A printed in Bib. de Aut. Esp. Volume LXV, QV. Remedios que B. de las C. refirió por mandado del emperador al ayuntamiento de Prelados, por la reformación de los indios. Seville, 1552. Note: the Breve Relación and the 4 preceding titles were also printed in Las Obras de B. de las CV Infra. Historia General de las Indias, first printed in 1875 in Colección de Doc, in aid, para la Hist. de Hispana, Volume Elza LXVI, QV. Historia Apologetica de las Indias, printed in Nueva Bib. de Aut. Esp. Volume Roman 13. Historiadores de Indias, Volume I, QV. Las Obras del Obispo, B. de las Casas, etc. Barcelona, 1646. Colección de las Obras del Obispo de Chiapa, enriquecida, con notas y apéndices históricos y su vida por J. A. Laurent, 2 vols, Paris, 1822. See also Fabier, A.M., and San Martin, T.D. General note: with 1 or 2 exceptions, all the works of B. de las Casas have been reprinted in Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España. Vols. LZLXVI and LXXI, QV Cap Roman 2, I. Casani, José. Historia de la Provincia de la Campania de Jesús del Nuevo Reino de Granada, Madrid, 1741. Cap. Roman 12 v. Castellanos, Juanda. Elegies de Varones Illustres de las Indias, primer part, Madrid, 1589. PTS, 1, 2, 3, 2 and 3 for first time printed in Bib. de Aut. Esp. Volume Roman 4 QV. Discurso del Capitán Francisco Drac, extracted from Elegies, Part 3. Madrid, 1921. Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada, being pt. 4 of the Elegies, etc. Published by Antonio Paz y Melia, 2 vols, in Colección de Escritores Castellanos QV. See also Schumacher H.A., Cap Roman 7. Castillo y Guevara, Francisca Josefa. Vida de la V. M. Francisca Josefa de la Concepción, escrita por ella. First published Philadelphia, 1817. Sentimientos Espirituales de la V. M. Francisca Josefa. First published Bogotá, 1843. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 3. Castro Tito QC Upengui, Diego de. Relación de la Conquista del Perú y Hechos del Inca Manco Roman 2. Printed in Colección de Libros y Documentos Referentes a la Historia del Perú, Volume Roman 2, QV Cap. Roman 3 v. Quesido Ledrón de Guevara, Manuel de. Doctrinas sobre el credo y artículos de la fe. Doctrinas sobre la reincidencia en el pecado. Doctrinas sobre la palabra de Dios. Note, these and 3 other works without title pages are all in MS. See Vergara y Vergara, Hist, de la Lit, en Nueva Granada, Cap. Roman 17 I. Cevallos Pedro Fermin, Historia del Ecuador, Lima, 1870. Geografía de la República del Ecuador, Lima, 1888. Ecuatorianos Illustres, Reproducción hecha por ese monje para el centenario del Otter, Quito, 1912. Charlevoix Pierre François Xavier de. Histoire du Paraguay, 3 vols, Paris, 1756. Spanish trans, by Pablo Hernández and embodying the notes and corrections of Domingo Muriel in Colección de Libros y Documentos Referentes a la Historia de América, vols. Roman 11, Roman 17, QV Cap. Roman 13, v. Churchill, Onsham and John, A Collection of Voyages and Travels, etc., 6 vols. London, 170432. Cieza de León, Pedro de. Primer parte de la Crónica del Perú que trata la demarcación de sus provincias, la descripción de ellas, las fundaciones de las nuevas ciudades, los ritos y costumbres de los indios, y otras cosas extrañas y dignas de ser sabidas. Seville, 1553. Printed in Bib. de Out, Esp. Volume Roman 26 QV. La prima parte del Historia del Perú, dove si tratta el orden del provinci, del città nuove in quel piece edificate, I riti e costumi degli indiani, con molt cos notabili, etc. Venice, 1556. The 17 years' travels of Peter de Cieza through the kingdom of Peru and the provinces of Cartagena and Papian in South America, etc. Trinsel. By John Stevens, London, 1709. The Travels of Pedro de Cieza de León, AD 1530–250, contained in the first part of his Chronicle of Peru. Trans, by Sir C. Markham, Hakluyt Society, London, 1864. Segunda parte de la Crónica del Perú que trata del Senorio de los Incas Upinquis y de sus grandes hechos y gobernación. Published by M. Jiménez de la Espada in Biblioteca Hispano Ultramarina. Madrid, 1880. Note, the second part had been previously published in 1873 in Edinburgh by González de la Rosa, M. The second part of the Chronicle of Peru, trans, by Sir C. Markham, Hakluyt Society, London, 1883. Guerras Civiles del Perú, I. Guerra de las Salinas, Roman 2, Guerra de Chupas, first published in Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España. Vols. LXVI and LXXVI QV. Tercero Libro de las Guerras Civiles del Perú, el cual se llama La Guerra de Quito, printed in Biblioteca Hispano Ultramarina. Madrid, 1877. QV. Printed in Nueva Bib. de Out, Esp. Volume Roman 15. Historiadores de Indias, Volume Roman 2, QV. Printed in Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España. Volume LXVI, QV. Civil Wars of Peru, The War of Chupas, Transl and ed. by Sir Clements Markham, Hakluyt Society, London, 1918. The War of Quito and Inca Documents, Transl and ed. by Sir Clements Markham, Hakluyt Society, London, 1913. Cap. Roman 3, Roman 7. Cisneros Diego, ed. Mercurio Peruano, Volume Roman 12, QV Cap. Roman 17, Roman 4. Cisneros José Luis. Descripción exacta de la provincia de Venezuela, Valencia, Venezuela, 1764. Printed in Colección de Libros que tratan de América Raros o Curiosos, Volume Roman 21, QV Cap. Roman 12, Roman 3. Cobo Bernabe, Historia del Nuevo Mundo. First complete edition Pubble, by M. Jiménez de la Espada, 5 vols. Seville, 1890-95. Note: 2 extracts published previously under titles Descripción del Perú, ed. by A. José Cavanilles in Annals de Historia Natural, Madrid, Volume Roman 7, QV, and in Historia de la Fundación de Lima, ed. by González de la Rosa in Colección de Historiadores del Perú, Volume I, QV Cap. X Roman 6. Colección de Autores Clásicos Españoles, Volume I no more published, Madrid, 1840. Colección de Autores Españoles, 48 vols. Leipzig, 1863-87. Colección de Documentos Inéditos del Archivo de Indias, ed. by J. F. Pacheco and L. Torres de Mendoza, first series 42 vols. Madrid, 1864-84. Second series 13 vols. Madrid, 1880-1900. Cap Roman 3, Roman 8. Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de Chile. C. Medina, J.T. Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España, edited by Fernández de Navarrete, M., and others. Madrid, 1842, etc. Note: for a continuation of this series, see Nueva Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España, etc. Colección de Documentos Literarios del Perú, see Adriazola, M. Colección de Escritores Castellanos, Madrid, 1880, etc. Colección de Historiadores Clásicos del Perú, edited by Carlos A. Romero and others. Lima, 1918, etc. Colección de Historiadores de Chile y Documentos Relativos a la Historia Nacional. Santiago de Chile, 1861, etc. Colección de Historiadores del Perú. Obras inéditas o rarísimas y importantes sobre la historia del Perú. Ed. by M. González de la Rosa, Volume I Lima, 1882. Colección de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos, edited by Ramírez de Arellano, Feliciano, Marqués de la Fuensanta del Val, and Rayon José Sancho. 24 vols. Madrid, 1871-1896. Colección de Libros Cuatratan de América, Raros o Curiosos. 20 vols. Madrid, 1891-1902. Colección de Libros y Documentos Referentes a la Historia de América, C. Romero, C.A. Colección de Libros y Documentos Referentes a la Historia del Perú, Lima, 1916, etc. Colección de los Mejores Autores Españoles, 60 vols. Paris, 1835-72. Colección de Obras y Documentos Relativos a la Historia Antigua y Moderna de las Provincias del Río de la Plata. C. Angelis, Pedro. Colección de Obras, Documentos y Noticias, Inéditos o poco conocidos, para servir a la historia física, política y literaria del Río de la Plata, publicada bajo la dirección de Andrés Lamas. Buenos Aires, 1878, etc. Colección de poemas épicos relativos a Chile o escritos por chilenos durante el periodo colonial. Santiago de Chile, 1888, etc. Colección de Viajes y Descubrimientos del siglo Roman 15. Edited by Fernández de Navarrete, M., 5 vols. Madrid, 1825-37. Colección Hispanoamericana, Madrid, 1913, etc. Concolor Corvo, C. Bustamante Carlos Calixto. Confisionario para los curas de indios. Con la instrucción contra sus ritos y exhortación para ayudar a bien morir. Compuesto y traducido en las lenguas quechua y aymara, Lima, 1585. Reprinted Seville, 1603. This contains los errors y superstitions de los indios, of Polo Dondegardo J. QV. Conocimiento, L. de los tiempos. Efemerides del año de 1738-1796, con calendario de las fiestas, etc. Lima, 1738-96. Note: the British Museum set is imperfect, wanting the following years: 1740-49, -52, -55-61, -63, -64, -66, -68, -78, -82-84, -86, -90, -93, -95, and some leaves for 1738, -50, -62, -70. Córdoba Salinas, Diego de. Crónica de la Religiosísima Provincia de los dos Apóstoles del Perú, de la Orden de N.P.S. Francisco de la Regular Observancia. Lima, 1651. Relación de la Fundación de la Santa Provincia de los dos Apóstoles del Perú. M.S. Vida, Virtudes y Milagros del Apóstol del Perú, LVP Francisco Solano, etc. Lima, 1630. A second edition augmented by Alonso Mendieta and containing Pedro de Ona's Rio Lima al Rio Tiber. Madrid, 1643. A third edition without Mendieta's additions. Madrid, 1676. Cap Roman 14 Roman 2. Córdoba y Figueroa, Pedro, Historia de Chile. Unfinished, reaches 1717. First printed in Colección de Historiadores de Chile. Volume Roman 2 QV. Cap. Roman 16 Roman 2. Corral Calvo de la Torre Juan del. Expositio AC Explanatio Omnium Legum. Recop. Ind. Ms. 3 vols. C. Medina Hist. de la Lit. Call de Chile. Cap. Roman 15 Roman 3. Cortés Pedro. Información de la Guerra de Chile, etc. Ms. 1598. C. Medina Lit. Call de Chile Appendix. Cap. Roman 9 Roman 7. Cruz Francisco de la Concepción de María. Lima, 1653. Historia del Rosario a Coros. Alcalá, 1652. El Jardín de María. Salamanca, 1655. Cap. Roman 14 Roman 4. Crespo Nicolás. For account of his poetry, see Mira, J.L., Ojada Historico-Critica sobre la Poesia Ecuatoriana. Cap. Roman 17 Roman 3. Cuva Ponce de León, Alonso del. Concordia de la Discordia, sobre un punto grave de inmunidad eclesiástica. Lima, 1749. For account of it see Medina, J.T., La Imprenta en Lima, Volume Roman 2, p. 450. Cap. Roman 17 Roman 2. Delgado, Benito. Diario del RP, Capelán de la Expedición que se hizo para el descubrimiento de los Césares. Publ. By C. Gay and Documentos. Volume IQV Cap. Roman 16 Roman 4. Descripción y cosas notables del Reino de Chile, en el año de 1655 ms. Bib. Real, Madrid. Cap. Roman 9 Roman 7. Diario de Lima, Curioso, Erudito, Económico y Comercial. Lima, 1790-1793. Cap. Roman 17 Roman 4. Díaz de Guzmán Ray. Historia Argentina del Descubrimiento, Población y Conquista de las Provincias del Río de la Plata. Escrita en el año de 1612. 3 vols. Buenos Aires, 1854. Buenos Aires, 1882. Printed by P. de Angelis in Colección de Obras, Rel. a la Hist. del Rio de la Plata. Volume IQV. Díaz del Castillo, Bernal. Historia Verdadera de la Conquista de la Nueva España. Madrid, 1632. Printed in Bib. de Out. Esp. Volume Roman 26 QV. Única edición hecha según el Códice Autografo. Published by Gennaro Garcia. 2 vols. Mexico, 1904. The True History of the Conquest of New Spain by B. D. Del C., one of its conquerors, from the only exact copy of the original Ms. ed. By Gennaro Garcia, Transl, with introduction and notes by A. P. Maudsley, 5 vols. Hacklight Society, London, 1898-1906. Cap. Roman 3 Roman 4. Dobrajoffer Martin. Historia de Abiponibus, Equestri Bellicosec Perquari Nation, etc. 3 pts. Vienna, 1784. Geschichte der Abiponer, aus dem Latinischen Übersetzt, 3 pts. Vienna, 1783-84. An account of the Abipones, etc. London, 1822. Cap. Roman 13 v. Doctrina Cristiana y Catecismo para Instrucción de los Indios. Con un confusionario, y otras cosas necesarias para los que doctrinan, y. Tragicida en los dos lenguas generales de este reino, Quechua y Aymara, La Ciudad de los Reyes Lima, 1584. Note, this was the first book to be printed in South America, but the second publication, the first being a pamphlet, Pragmatica sobre los 10 días del año, QV Cap. I. Domings Camargo, Hernando, Poma Heroico de San Ignacio, Pubble incomplete, Madrid 1666, Cap. X. Roman 9. Ducamin Jean, L. Arcane, Morceau choices précédées d'une étude biographique et littéraire, Paris 1900, C. Ursula Weisuniga, A. de Duran Nicolás, C. Jesuits, Echevarría Francisco, La Estrella de Lima, Descripción Sagropolítica de las Grandezas de la Ciudad de Lima, y Compendio Histórico-Eclesiástico de su Santa Iglesia Metropolitana, Antwerp, 1688, Cap. Xi Roman 2. Eguia Wilumb Jorgeda, Ultimo Disengano de la Guerra de Chile, Madrid, 1664, Cap. Roman 9, Roman 7. Enciso, C. Fernández de Enciso, M. Enriquez de Guzmán, Alonso, Libro de la Vida de Don Alonso Enriquez de Guzmán, Ms. in Bib, Nac, Madrid. Life and Acts of Don A. E. de G. etc. Trans and ed. By Sir Clements Markham, Hakluyt Society, London, 1862. Cap. Roman 3 v. Iraso Domingo de Relación y Advertencias sobre la pacificación del dicho Reino de Chile, Madrid, 1605. Memorial, etc. No date or place. See Medina lit, Call de Chile, Cap. Roman 9, Roman 7. Ursula y Zuniga Alonso de La Araucana, Part 1, Madrid 1569, PTS 1-2 PT. 2 Madrid 1578, PTS 1-3 PT. 3 Madrid 1590-89. A revised and augmented edition, PTS 1-3, Madrid 1597. Printed in Biblioteca de Autores Espanoles, Volume Roman 17, QV. A reproduction in facsimile of the first editions of PTS 1 and 2, The Hispanic Society of America, 1902-1903. Edición del Centenario Ilustrada con Grabados, Documentos y una Vida del Autor, 5 vols. Published by J.T. Medina, Santiago de Chile, 1910-1918. El Arcane, Morceau choices, etc. C. Ducamin Jean. El Arcana Poma Picus Bagnal, Traduit en Francais par A. Nicolas 2 vols, Paris Corbel, 1869, Cap. V. Escalona Agro Gasparda. Archilymensis Gazophylladium Regium Parabicum, I. Administrandum, Roman 2 Calculandum, Roman 3 Conservandum. Gazophyllacio Real del Reino del Pero Ordinanzas Generales, Madrid 1647, Book 1 pt. 2 and Book 2 in Spanish. A revised and slightly abridged edition, Madrid 1775, Cap. Roman 15. Escobedo y Alarcón, Jorge. Instrucción para aprobación de matriculas y cobranza de tributos, etc. Lima, 1784. Instrucción de revisitas o matriculas, etc. Lima, 1784. Proyecto que sobre la extinción de repartos, y modo de verificar los piadosos socorros, que la generosa bondad del rey. Quierci franquin a los indios, etc. Lima, 1784. Discurso sobre el trabajo de minas, beneficio de metals y medios de fomentarlo, mentioned by Mendiburu as Pubble, in Lima, 1784. Dick, Hist. Biog, del Peru. Reflections políticas sobre el gobierno y comercio del Peru, Lima, 1786, Cap. Roman 15, Roman 3. Escudero el Padre, Pojas Sueltas, 1 décima printed by A. Valderrama in Biscuito Histórico de la Poja Chilena p. 65, QV. See also Medina, J.T. Lit. Call de Chile, Volume I p. 337, Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Estado Político del Reino del Peru, Madrid, 1747, Cap. Roman 15, Roman 3. Estit Miguel de La Relación del Viaje que hizo el Señor Capitán Hernando Pizarro, desde el pueblo de Caxamalca Parcama, y de Ali Ajaja, embodied in La Conquista del Peru by Francisco de Jerez QV. Cap. Roman 3I. Explorations made in the valley of the river Madeira from 1749-1868. Published for the National Bolivian Navigation Company, London, 1875. Izaguirre José Ignacio Victor, Historia de Chile, 3 vols Valparaiso, 1850. Fabier Antonio Maria, Vida y Escritos de Don Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, printed in Colección de Documentos Ineditos para la Historia de España, vols, LXXI QV Cap, Roman II I. Falcón, Francisco. Representación sobre los donos y molestias que se hacen a los indios, printed in Colección de Libros y Documentos Referentes a la Historia del Perú, Volumes I QV Cap, Roman XV I. Faulkner Thomas, Description of Patagonia and Adjoining Parts of South America, edited by William Coombe, Hereford, 1774. Descripción de Patagonia, etc. Translation Pubble, by P. de Angelis in Colección de Obras y Documentos Ref. A la Hist. del Rio de la Plata, Volume IQV Cap. Roman 13 v. Fetterman Nicolaus, Indianish Historia, Hagenau 1557. Bellet agréable narration du premier voyage de N.F. Lejeune, Dulme, Oxen des de la Mer Océane, etc. Trans into French and Pubble. By H. Turnox Compans in Voyages, Relations, etc. Volume IQV. Narración del primer voyage de Fetterman of Venezuela, translated from the French and annotated by Pedro Manuel Arquia, Caracas, 1916, Cap 7. Fernández, Diego. Primer y Segunda Parte de la Historia del Perú, Seville, 1571. Printed by Adriazola in Colección de Doclet, del Perú, Volume Roman 8 QV. Printed by Lucas de Tora in Colección Hispanoamericana, 2 vols, Madrid 1913-1916, Cap, Roman 3 v. Fernández José, Vida del P. Pedro Claver, Saragossa 1666, Cap, Xi v. Fernández, Juan. Relación cierta y breve de los desasosiegos sucedidos en Perú después de la muerte del Sr. Veri de Antonio de Mendoza, por el licenciado Juan Fernández. Printed in Colección de Documentos Ineditos del Archivo de Indias, Volume Roman 3, p. 246, QV Cap. Roman 3, Roman 8. Fernández, Juan Patricio. Relación Historial de las Misiones de los Indios que llaman Chiquitos, Madrid, 1726. Printed in Colección de Libros que tratan de America Raros o Curiosos, Volume Roman 12, QV Cap. Roman 13, Roman 6. Fernández Campino, José. Relación del Obispado de Santiago de Chile, MS, 1744. Cap. Roman 16, Roman 4. Fernández de Enciso Martin, Summa de Geografía, Seville, 1519. Descripción de las Indias Occidentales, sacada de la Summa de Geografía, por J.T. Medina, Santiago de Chile, 1897. Cap. Roman 2, Roman 3. Fernández de Madrid, José. Ensayo analítico sobre la naturaleza, causas y curación, de la calentura amarilla de América, etc. Habana, 1821. Memoria sobre el comercio del tabaco de esta isla Cuba, Habana, 1821. Memoria sobre el influjo del clima de la Habana, Habana, 1824. Pojas, 2nd edition, London, 1828, Cap, Roman 17, Roman 3. Fernández de Navarrete, Martin. See Colección de Documentos Ineditos para la Historia de España and Colección de Viajes y Descubrimientos. Del Siglo, Roman 15. Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés, Gonzalo. De la Natural Historia de las Indias, Toledo, 1526. Note, this work is often referred to by its subtitle, Sumario de la Natural y General Historia de las Indias, etc. Printed in Bib. de Out, Esp. Volume Roman 22 QV. Printed by González Barcia, A. in Historiadores Primitivos de las Indias, Volume IQV Cap. Roman 2, Roman 2. The History of the West Indies, included in the Decades of the New World, etc., by Peter Martyr of Angleria, translated into English by Richard Eden. London, 1555. Extracts of G.F. de O. His Summary and General History of the Indies, printed in Purchas His Pilgrims, pt. 3, QV. La Historia General de las Indias, pt. I Books 119, and Liber Ultimo de los Infortunios y Naufragios, etc., part of Book 50 from pt. 3. Seville, 1535. Libro Roman 20 de la Segunda Parte de la Historia General, etc., I. E. Book 1 of pt. 2 Valladolid, 1557. Historia General y Natural de las Indias. Edited with introduction, notes, and a life of the author by J. Amador de los Rios, and published by the Real Academia de la Historia, 4 vols. 50 books in 3 parts. Madrid, 1851-55. Fernández de Piedrahita, Lucas. Historia General de las Conquistas del Nuevo Reino de Granada, 1st part. Antwerp, 1688. No more published. Reprinted, Bogotá, 1881. Cap Roman 7 Cap X Roman 2 Cap Xi Roman 4. Fernández de Quiros, Pedro. Historia del Descubrimiento de las Regiones Australes, published by Justo Zaragoza in Biblioteca Hispano Ultramarina. 3 vols. Madrid, 1876-82. The Voyages of Pedro Fernández de Quiros, 1595-1606. Transl, by Sir C. R. Markham, Hacklight Society, 1904. Several short memorials, by or on P.F. de Q, published in Colección de Documentos Inéditos del Archivo de Indias. Volume V, QV Cap. XX. Fernández Espino, José María. Curso Histórico-Crítico de Literatura Española. Seville, 1871. Fernández Hortelano, Manuel. Ensalada Poética Jacoseria, etc. Ms. Full account given by Medina in Lit. Call de Chile. Cap. Roman 17 Roman 3. Feuillet Louis. Journal des Observations Physiques Mathématiques et Botaniques, Fates, sur les côtes orientales de l'Amérique méridionale, et dans les Indes occidentales, depuis l'année 1707 jusqu'en 1712. 2 vols. Paris, 1714. See also Fraisier A.F. Cap, Roman 12 I. Figueroa P. Cordoba Y. See Cordoba Y. Figueroa P. Floriau Bertrand Gabriel, La Vie du Vénérable Pierre Claver de la Compagnie de Jesus. Paris, 1751, 1830, Liege, 1851. The Life of the Ven, Father Claver, from the French of BGF contained in Faber F.W., The Saints and Servants of God, London, 1847, etc. Cap. Xi V. Flores de Acaraz, Juan, Les Genealogies del Nuevo Reino de Granada vols, I and Roman 2, Madrid, 1674 and 1676, Volume Roman 3 unpublished. See Vergara y Vergara Hist, de la Lit, en Nueva Granada, Cap. Xi V. Fraisier Amédée François. Relation du Voyage de la Mer du Sud, aux côtes du Chili et du Peru, Fate pendant les années 1712, 1713 and 1714, etc. Paris, 1716. Another edition containing Mémoire touchant l'établissement des Piers Jesuits dans les Indes d'Espagne. 2 vols. Amsterdam, 1717. Another edition with a reply to the critical preface of L. Feuillet in his book, Journal des Observations, etc. Paris, 1732. See Feuillet, Louis. A Voyage to the South Sea and along the coasts of Chile and Peru in 1712, 1713, and 1714, trans from the French, with an account of the settlement of the Jesuits in Paraguay. London, 1717. Relación del Viaje por el Mar del Sur a las Costas de Chile y el Perú durante los años de 1712, 1713 y 1714. Trans from First French edition by M. Nicolás Pina. Santiago de Chile, 1902. Cap. Roman 12 I. Fritz, Samuel. El Gran Río Marañón o Amazonas con la misión de la Compañía de Jesus Geográficamente Delineado, etc. engraved by P. Juan de Narvaez, Quito, 1707. A facsimile of this map is in the British Museum and is also contained in Journal of the Travels and Labors of Father Samuel Fritz in the River of the Amazons between 1686 and 1723, translated from the Evora MS, and edited by George Edmundson. Hacklight Society, London, 1922. Note, the title of the Ms is Misión de los Amaguas, Juramaguas Icewares, Ibanomas y otras nations destinapo hastel Rio Negro. The author is unknown. Cap. Xi Roman 7. Fuentes Manuel Atanasio ed. Memorias de los Vures que han gobernado el Perú durante el tiempo del colonial español. 6 vols. Lima, 1859. See also Mercurio Peruano. Gaceta de Lima, Lima, 1744–1767. See facsimile of first issue and account of others. Pubble. John Carter Brown Library, Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. See also Medina, J.T., La Imprenta en Lima, Vol. Roman II. New journal issued to counteract the influence of the French Revolution. Lima, 1793–95. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 4. Garcia Ignacio, Di Cingano Consejero. Lima, 1754. Respiración del alma en efectos pios. Lima, 1755. Cultivo de las virtudes en el paraíso del alma. Barcelona, 1759. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Garcia Sanz Monseñor, Historia Ecclesiastica. A Compendium of José de Buendia's Vida del VP Francisco del Castillo. See Buendia, Jada. See also Medina, Biblioteca Hispanoamericana. Garcia y Garcia, José Antonio. See Relations de los Virreyes del Nuevo Reino de Granada. Garcilaso de la Vega el Inca, Los Comentarios Reales, pt. 1 Lisbon 1609, pt. 2, Córdoba 1617. Printed in Colección de Historiadores Clásicos del Perú, vols. I et sec. Lima, 1918, etc. Printed in Historia de la Conquista del Nuevo Mundo, QV. The Royal Commentaries of Peru in 2 parts, etc. rendered into English by Sir P. Reichout. London, 1688. Observations of things most remarkable, collected out of the first part of the Commentaries Royal, written by the Inca G. de la Vega, etc. The supplement of the history of the Incas, briefly collected out of the author's second part. Pubble. In Purchas His Pilgrims, pt. Roman 4, QV. The Royal Commentaries of the Uncas of Peru, Part 1, trans and ed. by Sir C. Markham, Hakluyt Society 2 vols. London, 1869. Extract from Part 2 also trans, by Sir C. M. and Pubble, in Expeditions into the Valley of the Amazons. QV. Le Commentaire Royal o el Histoire des Uncas, Rois du Peru, etc. trans, by Jean Baudouin from pt. I of the Commentarios Reals, Paris, 1633. A revised and illustrated edition including a translation by J. Baudouin of La Florida del Inca, 2 vols. Amsterdam, 1737. Histoire des guerres civiles des Espagnols dans les Indes. Trans, by Jean Baudouin from pt. Roman II of the Commentarios Reals, Paris, 1650. A revised edition published in Amsterdam, 1706. La Florida del Inca, Historia del Adelantado Hernando de Soto, Gobernador y Capitán General del Reino de la Florida, y de otros heroicos caballeros españoles y indios. Lisbon, 1605. Printed in Historia de la Conquista del Nuevo Mundo, QV. Edited by Gabriel de Cardenas, I.E. Andrés González de Barcia, and containing G. de Cis Enseo Cronológico para la Historia General de la Florida. Madrid, 1723. Histoire de la Floride, o relation de ce qui est passé au voyage de F. de Soto, etc. translated by P. Richelet. 2 PTS. Paris, 1670. Geschichte der Eroberung von Florida. Trans from the French version by H. L. Meyer, Leipzig, 1753. Cap. Roman 4, Roman 2. Garzón de Tajust, Alonso. Sucesión de Prelados y Jueces Seculares del Nuevo Reino de Granada. MS. Historia Antigua de los Chibchas. MS. Both MSS, said to be lost. See Vergara y Vergara, Hist, de la Lit, en Nueva Granada, Cap. X. Roman 9. Gay Claudio. Historia Física y Política de Chile. 24 vols. Historia, 6 vols. Botanica, 8 vols. Zoologia, 8 vols. Documentos, 2 vols. Paris, 1840–454. Atlas, 2 vols. Paris, 1854. Cap. Roman 16, Roman 3. Guiangos Pascualda, Memorial Histórico Español, 4 vols. Madrid, 1860–63. Ginés de Sepulveda Juan, Si Casas Bidalas, Cap. Roman 2 I. Gobio de Victoria, Pedro. Relación del naufragio y peregrinaciones en las costas del Perú. Viaje y riscos que tuvo en el con sus compañeros. Seville, 1610. Cap. XX. Gómez de Vidor, Felipe. Historia Geográfica Natural y Civil del Reino de Chile, published by J.T. Medina 2 vols, Santiago de Chile, 1889. Cap. Roman 16, Roman 4. Góngora Marmolejo, Alonso de. Historia del Reino de Chile, Gesta el Año de 1575. First printed by Pascual de Gallegos in Memorial Histórico Español, Volume Roman 4 QV. Reprinted by Barros Arana in Colección de Historiadores de Chile, Volume Roman 2, QV Cap. Roman 4, Roman 6. González de Acuna, Antonio. Compendium vidi admirabilis et pretiosi mortis B. Rossi de S. Maria Limensis Perueni, ex prolixir vita api, Leonardo Hansen anno superior edita contractum. Rome, 1665. La vida la bienheureuse épouse de Jesus Christ, Sower Rose de Sainte Marie, etc. trans from the Latin by J. B. Fewlett. Paris, 1668, Zier. Rosa Mystica. Vida y Muerte de Santa Rosa de Esmeria Virgin. Rome, 1671. Life of Saint Rose of Lima, trans, from French of J. B. Fewlett Pubble, by F. W. Faber in The Saints and Servants of God. London, 1847, Cap. Zi I. González de Agros Pedro, Descripción Historial de Chile, Madrid 1791. Cap. Roman 16, Roman 4. González de Barcia Carbolito y Zúñiga Andrés ed. Historiadores Primitivos de las Indias Occidentales. 3 vols. Madrid, 1749. Under pseudonym of Gabriel de Cardenas. Ensayo cronológico para la Historia General de la Florida, desde el año 1512, hasta el de 1722. Printed with G. de Bis edition of Garcilaso de la Vega's La Florida del Inca. Madrid, 1723. Printed in Historia de la Conquista del Nuevo Mundo, QV. See also Schmidl U. González de Bustos Francisco, Los Españoles en Chile, printed in Primer Part de Comedias Escogidas, Volume Roman 36, QV Cap, Roman 6, Roman 4. González de Nájera, Alonso, El Disengano y Reparo de la Guerra del Reino de Chile, published by J.T. Medina, Santiago de Chile, 1889. Printed in Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España, Volume Roman 48, QV Cap. Roman 9, I. González Gutierrez, Juan. Semana Espiritual con Meditaciones del Principio y Fin del Hombre para cada día y Documentos de Oración Madrid, 1656. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. González Holguin, Diego. Gramática y Art Nueva de la Lengua General de todo el Perú, la Mata Lengua Quechua o Lengua del Inca. Ciudad de los Reyes, Lima, 1607. Repub, in amended edition Genoa, 1842. Cap. Roman 4I. González Laguna, Francisco. Silo sacerdotal para con los niños no nacidos. Lima, 1781. Necesidad de la Historia Natural Científica, published in Mercurio Peruano, 1794. Vol X QV. Memoria de las plantas extrañas que se cultivan en Lima, etc. published in Mercurio Peruano, 1794. Volumes I QV. Note, Fr. GL also contributed to the Mercurio Peruano under the pseudonym Thimio. Cap. Roman 17 v. González Suárez Federico. Un escritor colombiano del tiempo de la colonia. An article on Basilio Vicente de Oviedo Pubble in La República del Sagrado Corazón de Jesús. Quito, 1890. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Garrido José. C. Mira Juan León. Ojada Histórico-Crítica sobre la Polla Ecuatoriana. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Grausek Paul, ed. Publicación de Documentos Relativos al Río de la Plata, published in Annals de la Biblioteca. Buenos Aires, QV. Gruso José María, Las Noches de Juicer, Ms. dated Santa Fe de Bogotá, 1804. C. Vergara y Vergara, Hist, de la Lit, en Nueva Granada, Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Guevara José. Historia del Paraguay, Rio de la Plata y Tucumán, printed in Annals de la Biblioteca, Buenos Aires, vols. V and Roman 6 QV. Printed by P. Angeles in Colección de Obras, Rel. A la Hist. Del Rio de la Plata, Volume Roman II, QV cap. Roman 13, Roman 4. Printed by R. Díaz de Guzmán in Historia Argentina. Volume IQV. Gumila José, El Orinoco Ilustrado, Madrid 1741. Cap, Roman 12 v. Gutierrez, Juan Maria. Estudios Biográficos y Críticos. Buenos Aires, 1865. Hinc Thaddeus. Introducción a la Historia Natural de la Provincia de Cochabamba y Circunvecinas, etc., written in 1798. Ms. in Real Acad. De la Hist, Madrid. Memoria sobre los ríos navegables que fluyen al Marañón, etc., written in 1799. Descripción geográfica, física y histórica de las montañas habitadas de la Nación de Indios Yurcares, etc. Note, the above three works were first published integrally by P. Grausack in Annals de la Biblioteca, Buenos Aires, Volume IQV. On the navigable rivers which flow into the Marañón, etc., printed in explorations made in the valley of the river Madeira from 1749–1868. QV. Descripción del Perú, first published by the Biblioteca Nacional del Perú, Lima, 1901, MS, in British Museum. Note, the volume also contains the Memoria sobre los ríos, que fluyen al Marañón. Descripción del Reino de Chile. Observations sobre el volcán de Arequipa. Estudios de las aguas termales de Yura. Artículos sobre el mal y sobre un arbusto alcanforado. Itinerario de Oruro a Jujuy. Planos de Chulamani y Amasuyos, Ms. in British Museum. Reliquiae Hincini su descriptions et icons plantarum, quas in America meridionali et boreali, in insules Philippines et Marianes, collegiate th 5 fascicules. Prague, 1825–1830. Volume Roman II, 2 fascicules. Prague, 1830–135. See also Balavian, M.V. and Kramer P., Tadio Hinck, Escritos, etc. cap. Roman 17, Roman 7. Hakluyt Richard, The Principal Navigations, Voyages and Discoveries of the English Nation, etc. London, 1589. 3 vols. London, 1598–1600. 12 vols. Glasgow, 19035. Cap. Roman 6, Roman 3. Hansen Leonardus. Vita mirabilis et mors pradiosa venerabilis sororis Rossi de Maria Limensis, etc. Rome, 1664. See also González de Acuna A. Harris, Henry. Bibliotheca Americana Vetistissima. Description of works relating to America published between 1492 and 1551. Paris, 1866–72. Harris y Salinas, Martinda. Felices progresos que las armas de su majestad han conseguido en el Reino de Chile, 1657–1658. Lima, 1658. Reprinted in Colección de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos, Volume Roman 13, QV. Hernández, Pablo. El extrañamiento de los jesuitas del Río de la Plata y de las Misiones del Paraguay. Printed in Colección de Lib. Y Doc Ref. A la Hist. de Mayer. Volume Roman 7, QV cap. Roman 13 v. Hernández Girón, Francisco. See Rebelión de F. Hernández Girón. Herrera, Pablo. Ensayo sobre la historia de la literatura ecuatoriana, Quito, 1860. Quoted frequently by Medina in Hist. De la Lit. Call de Chile. Herrera Tordesillas, Antonio de. Historia General de los Hechos de los Castellanos en las Islas y Tierra Firme del Mar Océano, Cuatro Décadas and Descripción de las Indias Occidentales, Madrid, 1601. Décadas 58, Madrid, 1615. A complete work edited by Andrés González de Barcia. 4 vols, Madrid, 1730. Histoire générale des voyages et conquêtes des Castellans dans les îles et terre ferme des Indes Occidentales. Trans, by N. de la Costa. 3 vols. Paris, 1660–71. The General History of the Vast Continent and Islands of America, commonly called the West Indies, from the first discovery thereof, etc. Trans. By Capt. John Stevens. 6 vols. London, 1725–26. Descripción de las Indias Occidentales. Included in Historia General, etc. v supra. Description des Indes Occidentals, qu'on appelle aujourd'hui le Nouveau Monde. Par A. de H. Amsterdam, 1622. A description of the West Indies. Printed in Purchas His Pilgrimes, pt. 3c Purchas s. See also Churchill A. and J. Collection of Voyages and Travels, etc., Volume V. Beschreibung der Inseln und des festen Lands, des Hohen oder Großen Meers, so man nennet West Indian. Published by T. de Bry America, Thale Roman 12 QV. Descriptio Indiae Occidentalis. Published by T. de Bry in Americi Pars Roman 12 QV. The Voyage of Francisco de Orellana down the river of the Amazons A.D. 1540-41. Transl, from the 6th decade of A. de H's General History of the Western Indies, published by Sir Clements Markham in Expeditions, etc., QV Cap. Roman 16, Roman 2. Historia de la Conquista del Nuevo Mundo, 9 vols, Madrid, 1829. Note, this contains Vol I Historia de la Conquista de Mexico, etc. by Antonio de Solis, vols. Roman 2 to V. Los Comentarios Reales by Garcilaso de la Vega, vols. Roman 6, Roman 7 La Florida del Inca by Garcilaso de la Vega, vols. Roman 8 and Roman 9, Ensayo Chronologico by Gabriel de Cardenas. Historiadores de Indias, see Serrano y Sanz M. Holguin, see González Holguin Diego de Junius Gana Jorge, Cuadro Histórico de la Producción Intelectual de Chile, printed in Biblioteca de Escritores de Chile, Volume I-24 QV, Cap, Roman 6 I. Hurtado de Mendoza, Geronimo, poems, one of which is quoted by J.T. Medina in Hist. Lit. Call de Chile, Volume I pp. 420-23 and p. 251 note. Cap, Roman 17 Roman 3. Ibanez, Pedro. See Biblioteca de Historia Nacional and Relations de Mando. Irisari, Fermenda, Vida de Loza, Madrid 1715. Cap, Roman 14 Roman 4. Jerez, Francisco de Conquista del Perú, Verdadera Relación de la Conquista del Perú y Provincia del Cusco, Seville 1534. Salamanca 1547. Printed by González de Barcia, A., in Historiadores Primitivos, etc., Volume Roman 3 QV. Printed in Bib. de Out. Esp. Volume Roman 26 p. 319, QV. Libro Primo de la Conquista del Perú y Provincia del Cusco de la India Occidentali. Translated by Domingo de Gastelum. Venice, 1535. Milan, 1535. Relation véridique de la Conquête du Perú et de la Province de Cusco Name Nouvelle Castile, etc. published by H. Turnox Compans in Voyages, Relations, etc. Volume Roman 4 QV. A true account of the province of Cusco, called New Castile, etc. translated by Sir Clements Markham in Reports on the Discovery of Peru QV. Cap. Roman 3 I. Jesuits, Annui Literi Societatis Jesu Anni 1581, ad paters et fraters adjustum societatis. Rome, 1583. Such yearly letters were published in Rome, 1584-85-86-89. Florence, 1600-01, Naples, 1604-07, Lyon, 1607, Antwerp, 1618, Douai, 1618, Maganza, 1618, etc., etc. Letters edifiants et curieuses, écrits des missions, étrangers par quelques missionnaires de la Compagnie de Jesus. Recueils 134. Paris, 1707-76. Note, Rec. 18 ed. by Ch. Ligobian 926 ed. by J. B. Duhalde-28 ed. by L. Paduilet 2930 ed. by Marchal 3134 ed. by L. Paduilet. Cartas edificantes y curiosas escritas de las misiones extranjeras por algunos misioneros de la Compañía de Jesus. Trans from the French by Diego Davin. 16 vols. Madrid, 1753. Volume Roman 16 contains matter not included in the letters edifiants et curieuses, etc. Edifying and curious letters of some missioners of the Society of Jesus from foreign missions. A translation of part of the collection Letters Edifiants et Curieuses. 2 vols. London, 170709. Travels of the Jesuits into various parts of the world, compiled from their letters. Chiefly translated from letters et defiance et curieuses, etc., 2 vols. London, 1743. Literi annui provincii periquarii. Antwerp, 1636. Latin translation of Cartas Annuas, written by order of Nicolas Duran in 1626, 1627, and signed in Tucumán on Nov. 12th, 1628. Relation des anciens progrès de la religion chrétienne, faits au Paraguay, 1626 et 1627, trans from Latin into French by J. de Machaut. Paris, 1638. See Literi annui provincii periquarii, of which this is a translation. See also Bibliothèque de la Salle, de Jesus and Carrion A. Jiménez de la Espada, Marcos. Juan de Castellanos y su Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada, Madrid, 1899. Ed. Tres Relaciones de Antigüedades Peruanas, Publ. By the Ministerio de Fomento, Madrid, 1879. Ed. Relaciones Geográficas de Indias, 4 vols, Madrid, 1881-1897, cap. Roman 7, cap. X. Roman 9. Jiménez de Quesada, Gonzalo, Compendio Historial, Ms. Lost. Epitome de la Conquista del Nuevo Reino, an account using part of the material contained in Compendio Historial, Publ. By M. Jiménez de la Espada and by him attributed to G. J. de Q. Cap. Roman 7. Jodar Luis, Vida de la V.M. Catalina Maria de la Concepción, Fundadora del Convento de Sta. Clara de Cartagena. Si Vergara y Vergara Hist de la Lit, de Nueva Granada Cap. Ziv. Jolis José, Sagio sulla Storia Natural della Provincia del Gran Chaco, Volume I Finza, 1789. Cap. Roman 13 v. Juan y Santa Silla, Jorge and Aloa Antonio de, Noticias Secretas de America, 2 PTS. London, 1758. See also Aloa A de, Relación Histórica, etc. Cap. Roman 12 I. Juarez Gaspar, Historia Eclesiástica del Virreinato de Buenos Aires, MS. Historia Natural de Buenos Aires, Ms. Cap. Roman 13 v. Jeffrey del Aguila Melcher, Compendio Historial del Descubrimiento, Conquista y Guerra del Reino de Chile. Lima, 1630. Reprinted with Life of Author by D. Barros Arana by the University of Chile. Santiago, 1897. Cap. Roman 9, Roman 4. Julián Antonio. La Perla de América, Provincia de Santa Marta Reconocida, Observada y Expuesta en Discursos Históricos. Madrid, 1787. Historia Geográfica del Rio Magdalena, etc. Ms. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 6. Kelly James Fitzmaurice, A History of Spanish Literature, Forms Volume V, of Short Histories of the Literatures of the World, ed. By E. W. Goss, London, 1898. Historia de la Literatura Española, Tercera Edición, Corregida, Madrid, 1921. Literature Espagnole, 2e edition Refondo et Augmenté, Paris, 1913. Kelly Julia Fitzmaurice, El Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, The Hispanic Society of America, London, 1921. Cap. Roman 4, Roman 2. Klunzinger Karl, Anthel der Deutschen und deren Deckung von Südamerika. Stuttgart, 1857. Founded on Fetterman Nikolaus, Indianische Historia QV. Lacandamine Charles Merida. Relation abrégée d'un voyage fait dans l'intérieur de l'Amérique méridionale en descendant la rivière des Amazons. Paris, 1745. Cap. Xi Roman 7. Lacunza Manuel. La Venida del Mijas en Gloria y Majested por Juan Josaphat Ben Ezra Sud. 3 vols. Mexico, 1825. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Laguna Francisco Gonzalez. See Gonzalez Laguna F. Liria Joaquin and Ambrosio. C. J. L. Mira, Ojada Historico Critica sobre la Poesia Ecuatoriana, where several of their poems are printed. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Las Casas. See Casas Bartolomé de Las. Lasso de la Vega, Gabriel. See Lobo Lasso de la Vega, G. Lasso de la Vega, Garcia el Inca. See Garcilaso de la Vega, el Inca. Lavardin Juan Manuel de. Invocación al Paraná. First printed in the Telegrafo Mercantil, Num. I Buenos Aires, 1801 QV. Satira, printed in account of Lavardin's life and writings. C. Gutierrez, J.M., Estudios Biográficos. Siripo, a drama, acted for the first time in 1789. Second act preserved and printed by J.M. Gutierrez in his Estudios Biográficos, Q.V. Cap, Roman 17, Roman 3. Lecuenda, José Ignacio. Discurso sobre el destino quedib darse a la gente vaga de Lima, a series of articles publ. In Mercurio Peruano, Volume X, QV. Other articles, many of them topographical, in vols, Roman 8 Roman 12. Cap, Roman 17 v. Leon Gregorio de Mapa de Chile, said to have been printed but no copies known to exist. C. Medina lit. Call de Chile, Volume Roman 2, p. 170. Cap, Roman 9 Roman 7. Leon Pinelo, Antonio de Discurso sobre la importancia, forma y disposición de la recopilación de leyes de las Indias. Madrid, 1624. Política de las Grandezas, y Gobierno del Supremo, y Real Consejo de las Indias. Madrid, 1625. Epitome de la Biblioteca Oriental y Occidental, Nautica y Geográfica. Madrid, 1629. A new edition publ. By González de Barcia. Madrid, 1737-38. A facsimile reprint. Buenos Aires, 1919. Tratado de Confirmaciones Reales de Encomiendas, Oficios y Casos en que se requieren para las Indias. Madrid, 1630. Diálogos de la Pintura, etc. Madrid, 1633. Vida del Ilustrísimo y Reverendísimo Don Toribio Alfonso Mogrovejo, Arzobispo de, etc. Lima. Madrid, 1653. Aparato Político de las Indias Occidentales, etc. Madrid, 1653. Autos, Acuerdos y Decretos del Gobierno del Supremo y Real Consejo de las Indias. Madrid, 1658. Rico Cerro de Potosi, Historia de su Imperial Villa. MS. Bulario Indico, MS. Annals de la Encina y Coronada Villa de Madrid, MS. Fundación y Grandezas Históricas y Políticas de la Encina Ciudad de los Reyes, MS. El Paraíso en el Nuevo Mundo, Comentario Apologético, Historia Natural y Peregrina de las Indias Occidentales, Islas, etc. MS. El Gran Canceller de las Indias, MS. Patriarcado de las Indias, Historia Eclesiástico-Política del Nuevo Mundo, MS. Note all these MSS. In Biblioteca del Palacio Real Madrid, Cap, Roman 14 Roman 4, Cap, Roman 15 Roman 3. Leon Pinelo, Diego de Contestación al Memorial de Juan de Padilla, Lima, 1660. The answer was compiled and printed at the command of the Duke of Alba, Viceroy of Peru, and gives Padilla's document in sections, each separate complaint being met by a suggested remedy. Cap, Roman 15 Roman 3. Leon Pinelo, Juan de El Martirio de los que han padecido en las Indias por la fe. Madrid, 1639. Voyage de los Galones de las Indias en 1607, con descripción de los puertos en que entraron. Madrid, 1633. Percer sobre la Pintura, Madrid, 1633. El Prudent Confessor, Valencia, 1645. Vida de Santa Margarita, Madrid, 1629. El Predicador de las Gentes, San Pablo, Madrid, 1638. Ciencia, Preceptos y Obligaciones de los Predicadores, Madrid, 1638. Panegyrico de Felipe Roman 4, Madrid, 1639. Cap, Roman 15 Roman 3. Leon y Becerra Antonio de An Account of Events in Panama During Morgan's Invasion in 1670 and later. C. Mendiburu Dick, Hist, Biog del Peru. Cap, Ziv. Leon y Garabito Andrés de A Pamphlet on the Origin, Organization, Defense, etc. of the Province of Rio de la Plata. C. Mendiburu Dick, Hist, Biog del Peru. Cap, Roman 13 Roman 3. Lizarraga, Reginaldo. Descripción y Población de las Indias. First publ. In the Revista del Instituto Histórico del Perú with a prologue by C. A. Romero. Lima, 1908. Descripción breve de toda la tierra del Perú, Tucumán, Rio de la Plata y Chile. Printed in Historiadores de Indias, Volume Roman II, QV Cap. Roman 14, I. Lano y Zapata, José Eusebio de Memorias Histórico-Físicas Críticas Apologeticas de la América Meridional, Ms. in Bib, National de Madrid, and a copy in Bib, National de Lima, first publ. By the Bib, Nac. de Lima, Santiago de Chile, 1904. Only first volume extant. A small work containing preliminary discourse to above and some letters. Cadiz, 1759. Carta o diario que escribe DJ e de LL. YZ, en que la docuenta de todo lo aquecido en esta capital del Perú desde el 28 de oct. de 1646, con el grand movimiento de tierra, hasta el 16 de Feb. de 1747, etc. Lima, 1747. Madrid, 1748. Printed by Adriazola in Terremotos, QV. Relación del auto particular de fe, que el Santo Oficio de la Inquisición celebro, el día 19 de oct. de 1749, y breve noticia de la ruina y estrago, que padecieron la capilla y casas del sto tribunal el día 28 de oct. 1746 con el Grand Terremoto, etc. Lima, 1750. Printed by Adriazola in Doclet, del Perú, Volume Roman 7 QV. For other publications see Medina la Imprenta in Lima, see also Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog, del Perú, Cap, Roman 16 I. Lobo Lasso de la Vega Gabriel. Primer part de Cortés Valeroso, y Mexicana, Madrid, 1588. A revised edition with 13 additional cantos, Madrid, 1594. See Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog, del Perú, Cap, Roman 6, Roman 4, Cap, Roman 16 I. López el Padre. Satirical verses. Printed in Biscuito Histórico de la Polla Chilena by Adolfo Valderrama, Chapter I and Appendix, QV. See also Medina Hist. de la Lit. Call de Chile, Volume I and Appendix. Cap, Roman 17, Roman 3. López de Gamarra, Francisco. La Historia de las Indias y Conquista de Mexico, 2 PTS. Saragossa, 1552, Medina del Campo, 1553, Antwerp, 1554. Printed in Biblioteca de Autores Espanoles, Volume Roman 22, QV. Histoire General des Indes Occidentals, etc. Translation of P.T., one of La Historia de las Indias, etc. by M. Fumet, Sieur de Marly Le Chastel. Paris, 1568. Cap, Roman 4, Roman 2. López de Zúñiga, Francisco, Marqués de Bades. See Relación Verdadera de los Países, etc. López y Plains Vicente, El Triunfo Argentino. Buenos Aires, 1808. Printed by Medina en la Imprenta en Buenos Aires, pp. 298-3-6 QV. Laurent Sebastián, Historia Antigua del Perú, 4 vols, 1860-1863. Lozano, Pedro. Descripción Coreográfica del Terreno, Ríos, Árboles, y Animales de las Dilatadísimas Provincias del Gran Chaco, etc. Córdoba, 1733. Vida del P. Julián de Lizardi. Salamanca, 1741. Madrid, 1832. Relación del Terremoto que arruinó a Lima. Printed by Adriazola in Terremotos, QV. Diario de un viaje a la costa de la Mar Megalánica desde Buenos Aires hasta el Estrecho, formado sobre observaciones de los P. Cardil y Quiroga, por el PL en 1745. Printed by P. Angelis in Collección de Obras, Rel, a la Hist. Del Rio de la Plata, Volume IQV. Historia de la Compañía de Jesús en la Provincia del Paraguay, 2 vols, Madrid, 1754-1755. Madrid, 1912. Historia de las Revoluciones de la Provincia del Paraguay, 1721-1735. Publ. By the Junta de Historia y Numismática Americana, Buenos Aires, 1905. Carta al P. Juan Rico, 1740. Carta al P. Bruno Morales, etc. dated Nav. 1, 1746, 1747. Carta al P. Bruno Morales. Córdoba, March 1, 1747. Printed in Cartas Edificantes, Volume Roman 15, p. 391, and in Carts Edifiants, Recueil 27. See Jesuits. Historia de la Conquista del Paraguay, Rio de la Plata y Tucumán Pubble. By A. Lamas in Collección de Obras, Documentos y Noticias, del Rio de la Plata. Vols. I Roman 4 QV. Representación hecha por la provincia jesuítica del Paraguay al señor Vuri del Perú a propósito del tratado con Portugal sobre las misiones del Uruguay. Córdoba, 1751. Ms. in Library at Lima. Carta al P. Juan de Zola, sobre los Césares. Printed by P. Angeles in Collección de Obras y Documentos, etc. Volume I QV. Diccionario Histórico Indico, 6 vols, ms. Representación Quejes al Rey, el Provincial de la Compañía de Jesús en Paraguay, dated Buenos Aires, 1732. ms. Carta al Procurador General sobre lo sucedido en la provincia de Tucumán, dated 1752. Ms. Cap. Roman 13, Roman 3. Machado de Chaves Juan, el perfecto confessor y cura de almas, 2 vols, Barcelona, 1641. See also Apolinar Fr. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Machado de Chaves Pedro, Discursos Políticos y Reformación del Derecho, Ms. 1644, probably lost. Cap. Roman 15, Roman 2. Manuel ad usum patrum societatis Jesu, printed by the Jesuit Mission in Paraguay, 1721. Cap. I. Marin Domingo, Estado de las Misiones en Chile. Ms. C. Medina lit call de Chile. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 6. Marino de Lovra, Pedro. Crónica del Reino de Chile, reducida a nuevo método y estilo por el P. Bartolomé de Escobar. Printed in Collección de Historiadores de Chile, Volume Roman 6, QV Cap. Roman 4, Roman 7. Markham Sir Clements Robert, KCB. Expeditions into the Valley of the Amazons, Trans and ed. By Sir C. R. M. Hakluyt Society, London, 1859. Reports on the Discovery of Peru, Trans and ed. By Sir C. R. M. Hakluyt Society, London, 1872. Narratives of the Rights and Laws of the Uncas, Trans and ed. By Sir C. R. M. Hakluyt Society, 1873. The Conquest of New Granada, London, 1912. Early Spanish Voyages to the Strait of Magellan, Trans and ed. By Sir C. R. M. Hakluyt Society, London, 1911. The Incas of Peru, London, 1910. See also, Acosta Jada and de Goya Pida, Cieza de León Pida Enriquez de Guzmán A. Garcilaso de la Vega El Inca, Simón P. Fernández de Quiros P. Sarmiento de Gamboa P. Marmaki Francesco Cost. Raccolta di Viaggi dalla scoperta del nuovo continente fino ai nostri. 2 vols. Prado, 1840-41. Mariquin José Manuel. Biografia de Don Francisco Antonio Morno, quoted at length by Vergara y Vergara in his Hist. De la Lit. En Nueva Granada, pp. 251-56, QVC also El Maseco, Roman 4, number 7 Cap, Roman 17, I. Martel Julian, Disenganos del Mundo, Si Mendiburu dic Hist, Biag del Peru, Cap, Roman 14, I. Machenzo Juan, Gobierno del Peru, First Pubble, Buenos Aires, 1910, Ms. in British Museum in Folio 2 PTS, Cap, Roman 15, Roman 2. Martínez de Bernabe, Pedro Uzaro. Reflections Críticas Político-Históricas sobre los nominados Césares, 1782. MS. La Verdad en Campana, Relación Histórica de la Plaza, Puerto y Presidio de Valdivia, etc. MS. 1782 C. Medina, lit. Call de Chile, Cap. Roman 16, Roman 4. Martínez y Villa Bartolomé. Annals de la Villa Imperial de Potosi, printed in Archivo Boliviano, Volume IQV, where the contraction NES is wrongly taken to represent Munez. Cap. Roman 16 v. Medina José Toribio. Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, 3 vols. Santiago de Chile, 1878. Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de Chile. Santiago de Chile, 1888-1902. Diccionario Biográfico Colonial de Chile. Santiago de Chile, 1906. Historia y Bibliografía de la Imprenta en América Española. Pubble, in Annals del Museo de la Plata, Sección de Historia Americana, La Plata, 1892. Biblioteca Hispanoamericana, 7 vols. Santiago de Chile, 1898–1907. Biblioteca Hispano-Chilena, 3 vols. Santiago de Chile, 1897–99. La Imprenta en Lima, 4 vols. Santiago de Chile, 1904. Notas bibliográficas sobre la imprenta en Arequipa, El Cusco, Trujillo, Caracas, Cartagena de las Indias, Mérida de Yucatán, Oaxaca, Quito, Veracruz, y la imprenta del Ejército Realista. Santiago de Chile, 1904. La Imprenta en Buenos Aires, La Plata, 1892. Contained in Historia y Bibliografía de la Imprenta en América Española. La Imprenta en Quito en Notas Bibliográficas, etc. vs. La Arcana, Edición del Centenario, C. Ursula y Zúñiga, Ada. Descripción de las Indias Occidentales, etc. Extract from Suma de Geografía, Santiago de Chile, 1897. C. Fernández de Enciso, M. See also Mendoza Monteagudo, Jada, Oval Ada, Perez Garcia J. Pragmática sobre los días del año. Medrano, Francisco de, Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada, Ms. Leon Pinelo, A. Epitome de la Biblioteca Oriental y Occidental, etc. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Meléndez, Juan. Tesoros verdaderos de las Indias en la Historia de la Gran Provincia de Juan Bautista del Perú, 3 vols. Rome, 1681–2. Descripción de las fiestas hechas por la Beatificación de Santa Rosa, Lima, 1622. Cap. Roman 12 v. Cap. Roman 14 I. Memoria del Virrey del Perú, Marqués d'Avilés, desde 1801 hasta 1806, Publ. By C. A. Romero. Lima, 1901. Cap. Roman 15, Roman 4. Memorias de los Virreyes que han gobernado el Perú durante el tiempo del colonial, C. Fuentes, M.A. Cap. Roman 15, Roman 4. Méndez André. Discursos sobre la Centinela del Reino de Chile, Lima, 1641. Cap. Roman 9, Roman 7. Mendiburu, Manuel de. Diccionario Histórico-Biográfico del Perú, 8 vols. Lima, 1874–90. Apuntes Históricos del Perú, Lima, 1902. Mendieta Alonso ed. C. Córdoba Salinas Dida. Mendoza Monteagudo, Juan de. Las Guerras de Chile. Publ. By J.T. Medina en Collección de Poemas Épicos Relativos a Chile o Escritos por Chilenos durante el Período Colonial. Volume I QV Cap. Roman 6, Roman 2. Menéndez y Pello, Marcelino. Historia de la Poesía Hispanoamericana, Obras Completas Roman 2, Roman 3. Madrid, 1911–1913. Antología de Poetas Hispanoamericanos, 4 vols. Madrid, 1893–5. Mira Juan León, Ojada Histórico-Crítica sobre la Poesía Ecuatoriana, Quito, 1868. 2nd ed., Barcelona, 1893. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Mercurio Peruano, de Historia, Literatura y Noticias Públicas Quedo a la Sociedad Académica de Amantes de Lima, 12 vols. Lima, 1791–95. Note: the British Museum copy contains the number for June 23, which was suppressed. See Oliverieta, A. Biblioteca Peruana de Historia, Ciencias y Literatura. Reprints from the Mercurio Peruano by M. A. Fuentes. Lima, Poissy, 1861. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Mija Venegas, Alonso. Historia de los Varones Insignes de la Provincia del Perú de la Compañía de Jesús. Seville, 1632. Cap. X. Roman 7. Note: this notice of publication is taken from Biblioteca de la Compañía de Jesús, QVFR. Escudero y Parazo in Typografia Hispilens makes no mention of such a book. But C. Medina, Bib. Hisp. Amer, and Tor Saldamando, Los Antiguos Jesuitas del Perú. Milalubu Pancho, pseudonym, La Tuqueplina, Dicadas Heroicas sobre la Restauración de su Misión y Estreno de su Iglesia, 1786, misquoted at length by J.T. Medina in Lit. Call de Chile, Volume IPP, 324–333, Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Mayra Montes Suesola, Juan de. Armas Antárticas. Ms. in Biblioteca Nacional de Madrid, Analysis of the poem and copious quotations in 4 articles entitled Tres Poemas del Colonage by Felix C. Zegura in Revista Peruana, Volume Roman 3, QV Cap. Roman 12, Roman 4. Molina, Cristóbal de Cusco, Relación de las Fábulas y Ritos de los Incas. First printed in the Revista Chilena de Historia y Geografía, Volume V, No. 9. Santiago de Chile, 1913. Republ. Inculcación de Libros y Documentos Reference a la Historia del Perú, Volume I, QV. The Fables and Rites of the Uncas, trans from the original Spanish MS, by Sir C. R. Markham, and included in Narratives of the Rights and Laws of the Uncas, QV Cap. Roman 4, Roman 4. Molina, Cristóbal de Santiago, Relación de la Conquista y Población del Perú, first printed in Sudamerica. Santiago de Chile, 1873. Printed in Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de Chile, Volume Roman 7, QV. Printed in Colección de Libros y Documentos Reference a la Historia del Perú, Volume I, QV. Diario de la Expedición de Almagro, Cap. Roman 3, Roman 4. Molina, Juan Ignacio, Compendio de la Historia Geográfica, Natural y Civil del Reino de Chile, Bologna, 1776. A first sketch. Saggio sulla Storia Natural del Chile, Bologna, 1782. Saggio sulla Storia Civil del Chile, etc. Bologna, 1787. Compendio de la Historia Civil del Reino de Chile, etc. Part 2, trans, into Spanish with additional notes by Nicolás de la Cruz y Bahamond. Madrid, 1795. Compendio de la Historia Geográfica, Natural y Civil del Reino de Chile, etc. Part 1. Trans, into Spanish by Domingo Joseph de Arquilada y Mendoza. Madrid, 1788. Another translation by Narciso Cueto Publ, in Colección de Historiadores de Chile, Volumes I, QV. The Geographical, Natural, and Civil History of Chile, translated from the original Italian. 2 vols. London, 1809. Cap. Roman 16, Roman 4. Monschien, Johannes. Ulrich Schmidl's Reise nach Südamerika in den Jahren, 1534-1554. Straubing, 1893. Montalvo, Francisco Antonio de El Sol del Nuevo Mundo etc. Rome, 1683. Cap. Roman 9 v. Montalvo, José Miguel, El Zagal de Bogotá, play produced beginning of 19th cent, Bogotá, C. Vergara y Vergara, Hist, de la Lit, en Nueva Granada. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Montesinos, Fernando. Afir de España, Memorias Historiales y Políticas del Perú. Vaticinios de su descubrimiento y conversión por los reyes católicos, etc. First part containing 3 books. Ms. Lost. Memorias Antiguas Historiales y Políticas de Perú, the second book of above Publ, by M. Jiménez de la Espada in Colección de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos, Volume Roman 16, QV. Mémoires historiques sur el ancien Perú. The above-mentioned second book trans into French and published by H. Turnox Compans in Voyages, Relations, etc. Volume Roman 17, QV. Auto de la Fe celebrado en Lima a 23 de enero de 1639. Madrid, 1640 Cap. XX. Morley Cyriacus, C. Muriel Domingo. Morno Gabriel, Almanac Peruano y Guía de Forsteros. 11 issues, Lima, 1799-1809. Wrote also for Mercurio Peruano. C. Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog del Perú Cap, Roman 17 v. Morno José Ignacio. Exhortación a la sumisión y concordia que hizo esas feligreses en el día 10 de mayo, JIM a consecuencia de la proclama del, Veri del Perú, etc., with the proclamation. Lima, 1812. Refutación al papel titulado Abuso del poder contra las libertades de la Iglesia, escrita por un verdadero católico. Lima, 1831. Ensayo sobre la supremacía del Papa. Lima, 1836. C. Medina, La Imprenta en Lima, also Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog, del Perú, also Mercurio Peruano, Volume Roman 8, p. 280. Cap. Roman 17 v. Moreno René, Bolivia y Peru, Notas Históricas y Bibliográficas, 2nd edition, Santiago de Chile, 1905. Moreno y Escandón, Francisco Antonio, Historia del Nuevo Reino, MS Lost, Cap, Roman 17 I. Moreno y Perez, Pedro de, Explicación de la Plaza y Puerto de Valdivia, 1731. C. Medina, J.T., Diccionario Biográfico Colonial de Chile and Lit. Call de Chile. Cap, Roman 16, Roman 4. Maseco L., A Literary Miscellany, edited by J. M. Vergara y Vergara. Vols. 1-2 in British Museum. Bogotá 1858, etc. Moses Bernard, The Spanish Dependencies in South America. 2 vols, London, 1914. The Establishment of Spanish Rule in America. New York, 1898. South America on the Eve of Emancipation. New York, 1908. Spain's Declining Power in South America, 1730–1806. University of California, 1919. Mosquera de Figueroa, Cristobal, Elogio de Alonso de Ercilla, prefix to first edition of third part of La Araucana, Madrid, 1589, and in many subsequent editions. See Ercilla y Zuniga, Ada, Cap. V. Muriel Domingo. Historia Paraguariensis Petri Franciscae Xaviri de Charlevoix ex Gallico Latina, etc. Venice, 1779. Historia del Paraguay diste 1747 Hasta 1767, trans from the Latin by Pablo Hernández and published in Colección de Libros y Doc. Ref. A la Hist. de America, Volume Roman 19, QVC also Charlevoix, p.fx. Fasti Novi Orbis et Ordinationem Apostolicarum ad Indias, etc. Venice, 1776. Pubble, under the name Cyriacus Morley. Cap. Roman 13 v. Mutis José Celestino. Observations y Conocimientos de la Quina, published in Mercurio Peruano, 1795, Volume Roman 12, QV Cap. Roman 17 v. El Arcano de la Quina, published in part in Papel Periódico de Santa Fe de Bogotá, Nos. 89 et sec. QV. Discontinued after number 128. Narino José Antonio Ignacio Vicente. Declaración de los Derechos del Hombre y del Ciudadano, published by Eduardo Posada and Dr. Pedro M. Ibanez in El Precursor, Documentos sobre la vida del General ANQV. Cap. Roman 17. Navarrete M. Fernández de, see Fernández de Navarrete, M. Nuremberg, Juan Eusebio. De la diferencia entre lo temporal y eterno. Traducido en lengua guarani por el padre Joseph Serrano. First book printed by Jesuit missions in Paraguay, Las Doctrinas, 1705. A new edition, Madrid, 1762. Printed in Colección de los Mejores Autores Españoles, Volume Roman 44 QV, Cap. I. Nouvelles Annales des Voyages, see Annales des Voyages, etc. Novissima Recopilación de las Leyes de España, 6 vols, Madrid, 1805–29, Cap. I. Nueva Biblioteca de Autores Españoles, ed. M. Menéndez y Pello and others, Madrid, 1900, etc. Nueva Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España y de sus Indias, edited by Francisco de Zabelburu and José Sancho Rayon. 6 vols, Madrid, 1892–1896. A continuation of Colección de Documentos Inéditos para la Historia de España, QV. Nuix Giovanni. Reflections impartial sobre la humanidad de los Españoles en las Indias contra los pretendidos filósofos y políticos, trans, from the Italian by Pedro Verla y Aloa, Madrid, 1782. Cap. Roman 2 I. Nunes Cabeza de Vaca, Alvar. La relación que dio Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca de lo Excido, en las Indias, en la Armada donde iba por gobernador Panfilo de Narváez, desde el año de 20 y 7 hasta el año de 30 y 6, etc. Zamora, 1542. First edition very rare. The second edition appeared as La Relación y Comentarios del Gobernador Alter Nunes Cabeza de Vaca de lo Excido en las dos jornadas que hizo a las Indias. Valladolid, 1555. Printed in Bib. de Out, Esp. Volume Roman 22 QV. Printed in Colección de Libros y Documentos Reference a la Historia de América. Vols. v. Roman 4 QV. Printed by González de Barcia in Historiadores Primitivos de Indias, Volume I QV. The Commentaries of A. Nunes Cabeza de Vaca, from the original Spanish edition, 1555, trans with notes, etc., by Louis L. Dominguez, Pubble, in The Conquest of the River Plate, Hakluyt Society, London, 1891. Commentaires d'Alvar Nunes Cabeza de Vaca, Rédigues por P. Hernández, Pubble, by Turnox Compans in Voyages, Relations, etc. Vols v. Roman 6 QV. Relation de cio chi interven nel indi alla armata della qual era governator Pamphilo Narvis, etc. Translation Pubble, by G. B. Ramusio in Navigatione et Viagi, Volume Roman 3, QV Cap, Roman 13 I. Nunes de Pinda y Bascanon Francisco, Cautiverio Feliz y Razón de las Guerras Dilatadas de Chile, First Pubble, by D. Barros Arana in his Collection de Historiadores de Chile, Volume Roman 3, QV Cap, Roman 9 Roman 2, Cap Roman 11 I Cap, Roman 17 Roman 3. Adriazola Manuelda, Documentos Literarios del Perú, 10 vols, Lima, 1863-77. Documentos Históricos del Perú en las épocas del colonial después de la conquista y de la dependencia hasta el presente. 2 vols, Lima, 1863-4. Terremotos, Collection de las Relaciones de los Más Notables que ha sufrido esta capital y que la han arruinado. Lima, 1863. Oj de Galinato, Diego, Grandezas de Lima, quoted by Diego Andrés Rocha in Origen de los Indios del Perú, etc. QV. See Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog, del Perú. Fiestas de la Ciudad de los Reyes al Nacimiento del Príncipe, D. Felipe Andrés Prospero, Lima, 1659. Cap, Xi Roman 3. Oliveria Tomás de, Relación etc. 1607, Ms. Cap, Roman 9 Roman 7. Oliveria Miguel de, Informe sobre el Reino de Chile, sus Indios y Guerras, 1594, printed in Claudio Gay's Documentos, Volume Roman 2 QV Cap, Roman 9 Roman 7. Oliverieta Antonio, ed., Seminario Critico, Lima, 1791, etc. See Medina, La Imprenta en Lima and Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog, del Perú, see also Mercurio Peruano, original number for June 23, 1791, immediately suppressed owing to a violent attack on Oliverieta which it contained. Note, the British Museum copy of the Mercurio Peruano contains, Volume Roman 2, p. 159, this original number. Cap, Roman 17 v. Oliva, Analo de la. Vidas de los Varones Illustres de la Compañía de Jesús de la Provincia del Perú. 4 books. The British Museum has an autograph Ms. of Book 1, Libro Primero y Introducción a las Vidas etc., with the Elogios y Catalogo de algunos varones insignes en Santidad de la Provincia del Perú de la Compañía de Jesús. Sacados de las Vidas, que van escritas en estos 4 libros de la historia. Catalogo de algunos varones ilustres en Santidad en la Provincia del Perú de la Compañía de Jesús, etc. Seville, 1632. Libro Primero del Manuscrito Original del RP Analo Oliva S.J. Historia del Reino y Provincias del Perú, de sus Incas Reyes, Descubrimiento y Conquista por los Españoles de la Corona de Castilla, etc. published by J. F. Pazos Verla and L. Verla y Orbigoso from MS, in the library of Dr. D. F. Verla y Val, of Lima. Lima, 1895. Citor Saldamando, Los Antiguos Jesuitas del Perú Medina Bib, Hisp, Amer, and Bibliothèque de la Compagnie de Jesus. Histoire du Pérou, traduit de L. Espagnol sur le manuscrit inédit par H. Turnox Compans, based on Ms. in British Museum. Paris, 1857. Cap, Xi Roman 3, Cap, Roman 14 Roman 4. Oliveres Miguel de, Historia Militar, Civil y Sagrada de lo Ejército en la Conquista y Pacificación del Reino de Chile. Pt. IPT, Roman 2 Lost. Pubble, by Barros Arana in Collection de Hist, de Chile, Volume Roman 4 QV. Breve Noticia de la Provincia de la Compañía de Jesús de Chile, Pubble, by Barros Arana in Collection de Hist, de Chile, Volume Roman 7 QV Cap, Roman 16, Roman 2. Almos, Juan de. La vida de la Mater Geronima, del Espíritu Santo. Si Vergara y Vergara, Hist, de la Lit, en Nueva Granada, Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Ondegardo, Juan Polo de. Si Polo de Ondegardo, J. Ona, Pedro de. Canción Real, Enquesi Recagen las Excelencias del Santo, Francisco Solano. Rio Lima al Rio Tiber. First printed in A. Mendieta's edition of D. de Cordoba's Life of San Francisco Solano QV. Also quoted in full by J.T. Medina in Hist. De la Lit. Call de Chile. Volume I, p. 228 QV. Araco D'Amato, Primer Part Lima 1596, Madrid 1605, Valparaiso 1849. Edición Crítica de la Academia Chilena, anotada por José Toribio Medina. Santiago de Chile, 1917. El Ignacio de Cantabria, Primer Part, Seville 1639, Cap Roman 6 I. Ore Luis Geronimo de. Símbolo Católico Indiano, etc. Lima, 1598. Relación de los Mártires que ha habido en la Florida. Printed 1604-1612. Ritual su Manuel Peruanum, etc. Naples, 1607. Relación de la vida y milagros del Venerable Padre Fr. Francisco Solano, etc., printed apparently without title page. Madrid, 1613. Corona de la Sacratísima Virgin Maria, Madrid, 1619. Cap, Roman 14, Roman 2. Horas Ladislaus. Decades Quatuor Virorum Illustrium Periquarii, Tianau, 1759. Decades Quatuor Alii, Virorum Illustrium Periquarii, printed but not circulated. Cap, Roman 13 v. Orozco José, La Conquista de Menorca. Si Mira J.L. Ojada Historico-Critica sobre la Poesía Ecuadoriana, where 4 cantos of the poem are printed. Cap, Roman 17, Roman 3. Orozco Manuel, Roman 18 cent, Ecuadorian poet. Si Mira J.L. Ojada sobre la Poesía Ecuadoriana. Cap, Roman 17, Roman 3. Ortega Texada y Contreras Joseda, Método para auxiliar y fomentar a los indios de los reinos del Perú y Chile. Cadiz, 1789. Cap, Roman 9, Roman 7. Ortigara Toribio de. Jornada del Rio Maranon con todo lo aquecido en ella y otras cosas notables dignas de ser sabidas, aquecidas en las Indias Occidentals. Printed in Nueva Bib, de Out, Esp, Volume Roman 15. Historiadores de Indias Roman 2. QV Cap. X Roman 2. Ortiz de Morales, José. Coronas de Oro del Patriarca San José, deducidas y sacadas de cuento didron los evangelistas y doctors de la Iglesia. 1713. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Osorio de Paz José. Quinquenio Sacro, las 5 palabras del apóstol San Pablo en 5 instrumentos de David, en veneración de las llagas de Cristo, Sener Nustro, predicados en 5 sermons sobre los evangelios de las 4 dominicas de la Cuaresma y de la Dominica de Pasión, etc. Madrid, 1712. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Oval Alonso de. Histórica Relación del Reino de Chile, y de las Misiones y Ministerios que ejercida en él la Compañía de Jesús. Rome, 1646. Note: the British Museum copy has a set of portraits entitled Gubernators Illusters, etc., several other engravings, and 2 sets of large woodcuts numbered 16 and 112 respectively. Reprinted with a biographical introduction by J.T. Medina 2 vols. Santiago de Chile, 1897. Historica Relation del Regno de Sile, etc. Rome, 1646. An Historical Relation of the Kingdom of Chile, trans from the Spanish and Pubble. By Churchill, A. and J., in a collection of voyages and travels, etc. Volume Roman 3, QV. Relación verdadera de los países que capituló con el Arcano, revelado el Marqués de Bades, etc. Madrid, 1642. A continuation of the Historica Relación. Reprinted in Colección de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos, Volume Roman 13, QV. Memorial y Carta en que el Padre A. del Val representa la necesidad que sus misiones tienen de sujetos, etc. Seville, 1642. Cap. Roman 9 v. Oviedo Basilio Vicente, Pensamientos y Noticias para Utilidad de Curas, 11 vols, Missy Vergara y Vergara, Hist, de la Lit, en Nueva Granada, Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Oviedo Gonzalo, si Fernandez de Oviedo y Valdez Gonzalo. Oviedo Herrera y Ruda Luis Antonio de, Conde de la Graña, Vida de sta Rosa de Santa Maria, Poma Heroico, Madrid 1711. Lima 1867. Poma Sacro de la Pasión de N.S. Jesucristo, Lima 1717. Cap. Xi I. Oviedo de Bonos y Sotomayor Diego de, wrote an appendix in 2 volumes to Recopilación Castellana with explanatory notes and a digest of cases. Vergara believes the book was printed. See Hist. De la Lit. N.N. Granada. Oviedo y Bonos, José de, Historia de la Conquista y Población de la Provincia de Venezuela, Part 1, Madrid, 1723. Printed in Biblioteca de los Americanistas. Vols, Roman 3, Roman 4, QV Cap, Roman 12, Roman 2. Padilla y Pastrana, Juan de, Memorial del Perú, Lima 1660, Cap, Roman 15, 3. See also Leon Pinlo, Diego de Palma, Manuel Ricardo ed. Annals del Cusco, 1600-1750, Lima 1901, Cap. Xi Roman 6. Papel Periódico de la Ciudad de Santa Fe de Bogotá, 7 vols, Bogotá, Feb 9, 1791 Jan. 6, 1797. Pasels Pablo. Historia de la Compañía de Jesús en la Provincia del Paraguay, según los documentos originals del Archivo General de Indias, etc. Madrid, 1912. Pastrana Antonio José, Jardín Amino de San José, Lima, 1666. Empinos del Poder y Amor Dios en la admirable y prodigiosa vida del Santísimo Patriarca Joseph, esposo de la Madre de Dios, Madrid, 1696. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Poc Florian, Padre Florian Poch's rise in die mission in Nac, Paraguay, etc. Vienna, 1829. Padre Florian Bach sic ein Jesuit in Paraguay, Regensburg 1870. Cap. Roman 13 v. Penefiel Leonardo. Disputationum Theologicarum in primum partum divitami, Thomas Primus, de Dio Uno, Leon 1663. Disputations Scholastici et Morals de Virtute Fidei Divini, dec Infidelitate, Heresy, et Ponies Hereticorum. Leon 1673. Tractatus de Incarnation Verbi Divini, Prima Editio, Leon 1678, included in Opera v. Infra. Opera, vols, I Roman 4, Leon 1678. Volume Roman 3 contains Disputations Scholastici, etc. Volume Roman 4 contains Tractatus de Incarnation Verbi Divini here printed for first time. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Penelosa Mondragon Benito. Libro de las Cinco Excelencias del Español, etc. Pamplona, 1629. Cap. Roman 3, Roman 3. Pina Montenegro, Alonso de la. Itinerario para parrocos de indios, en que se tratan las materias más particulares tocantes a ellos, para su buena administración. Madrid, 1668. Leon, 1678. Antwerp, 1754. Cap. Roman 15. Peralta Barnuvo, Rocha y Benavides, Pedro de. Desvias de la naturaleza y origen de los monstruos, 1695. Lima Triunfante, Lima, 1708. Imagen Politica, o Gobierno del Virreobispo de Quito Lima, 1714. Observations Astronomici Habiti Limi, Lima, 1717. El Júpiter Olímpico, ascribed to Peralta, Lima, 1720. El Templo de la Fama Vindicado, Lima, 1720. El Teatro Heroico, Lima, 1720. Jubilos de Lima y Fiestas Reales, etc. Lima, 1723. Lima Fundada o Conquista del Perú, Poma Heroico, etc. 2 PTS, Lima, 1723. Printed by Adriazola in Colección de Documentos Literarios del Perú, Volume IQV. Historia de España Vindicada, Lima, 1730. Pasión y Triunfo de Cristo, Lima, 1738. Ed. El Conocimiento de los Tiempos, QV, for, with some exceptions, the years 1721–1742. Note, for an account of other works see Medina, La Imprenta en Lima and Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog del Perú, Cap, Roman 12, Roman 4. Paramaz José Manuel. De Vita et Moribus Sex Sacerdotum Pergucorum, Finza, 1791. De Vita al Moribus Tredecim Virorum Pergucorum, Finza, 1793. Annus Patiens, etc. ms. El anno di patimenti ascia diario in cui si racconta il viaggio del P. etc. Pubble, by J. Buero in Monologio della Compagnia di Gesù, Appendix, Volume Roman 2, Rome, 1859. Journal du P. Joseph Paramaz contenant la récit des choses ou revés aux Jesuits du Paraguay en l'année de leur expulsion. Printed by A. Carrion in Documents Inedits concernant la Compagnie de Jesus. Volume Roman 16, QV. C. Hernandez, P. El extrañamiento de los Jesuitas del Rio de la Plata, Cap, Roman 13, v. Pérez, Rafael. La Compañía de Jesus Restaurada en la República Argentina y Chile, el Uruguay y el Brasil. Barcelona, 1901. Pérez de Menacho, Juan, Prima Summa Theologiae Sancti Tommi, 6 vols. Theologiae Moralis Tractatus, 2 vols. Tractatus de Preceptis Ecclesiae. Privilegios de la Compañía de Jesus, 2 vols. Privilegios de los Indios. Rentas Ecclesiásticas. Preeminentias de las Iglesias Catedrales, respecto de sus suffraganias. See Mendiburu Dic, Hist, Biog del Perú, Cap, Roman 14, Roman 4. Pérez Garcia José. Historia General, Natural y Militar, Civil y Sagrada del Reino de Chile, etc. published with a biographical notice by J. T. Medina 2 vols. Santiago de Chile, 1900. Cap, Roman 16, Roman 3. Pietas Geronimo. Inform al rey sobre las diversas razas de indios que pueblan el territorio arcano, etc. 1729. Ms. C. Medina lit. Call de Chile. Cap, Roman 9, Roman 7. Pinuer Ignacio. Relación de las noticias adquiridas sobre una ciudad grande españoles, que hay entre los indios, al sur de Valdivia, 1774. Pubble, by P. Angeles in Collection de Obras y Doc. Ref. A la Hist. Del Rio de la Plata. Volume IQV Cap. Roman 16, Roman 4. Pizarro, Pedro. Relación del Descubrimiento y Conquista de los Reinos del Perú, Hecha, Anno 1571. Printed in Colección de Documentos Ineditos para la Historia de España. Volume V, QV Cap. Roman 3, Roman 4. Plaza José Antonio de. Memorias para la Historia de la Nueva Granada, Bogotá, 1850. Palenco de Santillana, Nicolás. De las obligaciones de los jueces y gobernadores en los casos fortuitos. Comentario a las leyes del titulo, primero del libro, primero de la recopilación. Both MSS, probably lost, written circa 1647, C. Medina lit. Call de Chile, Cap, Roman 15, Roman 2. Polo de Ondegardo, Juan. Relación de los fundamentos acerca del notable dono que resulta de no guardar a los indios sus fueros, Ms. in Biblioteca Nacional de Madrid. Pubble, by Torres de Mendoza in Colección de Documentos Ineditos del Archivo de Indias. Volume Roman 17. QV. Los errors y superstitions de los indios, sacados del Tratado y Averiguación que hizo el licenciado Polo. Pubble, for first time in Confusionario para los curas de indios, QV. Relación de los editorios en los cuatro caminos, Zex, que salían del Cusco. Inserted by Bernabé Cobo in his Historia del Nuevo Mundo, QV. Relación del linaje de los Incas, y como extendieron ellos sus conquistas. Written between 1560 and 1572. Note, all these works have been published by C. A. Romero in Colección de Libros y Documentos Reference a la Historia del Perú. Vols, Roman 3 and Roman 4, QV. Report by Polo de Ondegardo, of the lineage of the Uncas and how they extended their conquests. Trans, by Sir C. R. Markham and published in Narratives of the Rights and Laws of the Uncas, QV. In form, Report made at request of Viceroy, the Count of Nieva, as to value of encomiendas in the Kingdom of Peru, in form of a letter dated in Lima, Dec. 12th, 1561. MS. De Eleda du Peru avant la conquête. French version of above Pubble, by M. Turnox Compans in Nouvelles Annales des Voyages. Volume CIQV, Cap, Roman 4, Roman 3. Ponce de Leon, Francisco. Descripción del Reino de Chile, de sus puertos, caladas, y sitio de Valdivia. Madrid, 1644. Relación de los servicios, que ha hecho a su majestad en los reinos del Perú, el presentado Fray Ponce de León. Madrid, 1632. Memorial al Rey por el Reino de Chile, MS. Conquistas y poblaciones del Marañón. Ms. C. Medina lit, Call de Chile. Cap, Roman 9, Roman 7, Cap. Xi Roman 7 Cap, Roman 16 Roman 4. Posada, Eduardo. See Biblioteca de Historia Nacional and Relations de Mando. And Ibanez, Pedro M. El Precursor. Documentos sobre la vida pública y privada del General Antonio Nariño. Bogotá, 1903. C. Nariño, J. A. IV. Pragmática sobre los días del año. Lima, La Ciudad de los Reyes, 1584. First publication to be printed in S. America. For facsimile reproductions, see La Primera Muestra Tipográfica Salida de los Prenses de la América del Sur, con un breve prólogo de J. T. Medina. Santiago de Chile, 1916. Cap. I. Pragmáticas, las del Reino, recopilación de algunas bulas, con todas las pragmáticas, y algunas leyes, hechas para la buena gobernación del Reino, etc. Civil, 1620. Cap. Prescott William Hickling, History of the Conquest of Mexico, 3 vols, London, 1843. Historia de la Conquista de Mexico, Transl, by J. Navarro, 3 vols, Mexico, 1844-46. History of the Conquest of Peru, 2 vols, London, 1847. Historia de la Conquista del Perú, Transl, by J. Garcia Icas Balseta and containing Relación de la Conquista del Perú by P. Sancho, QV, 2 vols. Mexico, 1850. Primera parte de Comedias Escogidas de los Mayores de España. Madrid, 48 PTS. 1652-1704. Purchas Samuel the Elder, purchas his pilgrims in 5 books, 4 PTS. London, 1625. Note, to this collection is usually added, as a 5th volume, the 4th edition of Purchas his Pilgrimage. London, 1626. Hacklitus Posthumus or Purchas his Pilgrims, 20 vols. Glasgow, 1905-07. Quesada, Vicent G. La vida intelectual en la América Española durante los siglos Roman 16, Roman 17, y Roman 18. Printed in Revista de la Universidad, Buenos Aires. Volumes IQV. Crónicas Potasinas, Costumbres de la Edad Medieval Hispanoamericana. 2 vols, Paris, 1890. Quintana Manuel José. Vidas de Españoles Célebres, 3 vols, Madrid, 1807-33. Printed in Collection de los Mej, out, Esp, Volume Roman 34 QV. Quiroga, Geronimo de. Memoria de las Cosas de Chile. Extract from first part published in the Seminario Erudito, Volume Roman 23, QV. Under title Compendio Histórico de los más principales sucesos de la conquista y guerras del Reino de Chile hasta el año de 1656. Printed in Collection de Historiadores de Chile, Volumes I, QV Cap, Xi Roman 3. Quiroga, José. Observaciones Astronómicas para determinar el curso del Río Paraguay, Pubble, by Fernando Francischelli. Rome, 1753. Compendio del Viaje Paraguay arriba hasta el Toro Quajizo y escribió el PIQ. José Quiroga. Printed in Historia del Paraguay in Collection de Lib. Y Doc. Ref. A la Hist. de America. Volume Roman 19. p. 241, etc. QV. See also Lozano Pedro. Cap. Roman 13 v. Ramírez Francisco Javier. Cronicon Sacroimperial de Chile, desde el descubrimiento y adquisición de esta gran belicosa provincia por los Reyes Católicos, etc., 1805. Ms. C. Medina, lit. Call de Chile. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 6. Ramires de Arellano, Feliciano, Marqués de la Fuensanta del Val. Si Collection de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos. Ramusio, Giovanni Battista, Navigationi et Viaggi, Volume I, Venice 1550, Volume Roman II, Venice 1583, Vols, I Roman III, Venice 1606. Rion, José Sancho. Si Collection de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos and Nueva Colección de Documentos Ineditos para la Historia de España. Rebelión de Francisco Hernández Girón en el Perú en 1553. Published in Colección de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos. Volume Roman 13, QV. Recabarren Martín de Informe al Rey sobre los medios de reducir a los indios y conservar la quieta del reino. 1739. Miss C. Medina lit. Call de Chile. Cap. Roman 9, Roman 7. Recopilación de leyes de los reinos de las Indias. Madrid, 1681. Relación del sitio del Cusco y principio de las guerras civiles del Perú hasta la muerte de Diego de Almagro, 1535 a 1539. Published in Colección de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos. Volume Roman 13, QV. Relations de los Virreyes del Nuevo Reino de Granada. Ed. By José Antonio Garcia y Garcia. New York, 1869. Reprinted with additions in Relations de Mando, QV Cap. Roman 15, 4. Relations de los Virreyes y Audiencias que han gobernado el Perú. 3 vols. Lima, 1867-72. Cap. Roman 15, Roman 4. Relations de Mando. Memorias presentadas por los gobernantes del Nuevo Reino de Granada. Compiled and published by E. Posada and P. M. Ibáñez in Biblioteca de Historia Nacional. Volume Roman 8, QV Cap. Roman 15, Roman 4. Relations Geográficas de Indias. Ed. By M. Jiménez de la Espada and Pubble. By the Ministerio del Fomento. 4 vols. Madrid 1881-1897. Repertorio Colombiano. Vols. Ize Bogotá, 1878-79. Revista Chilena. Edited by M. L. Amanaqui and D. Barros Arana. Vols. I Roman 4, Santiago de Chile, 1875-79. Revista Chilena de Historia y Geografía. Santiago de Chile, 1912, etc. Revista del Archivo General de Buenos Aires. Founded and edited by Manuel Ricardo Trells. Vols. I Roman 3, Buenos Aires, 1869-71. Revista de la Universidad. Buenos Aires, 1898, etc. Revista de Quito, 1898. Revista Peruana. Founded by Mariano Felipe Paz Soldán. Lima, 1879-1880. Rizabal y Ugarte, José. Tratado del Real Derecho de las Medias Anadas Seculares y del Servicio de Lanzas a que están obligados los titulos de Castilla. Madrid, 1792. Biblioteca de los Escritores que han sido individuos de los seis colegios mayores, etc. Madrid, 1805. Cap. Roman 15, Roman 4. Ribadenera, Pedro de, Bibliotheca Scriptorum Societatis Jesu, Rome 1676. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Rivero Juan, Historia de las Misiones de los Llanos de Casanar y los Ríos Orinoco y Meta, Bogotá 1883. Cap. Roman 12 v. Rocha Diego Andrés, Origen de los Indios del Perú México Santa Fe y Chile, Lima 1681. Reprinted in Colección de Libros Raros o Curiosos que tratan de América, vols. Roman 3 and Roman 4 QV. Rodriguez, Francisco Antonio. Poems, one of which entitled Felicitación al Señor Oidor Dr. Nicolás Prieto y de Villa is given in full by J. M. Vergara y Vergara in Hist. De la Lit. N. Nueva Granada, pp. 277-81. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Rodriguez, Manuel. El Maranón y Amazonas, Historia de los Descubrimientos, Entradas y Reducción de Nations, Trabajos así temporales, como espirituales en las dilatadas montanas y mayores ríos de la América, etc. Madrid, 1684. Cap. Xi, Roman 7. Rodriguez, Manuel del Socorro, Historia de la Fundación de la Enseñanza, MS. Many manuscript poems in the Biblioteca Nacional de Bogotá and other collections. 3 stanzas from one of these poems, El Triunfo del Patriotismo, quoted by J. M. Vergara y Vergara in Hist. De la Lit. En Nueva Granada, pp. 229-230. Ed. Gaceta de Santa Fe, Bogotá, 1785. Ed. Papel Periódico de Santa Fe de Bogotá, QV. Ed. El Redactor Americano, Bogotá, 1806. Ed. Constitución Feliz, Bogotá, 1810. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Rodriguez de León Juan, Si León Pinlo Juan de. Rodriguez de Ocampo, Diego. Descripción y Relación del Estado Eclesiástico del Obispado de San Francisco de Quito anno de 1650, printed in Relations Geográficas de Indias. Volume Roman 3 Appendix, IQV. Cap. X. Roman 9. Rodriguez Fresel Juan, also known as El Carnero de Bogotá. Conquista y descubrimiento del nuevo reino de Granada de las Indias Occidentales del Mar Océano, y fundación de la ciudad de Santa Fe de Bogotá, etc. Publ. By F. Perez as part of Semana Literaria del Comercio, Bogotá 1859. New edition, Bogotá 1884. Cap. X. Roman 9. Rojas Aristides, Historia Patria, Estudios Históricos, Orígenes Venezolanos, Caracas 1891, etc. Historia Patria, Leyendas Históricas de Venezuela. 2 series, Caracas 1890-91. Capítulos de la Historia Colonial de Venezuela, Madrid 1919. Rojas y Fuentes, José Basilio de. Apuntes de lo Aquecido en la Conquista de Chile desde sus principios hasta el año de 1672. Printed in Colección de Historiadores de Chile. Volumes I, QV Cap. Roman 16, Roman 2. Romana y Herrera, Felipe. Tractatus de Penitencia. Collection of oral lessons given in 1737 by Don Antonio Joseph de Guzman in the Colegio del Rosario of Bogotá. C. Vergara y Vergara, Hist. De la Lit. En Nueva Granada. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Romero Carlos A. Ed. Colección de Libros y Documentos Referents a la Historia del Perú. Lima, 1916, etc. Rosa José Nicolás de la. Floresta de la Santa Iglesia Catedral de Santa Marta. Seville, 1756. Dedicatory Preface, 1741. Second edition, Valencia del Cid, 1833. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 6. Rosales Diego de. Historia General del Reino de Chile, Flans Indiano. Edited by B. Vicuna McKenna, 3 vols. Valparaiso, 1877-78. Historia General del Reino de Chile, desde la época aborigen hasta la Gran Rebelión del siglo, Roman 17. Published by B. Vicuna McKenna, Valparaiso, 1877. Conquista Espiritual de Chile, Ms. Cap, Roman 9, Roman 8. Ruiz Pedro, A Pamphlet on the Art of Flying, Lima, 1870. C. Mendiburu Dic, Hist. Biog del Perú. Cap, Roman 17, Roman 8. Ruiz de Montoya, Antonio. Conquista Espiritual Hecho por los Religiosos de la Compañía de Jesús en las Provincial del Paraguay, Paraná, Uruguay y Tape. Madrid, 1639. Art de la Lengua Guarani. Containing also Vocabulario de la Lengua Guarani, Tesoro de la Lengua Guarani. 2 PTS. Madrid, 1639. Art de la Lengua Guarani, con los escolios annotations del P. Paulo Restivo, etc., without vocabulario and tesoro. Jesuit Missions, S. Maria la Mayor Paraguay, 1724. Vocabulario de la Lengua Guarani. Publ. Separately by P. Restivo, Jesuit Missions, S. Maria la Mayor Paraguay, 1722. Cap. I. Cap. Roman 13, Roman 2. Ruiz López, Hipólito. Quinologia, o Tratado del Árbol de la Quina o Cascarilla, con su descripción y la de otras especies de quinos nuevamente descubiertas en el Perú, etc. Madrid, 1792. Memoria de las virtudes y usos de la raíz de la planta, la mata yalhoy en el Perú. Madrid, 1805. Memoir on the virtue and uses of the plant called yalhoy in Peru, published by Lambert, A.B., in an illustration of the genus Cinchona, etc. London, 1821. Memoria sobre la legitima Caliguala y otros dos races, que con el mismo nombre nos vienen de la America Meridional. Madrid, 1805. Memoir on the genuine Caliguala, etc. published by Lambert, A.B. in an illustration of the genus Cinchona, etc. London, 1821. And Pavon, José. Suplemento a la quinologia, en el cual se aumentan las especies de quina nuevamente descubiertas en el Perú por Don Juan Tafella, etc. Madrid, 1801. Flora Peruviana, et Chilensis, etc. 3 vols. Madrid, 1798-1802. The copy in the British Museum contains 28 plates from volume Roman 4, the text of which was not published. Cap. Roman 17 v. Salazar José María, Sacrificio de Idomeneo. Soliloquio de Eneas. Both produced beginning of 19th century in Bogotá. See Vergara y Vergara, Hist, Delit, en Nueva Granada. Cap. Roman 17 Roman 2. Sánchez Juan Bautista, Curso de Filosofía Antigua y Moderna. Historia Ecclesiastica. De Matrimonio. De la Voluntad Divina. La Obra de los 6 Días. Historia de la Renovación del Templo de Jerusalén. Lecciones Parafrásticas sobre el Maestro de las Sentencias. Orations Latinas. Panegíricos y Sermons Morales. See Mendiburu Dict, Hist, Biog del Perú, Cap, Roman 12 Roman 6. Sánchez Labrador José. El Paraguay Católico, PTS, Roman 2 and Roman 3 2 vols, Buenos Aires, 1910. Part Segunda, Relación Fragmentaria de los Viajes, desde la reducción de Nuestra Señora de Belén hasta las misiones en los chiquitos y de regreso. Part Tercera, que contiene las nociones siguientes y la de las aguigues. Roman 2. La de los chonas, varios viajes y diarios y una breve noticia de Cayaba. Paraguay Natural Ilustrado, 4 parts, MS. Paraguay Cultivado, 4 vols, Ms. Cap, Roman 13 v. Sancho, Pedro. Relation d'un Capitano Spagnuolo della Conquista del Peru, trans from the original Spanish Ms. and Pubble. By Ramusio, G.B. in Navigatione et Viagi. Volume Roman 3 QV. Relación de la Conquista del Peru, trans into Spanish from the Italian by J.G. Icas Balsetta and Pubble. By him at the end of volume Roman 2 of his translation of Prescott's History of the Conquest of Peru. QV. Rescate de Atahualpa. Testimonio de la Acta de Repartición del Rescate de Atahualpa, otorgada por el escribano P. S. printed in Vidas de Españoles Célebres by M. J. Quintana, QV. Printed in Bib. De Out, Esp. Volume Roman 19 pp. 499-501 QV. Printed by Mendiburu and Dick. Hist. Biog. Del Perú, Volume Roman 3 pp. 377-383 QV. Report on the distribution of the ransom of Atahualpa. Translated by Sir C. R. Markham in Reports in the Discovery of Peru, etc. QV. San Martin to Mazda. Percer de DFR. Meixas, Sic de San Martin, Obispo de Charcas, Saber si son bien ganados los bienes adquiridos por los conquistadores, pobladores y encomenderos de Indias. Published in Colección de Documentos Ineditos del Archivo de Indias, QV. Note, the first Bishop of Charcas who wrote this memorial, the MS, of which is in Seville, is Tomás de San Martin. Owing to a copyist's error, the memorial, as printed, begins, Visto por Nasafar. Meixas de San Martin, Maestro en Santa Teología y Obispo de Charcas, el Gran Escrupulo, etc. A reply by B. de las Casas is printed with it. Cap. Roman 3 Roman 3. San Nicolás and Dresde. Historia General de los Religiosos, Descalzos, del Orden de los Ermitanos, de San Agustín de la Congregación de España y de las Indias, etc. Volume I Madrid, 1664. Continued by others. 3 volumes more appearing as follows. Volume Roman 2 Madrid, 1681. Volume Roman 3 Barcelona, 1743. Volume Roman 4 Saragossa, 1756. See Medina, Biblioteca Hispanoamericana. Imagen de Enes de Copacabana, Portento del Nuevo Mundo, etc. Madrid, 1663. Cap. Roman 9 Roman 6. Santa y Silva, Juan José, El Mayor Regocijo en Chile para sus naturales y españoles poseedores de ale. Ms. C. Medina, lit. Call de Chile. Cap Roman 9, Roman 7. Santa Esteban Osorio Diego de La Arcana, Cuarta y Quinta parts en que persigue y acaba la historia de Alonso de Ursula. Salamanca, 1597. Barcelona, 1598. Madrid, 1735. Primera y Segunda parte de las Guerras de Malta, y Toma de Rodas, Madrid, 1599. Cap, Roman 6, Roman 4. Sarmiento de Gamboa, Pedro. Viaje al Estrecho de Magallanes, en los años 1579 y 1580, etc. Madrid, 1768. Narratives of the voyages of P.S. de G to the Straits of Magellan, Transl, etc. by Sir Clements Markham. Hakluyt Society, London, 1895. Segunda parte de la Historia General La Mata Indica, etc. first printed from the original Ms. in Göttingen University Library, and published with introduction and notes by Richard Pietschmann. Berlin, 1906. History of the Incas, etc. trans. By Sir Clements Markham, Hakluyt Society, London, 1907. Sumeria Relación de P.S. de G, Gobernador y Capitán General del Estrecho de la Madre de Dios, antes nombrado de Magallanes, y de las poblaciones en el Hechas, y que se han de hacer por VM, published in Colección de Documentos Ineditos del Archivo de Indias, Volume V, QV Cap. Roman 4, Roman 3. Skirnbeck Adam, Messes Paraquariensis a Patribus Societatis Jesu per Sexennium in Paraquaria Collecta, etc. Munich, 1649. Cap. Roman 13, Roman 2. Schmidl Ulrich. Warheftig und Lieblich Beschreibung etlicher Fernamen Indianischen Landschaffen und Inseln, die Vormals in keiner Chroniken Gedakt, und Urslich in der Skiffart Ulrichsei Schmitz von Straubingen mit grosser Jeffar erkundigt, und von ihm selber aufs Flessigst beschrieben und dargethen. First printed in New Welt, Das ist Warheftig Beschreibung, etc. Frankfurt am Main, 1567. Pubble, as second PT, of a book of travels, edited by Sebastian Frank, under title Erstthal dieses Weltbuchs von neuen Erfindenen Landschaffen, Anderthal dieses Weltbuchs, etc. 2 PTS, Frankfurt am Main, 1567. A second edition in Theodore de Brye's collection of voyages, America Weiterthal, 1597. Latin trans, by Gothard Artis issued in Latin version of de Brye's collection, Americi Pars Roman 7. Nuremberg, 1599. Warheftig historian Einer Wunderbaren Skiffart Welch U.S., in Americam, Gethin, revised and abridged edition issued by Levinus Hulsius in his collection of voyages. Nuremberg, 1599. Vera Historia Admirandi Cujustum Navigationis Quam U.S., in Americam Confessit, etc. translation of Hulsius, revised text. Nuremberg, 1599. Viaje al Rio de la Plata, etc. Transl. Of the Hulsius text by Gabriel Cardenas, Zicano, a pseudonym of Andrés González de Barcia, note the anagram, 1731. There is a question whether this was published separately. Printed by A. González de Barcia, in Historiadores Primitivos de las Indias Occidentales, QV. Printed with some corrections by P. de Angelis in Colección de Obras y Documentos rel a la Hist. Del Rio de la Plata, Volume Roman 3, QV. Histoire veritable d'un voyage curia, fait par U.S. dans l'Amérique. A transl. Of Hulsius, version in H. Turnock's Compans, Collection de Voyages, Relations, etc. Volume V, QV. Voyage of U.S. to the rivers of La Plata and Paraguay, etc. trans. From the original 1567 German edition by L. L. Domings, and published in The Conquest of the River Plate. Hakluyt Society, London, 1891. Viaje al Rio de la Plata. Notas bibliográficas por B. Miter, Prologo, Traducción y Anotaciones por ese Lafunquevido, Buenos Aires, 1903. See also Monchine J. Cap, Roman 13I. Schumacher, Hermann A. Juan de Castellanos, Ein Lebensbild aus der Conquistazeit, published in Hamburgische Festschrift zur Erinnerung an die Entdeckung Amerikas. Hamburg, 1892. Segurola, Sebastianda. Diario de los Sucesos del Circo de la Ciudad de La Paz en 1781. Letters written in 1782, Publ. In Archivo Boliviano, Volume I 268-78. QV Cap. Roman 16 v. Seminario de Agricultura, Industria y Comercio. Buenos Aires, Sept 1 1802 to Feb. 11, 1807. Facsimile of front page of Num. I and an analysis of contents in years 18023456-7, given in J.T. Medina, La Imprenta en Buenos Aires, p. 165, etc., QV Cap. Roman 17, Roman 6. Seminario Erudito, 34 vols, ed. by A. Valadares de Sotomayor, Madrid 1788, Cap. Xi Roman 3. Serrano y Sanz M. ed. Historiadores de Indias, vols I and Roman 2, Publ. In Nueva Biblioteca de Res Espanoles, vols, Roman 13, Roman 15. QV. Silva José. Storia Critica del Origen, Progressi y Stato Actual del Jansenismo. Storia Critica del Opinioni Philosophici sulla Cosa Fisica de Terremoti. Alarm della Vera Religione e della Sana Politica contra gli odierni attentati del irreligione e dell'anarchia. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Simón Pedro. Noticias Historiales de las Conquistas de Tierra Firme en las Indias Occidentales. Primer part. Cuenca, 1627. Primer part. Edición hecha sobre la de Cuenca de 1626. Segunda tercera part. Publicadas por vez primer sobre los manuscritos de la Biblioteca Nacional. Edited by Medardo Rivas. 5 vols. Bogotá, 1882-92. The expedition of Pedro de Ursua and Lope de Aguirre in search of El Dorado and Amagua in 1560-61. Translated from Fray P.S. 6th Historical Notice, by W. Bollert. Hakluyt Society, London, 1861. Cap. X. Roman 8. Solis y Ribadenera Antonio de. Historia de la Conquista de Mexico, Población y Progresos de la América Septentrional, conocida por el nombre de Nueva España. Madrid, 1684. Printed in Historia de la Conquista del Nuevo Mundo, Volume IQV. Printed in Bib. de Out Esp, Volume Roman 28 QV. Solis y Valenzuela, Pedro de. Epitome de la Vida y Muerte del Ilustrísimo Dr. Don Bernardino de Almanza, Arzobispo de Santa Fe de Bogotá, etc. Lima, 1646. Panegírico Sagrado en Alabanza del Serafín de las Soledades, San Bruno, Lima, 1646. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 3. Solorzano Pereira, Juanda. De Indiarum Jure. Sive de Justa Indiarum Occidentalium Inquisition, Acquisition et Retention, etc. 2 vols, Madrid, 1629-1639. Politica Indiana, Sacata en Lengua Castellana de los dos tomos, del derecho y gobierno municipal de las Indias Occidentales, que más copiosamente escribió en la latina, JDSP por el mismo autor, annotated as much as cosas, que no están en los tomos latinos. Madrid, 1648. Corregida y ilustrada con notas por F. Ramiro de Valenzuela, 2 vols, Madrid, 1776. Memorial o Discurso Informativo, Jurídico, Histórico, Político de los Derechos, Honors, que se deben dar y guardar a los consejeros honorarios, y jubilados, etc. Madrid, 1642. Cap. Roman 15, Roman 2. Sosa, Pedro de. Memorial del Peligroso Estado Espiritual y Temporal del Reino de Chile, Madrid, 1616. Note, the copy in the British Museum has misnotes by the author. Cap. Roman 9, Roman 7. Suarez Francisco. Commentarium AC Disputationum in Tertium Partum Divitami. Volume I Alcalá 1590. Volume Roman 2. Alcalá 1592. Volume Roman 3 Salamanca 1595. Volume Roman 4 Coimbra 1602. Metaphysicarum Disputationum in Quibus et Universa Naturalis Theologia Ordinat Traditor, etc. 2 vols. Mainz, 1605. Opus de Virtute et Statu Religionis. Volume I Coimbra 1608. Volume Roman 2 Coimbra 1609. Volume Roman 3 vols. Roman 2 and Roman 3, Lyon, 1623. Volume Roman 4, Leon, 1625. Tractatus de legibus, accio legislator in decem libros distributus. Coimbra, 1611. Antwerp, 1613. Defensio Fidei Catholici. Adversus Anglicani secti errors, cum responsion ad apologem pro juramento fidelitatis, et prefationem monitorium. Jacobi Anglii Regis, etc. Coimbra, 1613. Operis de Religione Tomus Primus, Quartus et Ultimus. Editio Novissima, etc. Leon, 1630-34. Opera Omnia, hac Denis edita, 23 vols, Venice, 1740-51. Editio Nova a D. M. André, etc. 9 vols, Paris, 1856-58. Cap. Roman 11 Roman 2. Suarez de Figueroa, Cristobal de El Pasajero, Madrid, 1617. Cap. V. Hechos de Don Garcia de Mendoza, El Marqués de Canete, Madrid, 1613. Printed by Barros Arana in Colección de Historiadores de Chile, Volume V, QV Cap. V. Tafila Juan, C. Ruiz Lopez H. and Pavon J. Suplemento a la Quinologia, Cap. Roman 17 v. Taco Nicolás de Historia Provincii Paraguarii Societatis Jesu, Lille, 1673. The History of the Provinces of Paraguay, Tucumán, Rio de la Plata, Paraná, Guaira, and Urveca, etc. trans from the Latin and Pubble. By Churchill A. and J. in a collection of voyages and travels. Volume Roman 4. QV Cap. Roman 13 Roman 2. Telegrafo Mercantil L. Buenos Aires, April 1, 1801 Oct. 17th, 1802. Facsimile of front page of first issue, and an account of other numbers given by J. T. Medina in La Imprenta en Buenos Aires, p. 138, etc. QV Cap. Roman 17, Roman 6. Turnox Compans, Henry. Recueil de documents et mémoires originaux sur l'histoire des possessions espagnoles dans l'Amérique, etc. Paris, 1840. Voyages, Relations et mémoires originaux pour servir à l'histoire de la découverte de l'Amérique. 20 vols. Paris, 1830-741. Bibliothèque américaine, au catalogue des ouvrages relatifs à l'Amérique qui ont paru depuis sa découverte jusqu'à l'an 1700. Paris, 1837. See also Oliva Anilo. Tassilo Santiago de Guerra de Chile, Casas de Sudoración, Medios para su fin. Madrid, 1647. Printed in Colección de Hist. de Chile, Volume VQV. Restauración del Estado de Arauco y otros progresos militares, etc. Lima, 1665. Printed in Colección de Hist. de Chile, Volumes IQV Cap, Roman 99. Thayer Ojda Tomás. Las antiguas ciudades de Chile. Apuntes históricos sobre su desarrollo y listas de los funcionarios que actuaron en ellas hasta el año 1565. Pubble, in Annals de la Universidad. Santiago de Chile, 1911. Memoria Histórica sobre la familia Alvarez de Toledo en Chile. Santiago de Chile, 1902. Santiago durante el siglo Roman 16, etc. published in Annals de la Universidad de Chile of Jan. And Feb. 1905, QV Cap. Roman 4, Roman 4. Tobar y Buendia, Pedro. Verdadera Histórica Relación del Origen y Milagros de la Imagen de Chiquinquira. Madrid, 1695. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Toro Juan Bautista. El secular religioso, para consulo y aliento de los que viviendo en el siglo, pretenden lograr el cielo. Madrid, 1721, 2nd ed., 1722. 3rd ed., Madrid, 1778. See also article by Caro, M.A., entitled Curiosidades Literarias in Repertorio Colombiano, Volume Roman 12, Number 2 Cap, Roman 14, Roman 4. Torres Bernardo de Crónica de la Provincia Peruana del Orden de los Hermitanos de S. Agustín Nuestro Padre. 8 books, Lima, 1657. This contains as its second part a summary of the first volume of Calancha's Crónica Moralizada, QV continued by Juan Teodoro Vázquez, up to year 1721, MS. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 6. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 3. Torres Cristobal de Lengua Eucharistica del Hombre Bueno, etc. Madrid, 1665. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Torres José, Provilegios y Prerrogativas del Esposo de la Madre de Dios. Printed in Italian. C. Medina, lit. Call de Chile. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Torres Ballo, Diego de, Relatio Historica Rerum apud Indos in Provincia Peruana Gestarum. Rome, 1603. Breve relation del Peru, circa il fratocici racagli con gli indiani di quel regno, etc. Rome and Milan, 1603. Venice, 1604. Comentarios del Peru, breve relación del fruto que se recae de los indios. Rome, 1603. Brevis relatio historica regum in provincia peruana apud Indos, etc. Trinsel, from the Italian. Maguncia, 1604. La Nouvelle Histoire du Peru, touchant les choses notables, et le fruit qui se recule avec les Indians, etc. Paris, 1604. De Rebus Peruanis, another translation from the Italian. Antwerp 1604, Cap. X. Roman 4. Tor Saldemando Enrique, Los Antiguos Jesuitas del Peru, Lima, 1882. Libro Primero de los Cabildos de Lima, Lima, 1888. Tulabazan, Pedro de, Inform al Obispo Don Manuel de Aldesaber, tres puntos tocantes al uso que las mujeres hacían en Santiago de los Trades con cola. Missy Medina, lit. Call de Chile. Cap. Roman 14, Roman 4. Alori Juan, for account of his works, see Juan León Miras, Ojada Historico-Critica sobre la Polla Ecuatoriana. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Aloa Antonio de, Relación Histórica del Viaje a la América Meridional, con otras varias observaciones, etc., por D. Jorge y Santasilla, Madrid, 1748. A Voyage to South America, undertaken by A. de U. and J. J. Y. S., London, 1758. Noticias Americanas, Entretenimientos Físicos Históricos sobre la América Meridional y la Septentrional Oriental. Madrid, 1772. Mémoires philosophiques historiques, physiques concernant la découverte de l'Amérique. Trans, by M. Paris, 1787. Cap. Roman 12I. See also Juan y Santasilla, J. and Aloa, Ada, Noticias Secretas. Ananu, José Hipólito. Observations sobre el clima de Lima, y sus influencias en los seres organizados, en especial el hombre. Lima, 1806. Madrid, 1815. Printed in M. de Adriazola's Documentos Leader, del Peru, Volume Roman 6 QV, Cap. Roman 17 V. Dissertación sobre el aspecto, cultivo, comercio, y virtudes de la famosa planta del Peru nombrada coca. Published in Mercurio Peruano, 1794, Volumes A, p. 205 QV. See also other contributions to Mercurio Peruano. Urquiza, Juan de. Tractatus de Profundissima Scientia, Ms. in Library at Lima. Relación de la Fundación de la Real Audiencia del Cusco, Madrid, 1795. Cap. X. Roman 7. Aria Geronimo de, Orlando Furioso, Traducido en Romance Castellano por Donato Ria. Antwerp, 1549. Cap. V. Valderrama, Adolfo, Biscuit Histórico de la Polla Chilena. Santiago de Chile, 1866. Valdez José Maria. Occasional poems mostly lost. One quintilla quoted by J. M. Vergara y Vergara in Hist. De la Lit. en Nueva Granada. Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. Valdivia, Luista. Art y Gramática General de la Lengua Quechua and to el Reino de Chile, con un vocabulario y confusionario. Juntamente con la doctrina cristiana y catecismo del Concilio de Lima en español, y dos traducciones de él en la lengua de Chile, etc. Lima, 1606. Seville, 1684. Doctrina cristiana y catecismo en la lengua lenteque, con un confusionario, art y vocabulario breves. Lima, 1607. Historia de la provincia castellana de la Sociedad de Jesús, MS. Varones Illusters de la Sociedad de Jesús, Ms. Cap, Roman 9, Roman 7. Valdivia, Pedro de, Cartas, 5 printed in Claudio Gay's Documentos, Volume IQV and Inculcación de Historiadores de Chile. Volume IQV, 2 more are printed in Proceso de Pedro de Valdivia by D. Barros Arana QV Cap. Roman 4 v. Valera Blas wrote a history of the Incas in Latin. Ms. partly destroyed at the sacking of Cadiz in 1596. The sheets saved were used by Garcilaso de la Vega in the compilation of his Comentarios Reales. Cap. Roman 4 Roman 2. Valwy Cavids Juan del, Dint del Parnaso. Poja Sirias y Jacosas. Both published by M. Adriazola in Documentos Literarios del Peru. Volume V, QV Cap. Xi I. Verla y Aloa, C. Nuix J. Vargas Machuca Bernardo de, Apologias y Discursos de las Conquistas Occidentales, first pubble, by A. M. Fabier in Caldedoc, in aid, per la hist, de Esp. Volume LXXI QV. Militia y Descripción de las Indias. Madrid, 1599. Printed in Collección de Libros que tratan de Amer. Raros o Curiosos, Vols, Roman 8 and Roman 9 QV. Several MSS in British Museum, Cap Roman 2 I. Vasquez Francisco. Relación verdadera de todo lo que sucedió en la jornada de Amagua y Dorado. Trades en sí mismo del alzamiento de Don Fernando de Guzmán, y Lope de Aguirre, y de las crueldades de estos perversos tyrannos. Printed in Nueva Biblioteca de Autores Españoles Roman 15. Historiadores de Indias Roman 2. QV Cap. X Roman 2. Vasquez Juan Teodoro. Crónica de la Provincia Peruana, etc. Continuation up to 1721. 2 vols, Ms. C. Torres, Bernardo. Cap. Roman 12 Roman 6. Vasquez de Contreras Diego. Orlando Furioso, Traducido en prosa castellana por David de Madrid, 1585. Cap. V. Vega Carpio, Lope Felix de, Araco D'Amato, FF. 77-101 of a collection entitled Part 20 de las Comedias de Lope de Vega. Barcelona, 1630. Cap. Roman 6 Roman 4. Velasco, Juan de. Historia del Reino de Quito en la América Meridional anno de 1789. 3 PTS, I La Historia Natural Roman 2. La Historia Antigua Roman 3. La Historia Moderna. First pubble. Quito, 1841-44. Histoire du Royaume de Quito. A Transl of Pt. Roman 2 of the above pubble, in 1840 by H. Turnox Compans in his Voyages, Relations et Mémoires, etc. Vols. Roman 18, Roman 19 QV. Description du Royaume de Quito extracts from Pt. Roman 3 of the above pubble. In 1840 by H. Turnox Compans in his Recueil de Documents et Mémoires, etc. QV. Viagi, Relazioni e Memory relative al Regno de Quito Transl, of Pt. Roman 2, of the above pubble, in 1840 in F. C. Marmaca's Raccolta di Viagi, etc. Volume XQV Cap. Roman 17, Roman 3. For specimens of his verse, see Mira, J.L. Ojada Historico-Critica sobre la Poesia Ecuatoriana. Velasco Martin, Art de Sermons, Cadiz 1675, Cap. Xi Roman 3. Velázquez Altamirano, Gutier. Del Oficio y Potestad del Vicario del Príncipe y Gobierno Universal de las Indias. Ms. in Library of D. Lorenzo Ramírez de Prado. Cap. Roman 15, Roman 3. Venegas Alonso Mejia. See Mejia Venegas A. Ventura Travada, Diego. El Suelo de Arquipa Convertido en Silo, first published by M. Adriazola in Documentos Literarios del Peru. Volume X QV. Vergara Ascarit, Joseda, El Sacerdote Instruido. Historia de las Capelanias fundadas por laicos, y religiosos en este arzobispado. Sermons morales y doctrinals. Historia de Gedeón, Esther y la Casta Susana. De las Reliquias y Veneración de los Santos. Cuestiones del Cabildo de Santa Fe. Reparos dignos de atención en la erección de parroquias. See Vergara y Vergara Hist, Delit, en Nueva Granada, Cap Roman 14 Roman 4. Vergara Ascarit, Fernando de. Resolutions Morales, o Explicación de las Contratas, en común y en particular. Cuestiones Canónicas. Sermons de la Santísima Virgen y de los Santos. Breve Noticia de la Congregación de Nuestra Senora del Socorro. Dictamen de Prudentia de Nostro Padre, San Ignacio de Loyola. Novena de San Agustin, Doctor de la Iglesia. Si Vergara y Vergara, Hist, de Lit, en Nueva Granada, Cap Roman 14, Roman 4. Vergara y Caicedo, Felipe. Vindicación del Angelico Doctor Tomás de Aquino, sobre el misterio de la Concepción de María. Elementos de Filosofía Natural, que contienen los principios de la física, demostrados por las matemáticas, y confirmados con observaciones y experiencias. Many other works all in Miss C. Vergara y Vergara, Hist, de Lit, en Nueva Granada, Cap, Roman 17 I. Vergara y Vergara, José María, Historia de la Literatura en Nueva Granada, Bogotá, 1895. Sec. ed. Bogotá, 1905. Vicuna McKenna, Benjamin. Historia Crítica y Social de la Ciudad de Santiago, 1541-1868. 2 vols. Valparaiso, 1869. Chile, Relaciones Históricas. Santiago de Chile, 1877-1878. Bibliografía Americana, Estudios y Catalogo de la Biblioteca Americana coleccionada por el S.R. G. Beach. Valparaiso, 1879. Obras completas, 40 vols. Santiago de Chile, 1876. Vieses Ramón, wrote lyric poetry. C. Mira J.L. Ojada Histórico-Crítica sobre la Poesía Ecuatoriana, where several poems are printed. Cap, Roman 17, Roman 3. Villagra Gasparda, Historia de la Nueva Mexico, poem in 34 cantos, Alcalá de Henares, 1610. Villamer Pablo de La Vida de la Mater Francisca del Niño Jesús, Madrid, 1723. Cap, Roman 12, Roman 2. Villarol Gasparda, Gobierno Eclesiástico Pacifico y Unión de los dos Cachilos Pontificio y Regio. 2 vols. Madrid 1656-7. Madrid 1737. Primer part de las Historias Sagradas y Eclesiásticas Morales. 3 vols. Madrid 1660. Judas's Commentaries Literalibus cum Moralibus Aphorismus Illustrati. Madrid 1626. Semana Santa, Tratado de los Comentarios, Dificultades y Discursos Literales y Místicos sobre los Evangelios de la Cuaresma. Volume I Lisbon, 1631, Volume Roman II, Lisbon, 1632, Volume Roman III, Seville, 1634. A complete edition 3 vols. Madrid, 1662. Cap, Roman 14, Roman 3, Cap, Roman 15. Xurez Gaspar, C. Juarez. Zurez Francisco de, C. Jerez. Zurez Francisco de, C. Jerez. Zafre de la Guila Melcher, C. Jafre de la Guila. Yapuguay Nicolás. Explicación del Catecismo en Lengua Guarani, con dirección del P. Pablo Restivo, 3 pts. Printed by Jesuit Mission. Pueblo de Esmeria la Mayor Paraguay, 1724. Sermons y Ejemplos en Lengua Guarani, printed by the Jesuit Mission in Pueblo de Saint Francisco Javier, Paraguay, 1727. Cap. I. Yupengue, si Castro Tirocusi Yupengue, Diego de. Zabelburu, Francisco. Si nueva colección de documentos ineditos para la historia de España y de sus Indias. Zamacola, Juan Domingo de. Derrotero desde Buenos Aires a Arequipa. Historia de Nuestra Senora de Quema. Sucesos de las Revoluciones de las Provincias del Perú, desde 1780 hasta 1785. Relación del terremoto experimentado en Arequipa el 13 de mayo de 1780. Y una descripción del volcán Misti. Diario de la visita del obispo de Pt. Chavez de la Rosa, por las provincias de Tarapacá, Tacna y Maquegua. Relación de la Fundación del Pueblo de San Fernando, en el Val de Sacabea. Historia descriptiva y geográfica de Arequipa y territorio de su comprensión, desde el emperador Inca, Meda Capac, Quela Fundo. El porc de los médicos. El pure is nada, satire on idleness. Art de chupar tabaco, satire on women who smoke, reproving luxury and the use of artificial colors on the face. Si Mendiburu Dick, Hist, Biog del Perro, Cap, Roman 16 v. Zamora Alonso de, Historia de la Provincia de Ascentanine, del Nuevo Reino de Granada del Orden de Predicadores Compuesta por LMRPMF, Alonso de Zamora, Barcelona, 1701. Cap. Roman 12, Roman 2. Zerat Agustinda, Historia del Descubrimiento y Conquista de la Provincia del Perú, Antwerp, 1555. Second edition, Seville, 1577. Printed by A. González Barcia and Collection de Hist. Primit, del Perú, Volume Roman 3 QV. Printed in Bibout, Esp, Volume Roman 26 QV. La Historia del Señor A to Z dello Scoprimento et Conquista del Perú, etc. trans. By S. A. Aloa. Venice, 1563. The Strange and Delectable History of the Discovery and Conquest of Peru, trans. By T. Nicholas. London, 1581. Histoire de la découverte et de la conquête du Pérou, trans. By Seigneur de Citry et de la Guette, Paris, 1716. Cap. Roman 3, Roman 6. Z. Francisco Antonio. Avisos de Hebe Filo a los Jovines de los dos Colegios sobre la inutilidad de sus estudios presents, etc. published in Papel Periódico de Santa Fe de Bogotá. Nos. 8 and 9, for April 1 and 8, 1791. QV. Poem on the 12 de Mayo 1808, quoted by Vergara y Vergara in Hist. De la Lit. En Nueva Granada pp. 273-4. Columbia Constituida, poem in blank verse, Paris, 1822. Varios Discursos, Caracas, 1825. Z. Ed. El Seminario de Agricultura. Ed. El Mercurio de España, Cap. Roman 17 I Roman 2. Zini Antonio. Historia de los Gobernadores de las Provincias Argentinas, desde 1535 hasta 1810. 3 vols. Buenos Aires, 1879-82. Cap. Roman 15 Roman 4. Footnotes. It is entitled Doctrina Christiana y Catecismo para Instrucción en Nuestra Santa Fe, con un confisionario, y otras cosas necesarias para las que doctrinen. Other publications issued in the missions of Paraguay were the following: Manual ad usum Patrum Societatis Jesu, 1721. Vocabulario de la Lengua Guarani, 1722. Art de la Lengua Guarani by Padre Antonio Ruiz de Montoya, 1724. Explicación del Catecismo en Lengua Guarani by Nicolás Yapuguay, 1724. Sermons y Ejemplos en Lengua Guarani by Nicolás Yapuguay, 1727. Carta de Antequera al Obispo Palos, 1727. Medina José Toribio, La Imprenta en Quito, Santiago de Chile, 1904, Roman 8. Quesada, Vicente G. La Vida Intelectual en la América Española durante los siglos Roman 16, Roman 17, y Roman 18, p. 83. Novísima Recopilación de las Leyes de España, Lib Roman 8, tit. Roman 15, Ley 1. Recopilación de Leyes de los Reinos de las Indias, Lib. I, tit. Roman 24, Ley 2. Madrid, 1681. See the author's Spanish dependencies in South America, chaps. Roman 9 and Roman 13. For a general view of the expulsion of the Jesuits, see the author's volume on Spain's declining power in South America, chapter Roman 4. An account of the rise of Potosi and some phases of its life as a mining town are given in the author's Spanish dependencies in South America, Roman 2, chapter I. In 1646, a number of pamphlets that had been issued in 1552 at Seville were reprinted at Barcelona. These were 1 Brevissima Relación, 2 Treinta Proposiciones Pertinentes al Derecho que la Iglesia y los Principes Cristianos tienen contra los infieles, 3 Una Disputa entre el dicho obispo y el doctor Ginés de Sepulveda, 4 Un Tratado sobre la materia de los indios que se han hecho esclavos, 5 Remedios por la Reformación de los Indios. The following are titles of translation in point: Tears of the Indians, being an historical and true account of the cruel massacres and slaughters of above 20 millions of innocent people, committed by the Spaniards in the islands of Hispaniola, Cuba, Jamaica, etc., as also in the continent of Mexico, Peru, and other places of the West Indies, to the total destruction of those countries. Written in Spanish by Casaus, an eyewitness of those things. London, 1656. Popery truly displayed in its bloody colors, or a faithful narrative of the horrid and unexampled massacres, butcheries, and all manner of cruelties that hell and malice could invent, committed by the popish Spanish party on the inhabitants of West India. Together with the devastations of several kingdoms of America with fire and sword, for the space of 42 years from the time of the first discovery by them. Composed first in Spanish by Bartholomew de las Casas, a bishop there, and an eyewitness of most of these barbarous cruelties. London, 1689. This is printed, together with the Brevissima Relación and a number of other documents by Las Casas, in Fabier's Vida y Escritos de Don Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, volume Roman II. Vargas Machuca's book on the militia was published in Madrid in 1599. The author was governor and captain general of the island of Margarita. It is called Militia y Descripción de las Indias, and is in some sense the art of war as applied to affairs in the colonies. Historia General y Natural de las Indias, cap. Roman 23. A complete edition of the Historia General work was issued by the Royal Academy of History in Madrid in 1851. The Sumario is included in the first volume of Historiadores Primitivos de las Indias, Madrid, 1849. An important account of Oviedo is found in Vida y Escritos de Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés by José Amador de los Rios, prefixed to the Academy's edition of Oviedo's Historia General. Reference may also be made to Barros Arana's Obras Completas, Roman 8, 311. See also Harris, Biblioteca Americana Vetustísima, 340. Relación de los Sucesos de P.D. en las Provincias de Tierra Firme in Fernández de Navarrete's Colección de los Viajes y Descubrimientos. Del Siglo Roman 15, volume Roman 3. Markham's translation of Andagoya's narrative. See Historiadores Primitivos de las Indias Occidentales, volume Roman 3, 1749. Italian edition, Venice, 1556. English translation by Sir Clements R. Markham, London, 1872. This quotation is from Means, Translation, An Account of the Conquest of Peru, The Cortes Society, New York, 1917, 128-130. The Spanish title is Relación de la Conquista del Perú, escrita por Pedro Sancho, Secretario de Pizarro y Escribano de su Ejército. On the distribution of the spoils of Peru, see Libro Primero de Cabildos de Lima, edited by Enrique Torres Saldamando, volume Roman 3, 121-130, Mendiburu Dic. Hist. Biog. Del Peru, volume Roman 3, see also Markham's reports on the discovery of Peru, 131-143, Oviedo Hist. Gen y Nat. De las Indias lib. Roman 46 cap. Roman 15 Roman 22 bib. De out. Esp. Volume Roman 19, 499-501, Zerat Hist. Del Peru in bib. De out. Esp. Volume Roman 26, 474-480. Colección de Documentos Inéditos del Archivo de las Indias, volume Roman 7, 348-362. Life and Acts of Enriquez de Guzman, Markham's Introduction, Roman 20. For this letter see the Life and Acts of Don Alonso Enriquez de Guzman, London, 1862, pp. 141-53. Ibid. 78. Diego Fernández was known as Palentino. His History of Peru was reprinted by Odriozola in Lima in 1876. The second volume of the Colección de Libros y Documentos Reference a la Historia del Perú contains a Relación de la Conquista del Perú y Hechos del Inca Manco, Roman II by Tito QC Upengui, edited by Carlos A. Romero, Lima 1916. De Rebus Indicis, by Cristobal Calvet de Estrella, is one of the earliest writings in Latin on the Indies. Ursula found it worthy of recommendation in these lines of La Araucana. El Coronista Estrella escribe al justo de Chile y del Perú en Latin la historia, con tanta erudición, que será justo que dure eternamente su memoria. Canto 4 Oct. 70. Barros Arana in his Historia de Chile, volume Roman 2, 267, n. regarded it of so little value that even if it had been completed and corrected it would have been hardly worth printing. The manuscript in incomplete form is in possession of the Academy of History of Madrid. In the 13th volume of the Collection de Libros Españoles Raros o Curiosos appeared in 1879, a number of narratives dealing with South American affairs. The first is an account of the siege of Cusco, and the second is an account of Giron's rebellion. Zeret's Historia was reprinted in Seville in 1577 and again by Barcia in 1749. An English translation by T. Nicholas was issued in London in 1581, a Dutch translation at Amsterdam in 1596, a French translation at Paris in 1716. Pedro de Alvarado had served under Cortés in Mexico, had been governor of Guatemala, went southward with 500 men to take Quito, pretending to believe it was outside of Pizarro's territory, found Almagro in possession of the region, and agreed to withdraw on condition of receiving a payment of 100,000 pesos. See Markham's translation of Cieza de León's Crónica del Perú, Hakluyt Society. Cieza de León, La Crónica del Perú, cap. 110. Conquest of Peru, Volume Roman II, 297. Tercero Libro de las Guerras Civiles del Perú, el cual se llama la Guerra de Quito. A translation of Cieza de León's Guerra de Quito into English was made by Sir Clements R. Markham and published for the Hakluyt Society in London in 1913. The title of this work is Relación de los desasosiegos sucedidos en Perú después de la muerte del Zar. Veri de Antonio de Mendoza, por el licenciado Juan Fernández. It was published by J. F. Pacheco in his Colección de Documentos Inéditos del Archivo de Indias, Volume Roman III, p. 246. Andrés Hurtado de Mendoza, 1556–1561, Diego López de Zúñiga y Velasco, 1561–1564, Lope Garcia de Castro, 1564–1569, Francisco de Toledo, 1569–1581, Martin Enriquez, 1581–1583, Fernando de Torres y Portugal, 1585–1590, Garcia Hurtado de Mendoza, 1590–1596. Luis de Velasco, 1597–1604. It was reprinted in Seville in 1591, at Barcelona the same year, at Madrid in 1608 and 1610, in Italian at Venice in 1596, in French at Paris in 1597, in Dutch at Haarlem in 1598, in Latin at Paris in 1598, and in 1600, 1606, and 1616, in Latin at Frankfurt in 1602 and 1603, in German at Frankfurt in 1601. In English at London in 1604. There is also reported a Flemish translation of 1617. The following are some of his other works: De Natura Novi Orbis, Et de Promulgation Evangeliae apud Barbaros, Sive de Procuranda Indorum Salute, Salamanca, 1589. De Vir Scripturi Interpretandi Ration, AC de Cristo in Scripturis Revelado, Rome, 1590. Sumario del Concilio Provincial, que se celebró en la Ciudad de los Reyes, el anno 1567, Madrid, 1591. Concilium Liment Celebratum, anno 1583, Madrid, 1591. De Temporibus Novissimus, Lyon, 1592. From the translation by Edward Grimston, London, 1604, Book 3, Chapter X. Republished by the Hakluyt Society, London, 1880. Ibid, Book 4, ch. Roman 17. Ib, Book 4, Chapter Roman 22. As to the traffic in coca in the single city of Potosi, our author makes the following statement. The traffic of coca in Potosi doth yearly mount to above $500,000, for that they use 80 and 10 or 80 and 15,000 baskets every year. First part of the Royal Commentaries of the Uncas, Markham's translation, Volume I, 62. Royal Commentaries, Markham's translation, Volume I, 77. He was moreover able to make use of earlier writings, such as those of Cieza de León, Zeret, López de Gamarra, and Acosta, and also of the papers of the missionary Blas Valera that were afterwards destroyed in 1594 at the sacking of Cadiz by the English. A mutilated translation into English by Sir Paul Ricaut was published in 1688. A French translation by M. J. Bardouin in 1798, and a German translation by G. C. Botcher in 1798 at Nordhausen. Barros Arana, El Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, in his Obras Completas, Volume Roman 8, 151-158. Bancroft, History of the United States, ed. 1834, Volume I, 66. Windsor, Narrative and Critical History, Volume Roman 2, 1921, 290. Julia Fitzmaurice Kelly, El Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, published by the Hispanic Society of America, 1921. The Royal Commentaries, Hakluyt Society, London, Volume Roman 2, 305. Ibid, Volume Roman 2, 317. The full title of this part of Sarmiento's work is Segunda parte de la Historia General, la mata indica la cual por mandado del Excellentissimo Francisco de Toledo, Veri, Gobernador y Capitán General de los Reinos del Perú, y Mayordomo de la Casa Real de Castilla, compuso el Capitán Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa. See reproduction of second title page of Sarmiento's Ms. Opposite. When one was acclaimed sovereign Inca, the lantu, or fringe, was placed on his head, this act forming part of a ceremony corresponding to a royal coronation. Other features of the ceremony were fastening over the Inca's shoulders the yacala, or mantle, and clasping about his wrist the chapana, or bracelet. See Markham, The Incas of Peru, 292. Sarmiento, History of the Incas, Hakluyt Society, London, 1907, Chapter Roman 18. History of the Incas, Chapter L6. Markham, Narratives of the Rights and Laws of the Uncas, p. 152, Hakluyt Society, London, 1873. Ibid, p. 155. See the Viceroy's Decree in Collection de Libros y Documentos Referentes a la Historia del Perú, Volume I, 193-195. Ibid, Chapter Roman 23. See Markham's translation in the Hakluyt Society's volume called Narratives of the Rights and Laws of the Uncas. Literatura Colonial de Chile, Volume Roman 2. 5 of these letters are printed in Claudio Gay's Documentos, I, and in Collection de Historiadores de Chile. I. The dates of these are September 4, 1545, June 15, 1548, October 15, 1550, October 26, 1552, September 25, 1561. A letter written to Charles V., July 9, 1549, and another to Fernando Pizarro, September 4, 1545, are printed in Barros Arana, Proceso de Pedro de Valdivia. Medina, Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, Roman 2, 15, Barros Arana, Hist. De Chile, Roman 2, 437, Biblioteca de Escritores de Chile, I, 14. Medina lit, Cal de Chile, Roman 2, 14. Barros Arana, Hist. De Chile, Volume Roman 2, 436, note. Marmolejo, Historia del Reino de Chile, cap, Roman 23. Medina lit, Cal de Chile, Volume Roman 2, 22. Collection de Historiadores de Chile, Volume Roman 6. Ducamin, Jean, L. Arcane, Paris, 1909, Roman 12. See, however, particularly the volume containing a Life of Ursula in the magnificent edition of the poem published by José Toribio Medina. La Arcana, Edición del Centenario Ilustrada con Grabados, Documentos, Notas Históricas y Bibliográficas y una Biografía del Autor, 5 vols. Santiago de Chile, 1910-1918. Figueroa's account of this affair, Hechos de Don Garcia de Mendoza, p. 103, is translated in Ticknor's footnote, History of Spanish Literature, Roman 2, 433. I sing neither of women, nor love, nor the gallantry of enamored knights, nor the pledges, the delights, the tenderness of amorous passion and solicitude, but the valor, the exploits, the prowess of those intrepid Spaniards who by the sword placed the heavy yoke upon the untamed neck of Morocco. I shall declare also especially noteworthy acts of a people who never obeyed a king, its daring and memorable enterprises, which with reason merit celebration, its rare stratagems, its praiseworthy resolutions that greatly magnify the Spaniards, since no conqueror is more esteemed than that one where the vanquished is renowned. And I, who have given to the world without stint the best years of my life, and always by a headlong course have pursued my vain hopes, having seen how little advantage I have derived, how much I have offended God, and, recognizing my error, give here the reason why I weep and sing no more. Medina, in his Edición del Centenario of the poem, gives Ilustración X, a detailed account of all the editions which have appeared, and his work should be consulted by all students of the subject. The dates of the first editions of the 3 parts of the poem are given above. In 1597, a revised and augmented edition of the whole work appeared in Madrid. It is on this edition, which contains 37 instead of 35 cantos, that all subsequent texts have been based. In his Illustration Roman 13, Medina prints a complete table of variants and editions. It is significant of the contemporary popularity of the poem that it was actually the 16th of one or more parts, to be printed in Spain or the Netherlands. It should be noted that the 17th edition mentioned by Medina, which also appeared in 1597 in Antwerp, does not contain the alterations and additions of the Madrid edition of that year. It may be added that Medina notices 48 editions of La Araucana, the last having the date 1911. La Araucana cant, Roman 13 oct. 4457, Roman 14 oct. 13. He was a young and noble warrior of dignified bearing, a man of authority, grave and severe, a friend and guardian of every right, a rigid and inflexible advocate of justice, of a great stature, massive shoulders and chest, adroit, skillful, powerful and agile, wise, cunning, keen, resolute, and cool and calm in unforeseen exigencies. Caciques, defenders of the state, no desire for command persuades me to regret to see you pretenders to an honor to which I was justly entitled. Because, on account of my age, you see, senors, that I am about to depart for the other world. But the love I have always shown you has moved me to give you good counsel. Why do we pretend to honorable offices and to be held in high esteem, since we cannot deny to the world that we have been subdued and conquered? And being still oppressed by the Spaniards, we do not wish to inquire into this matter. It would be better to turn this vehemence against the proud enemy in battle. How great is your fury, O Araucanos, which, without your knowing it, is carrying you on to perdition? Why are you turning your hands against your fellows and not using them in resistance against the tyrant? The Christians are at your gates, and you are turning the sword against yourselves. If the desire to die moves you, let it not be in a state so low and dejected. Turn your arms and enraged minds against the breasts of those who have plunged you into dire servitude, and subjected you to an ignominious condition manifest to all the world. Throw off from your neck the shameful yoke, thus show your courage and your strength. Pour out the blood that remains to you only to redeem us from this state. It does not grieve me to observe the ardor of your spirit, rather it invigorates me, but I fear that your courage badly governed may depart from the right path, that, discord having come back among us, you may destroy your country with its force. Then, if this must be, cut first this old throat. This enfeebled body, tormented by the blows of fortune, awaits only the sharp edge of the sword, since no such misfortune has overtaken it. That life is indeed fortunate which is sealed by an early death. But considering only our public welfare, I wish here to utter my opinion. You are equal in valor and strength. Heaven has accorded to you equality in birth. It has made among you an equal partition of lineage, of station, and of riches, and each of you, individually, by his courage and greatness of spirit, might govern the world. This precious gift, not recognized by you, has brought you to this present situation. I hope that the strength of your arm may soon bring a remedy. There must be a supreme chief by whom all may consent to be governed. This shall be the one who shall be able to bear on his shoulder a great log, the longest without interruption. And since fate has made you all equal, let each of you seek to triumph by his superior strength. There was generally a lack of biographical information concerning early writers whether in Spain or in America. One had only an imperfect knowledge of his contemporaries. Cristobal Mosquera de Figueroa wrote in 1596 that Ursula was writing a poem on the victories of the Marqués de Santa Cruz, but at that time the poet had been dead 2 years. For more than 100 years after Cervantes' death, no biography of him had been published. The first one was published in London in 1738. Ursula, however, in a measure provided against such lack of knowledge concerning himself by recording in La Araucana many of the incidents and circumstances of his life. See volume containing Ursula's Vita in Medina's Edición del Centenario. The sincere goodness and the expression of affection of the simple folk of these regions make it understood that covetousness had not penetrated these mountains. Neither had wickedness, robbery, and injustice, the ordinary support of wars, their found entrance, nor had the law of nature been corrupted. This reference is to the island of Chile. Jean Dukeman, L'Arcane LXXI. Jean Dukeman, L'Arcane LXXXV LXXXVI. Obras completas Roman 3, 309. Figueroa's book was published in 1613 and was republished in the Colección de Historiadores de Chile, Santiago de Chile, 1864. See Barros Arana's introduction to the 5th volume of this collection, also Obras completas, Roman 8, 210. Figueroa was born in Valladolid in 1578. In his book El Pasajero, he narrates the varied vicissitudes of his early life. His father was a lawyer whose family was from Galicia. Envious of the special attention shown his brother and probably for other reasons, he left his home at the age of 17, wishing to go to Italy, and expressing in the presence of his parents his determination not to return to Spain while they lived. He studied at Bologna and was there granted an academic degree. From the governor of Milan, he obtained the post of auditor of a body of troops operating in Piedmont against France. After the death of his brother and his parents, he returned to Valladolid, where instead of an inheritance he found debts and more debts. In Cuellar, as the result of a quarrel, he was accused of homicide, and long days of imprisonment followed. He subsequently visited Ubeda, Jaén, and Granada. Here, to quote from El Pasajero, "I became desperately enamored of a rich and noble lady, an only daughter, much courted by suitors, but in spite of my humble condition, I knew how to make myself accepted. Her unexpected death caused in me such a sentiment that again I saw myself at the point of death. From Granada I went to Seville, and at Santa Maria I began a true friendship with Luis Carrillo. I went then to Madrid, where I took my pen and wrote a number of borons, which the learned with great courtesy honored. Tired of life in Madrid, I embarked a second time for Italy from Barcelona. This time I had not the least sentiment in abandoning my native soil, where my childhood had been nourished, my boyhood and youth had received training and education, as the first time, thinking that to the brave any part of the world might serve as a country and a home." Quoted by Medina, lit. Call de Chile, Roman 2, 205-208. The later years of his life Figueroa spent in the public service, particularly in Naples under the viceroy, as auditor. Later, he was in the Department of Justice, where his prompt and severe judgments helped very materially to curb the unruly population. The time of his death does not appear to be surely determined. Opinions range over at least 3 years, 1616, 1621, and 1624. The prominent position held by La Araucana in the colonial literature of South America has made it the subject of extensive comment. References here may be limited to Jean Dukeman's critical examination of some parts of the poem, published at Paris in 1900. Colección de los Mejores Autores Españoles, Tomo Roman 21. Medina, Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, I. 1117. Barros Arana, Obras completas, Roman 8, 174-184. Tickner, History of Spanish Literature, New York, 1849, Roman 2, 426-432, and especially the noteworthy publication by José Toribio Medina embracing in 5 volumes the life of Ursula, the text of La Araucana, and notes, documents, and illustrations, Santiago de Chile, 1910-1918. The University of San Marcos was founded in 1553 and was at first carried on in the Dominican monastery. Its creation was confirmed by Pius V, July 25, 1571. It received students from without the order, and the presence of these students in the monastery became, in the course of time, a source of serious disturbance, and the university found temporary quarters elsewhere. In 1574, it received the name of San Marcos, and 3 years later, in 1577, it was established at its present site. In 1580, the rector acquired jurisdiction over the members of the institution, whether students or officers, in all causes, offenses, and crimes relating to the university, and thus became competent to bring the academic community under discipline. But before the university had attained its full development, the colonial mind became paralyzed by the terrorizing activity of the Inquisition, which had been established in Peru by the decree of January 25, 1569. Hist. de la Compañía de Jesus en Chile, Cap. Roman 8, Section 1. An elaborate analysis and criticism of Arauco de Mato, by Vicente Chaparro, is printed in Isaguirre's Historia de Chile, I. 472-480. Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, I. 238. See also Jorge Junius Gana, Producción Intelectual de Chile, I. 24. Bible. De Escritores de Chile, Santiago de Chile, 1910. Medina, Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, I. 215. I sing the long and enfeebling war, so grave, so prolix and so tedious, that it has already broken the force of a rich and powerful kingdom, and also whatever memorable deeds those have performed by the sword who, in spite of the state, have resisted the great valor of Arauco. I here shall sing the most noted events that have happened between the unwearied Spaniards and the unconquered Indian rebels. The poem was published with an introduction and notes by José Toribio Medina at Santiago de Chile, 1888, under the title Las Guerras de Chile, Poema Histórico por el Sargento Mayor Juan de Mendoza Monteagudo. Quoted by Barros Arana, Hist. de Chile, Roman 3:27. Richard Hakluyt, The Principal Navigations, Voyages and Discoveries of the English Nation, etc., London, 1589, Roman 3, 808. Ibid, 809. Medina, Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, I. 264-58. El Purane Indemito, edited by Diego Barros Arana, was published in Paris in 1862. Some references to the writer and his work are the following. G. V. Amenequi, Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, in Annals de la Universidad, 1866, 204. Medina, Literatura Colonial de Chile, I. 164. And Domingo Amenequi Soler, Don Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, 1898. Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, I. 277. Ibid, I. 279. The complete title is La Araucana, Quarta y Quinta Part, Enquisi Persigue, y Acaba, La Historia de Alonso de Ursula Hasta la Reducción del Val de Arauco, en el Reino de Chile. The first edition was published at Salamanca in 1597. Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, I. 122. While Quesada's account has been lost, that of Fetterman has been preserved. It appeared under the following title, Indianische Historia. Einskone Kurzweilige Historia Niklaus Fettermans, des Jungen von Ulm erster Reis zur von Hispania und Andalusia aus in Indias. Des Oceanischen Moors Gethen hat und, was ihm allda ist begegnet bis auf sein Weiterkunft in Hispanium aufs Kürzest beschreiben ganz lustig zu lesen. Hagenow, 1557. A Spanish translation was published by P. M. Arquia, Caracas, 1916. See also C. Klunzinger, Anthel der Deutschen and der Entdeckung von Südamerika. The following bibliographical note refers to some of the critics who have recently advanced our knowledge of Castellanos and his writings. Acosta, Colonel José Joaquin, article in the third number of the Antologia Española, Madrid, 1848. Vergara, Historia de la Literatura en Nueva Granada, Bogotá, 1905, Cap 2. Fernández Espino, Curso Histórico-Crítico de Literatura Española, Seville, 1871. Caro, Antonio, 3 articles in the Repertorio Colombiano, 1879 and 1880. Caro discovered the will of Castellanos, which is preserved in Tuña. Paz y Melia, Antonio, Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada por Castellanos, Madrid, 1886. Introducción. Jiménez de la Espada, Marcos, Juan de Castellanos y su Historia del Nuevo Reino de Granada, Madrid, 1889. Schumacher, Lebensbild, in Hamburgische Festschrift zur Erinnerung an die Entdeckung Amerikas, Hamburg, 1892, Roman 2, 145-96. Menéndez y Pello, Marcelino, Historia de la Poesía Hispanoamericana, Madrid, 1911-1913, in Obras Completas, vols. Roman 2, Roman 3. Melia calls attention to the fact that the manuscript from which his edition was printed is somewhat more extensive than that used by Piedrahita. Introducción, X. Compendio Histórico del Descubrimiento y Colonización de la Nueva Granada, 377. Historia de la Poesía Hispanoamericana, Roman 2, 18. Supplement to La Nación, Buenos Aires, Jan 1, 1907. J. M. Gutierrez, in edition of poem, published in the Biblioteca de la Junta de Historia y Numismática, v. 260. The army of Zapacon came with trumpets and resounding bugles. The dust obscured the sun, the earth trembled under the tramping of many feet. All the soil was covered with blood, and Zapacon's warriors shouted the songs of the lamentable victory over the sad and sorrowing people. Stretch out thy hand, O Lord, with mercy. Pity those who are sad and afflicted. Pity the innocent children who cry with their eyes made fountains. Pity the women who are sad and afflicted, who are without protection and fellowship, also the sorrowing maidens who have lost their fathers and joy. Canto 11, Oct. 30. Mendiburu, Apuntes Historicos del Perú, p. 78. Medina lit. Call de Chile, Roman 2, 319. Medina, Literatura Colonial de Chile, Roman 2, 318-21. Medina, Roman 2, 354. In a critical note, Barros Arana characterizes Baskinon's work as diffuse, commonplace, and heavy when he enters upon his eternal digressions and moral philosophy, but his style takes on an air of simple animation when he recalls certain details of domestic life or describes certain localities. And in the critic's opinion, it ought to occupy an important place in the modest history of our colonial literature. Introduction to Cautiverio Feliz in Colección de Historiadores de Chile, Roman 3. Medina, Literatura Colonial de Chile, Roman 2, 334. Historia de Chile, I. 491. The following is the complete title. Relación de los Servicios, que hizo a su Majestad del Rey Don Felipe II y Tercero, Don Alonso de Sotomayor del Abido de Santiago, y Comendador de Villamar del Consejo de Guerra de Castilla, en los Estados de Flandes y en las Provincias de Chile, y tierra firme, Don fue Capitán General, etc., dirigida al Rey Don Felipe Roman III Nuestro Señor, por el licenciado Francisco Caro de Torres. Madrid, 1620-42. Caro de Torres, Relación de los Servicios de Don Alonso de Sotomayor, is available in the Colección de Historiadores de Chile, v. It occupies about 80 large octavo pages of that volume. Churchill, Voyages and Travels, Roman 3, 154. Sol del Nuevo Mundo, 88. Translation in Churchill, Voyages and Travels, Roman 3, Book 5, Chapter 20. For the history of the cult of Nustra, Senora de Copacabana, see Andrés de San Nicolás. Imogen de N.S. de Copacabana. Printed in Claudio Gay's Documentos. Aminate Gui Solar, Las Encomiendas, I. 317. Many of the minor Chilean writers of the 17th and the early part of the 18th century dealt with this question. Pedro Cortés, Información de la Guerra de Chile. Jorge de Eguía y el Último Desengaño de la Guerra de Chile. Domingo de Eraso, Relación y Advertencias, and later a memorial in support of active war on the Indians. Fr. Pedro de Sosa, Memorial del Peligroso Estado Espiritual y Temporal del Reino de Chile. Fr. Agustín Carrillo, Relación de las Paces Ofrecidas por los Indios Rebeldes del Reino de Chile. Juan José de Santa y Silva, El Mayor Regocijo en Chile Persas Naturales y Españoles Poseedores de Ale. Jerónimo Pietas, Inform al Rey sobre las diversas razas de indios, que pueblan el territorio arcano. Martin de Recabarren, Inform al Rey sobre los medios de reducir a los indios, y conservar la quietud del reino. José Ortega, Método para auxiliar y fomentar a los indios de los reinos, del Perú y Chile. His Art y Gramática General, que corriente el Reino de Chile, con un vocabulario y confesionario was published in Lima in 1606. A second edition appeared in Seville in 1684. For other works on the Indian languages of Chile, see Medina, Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, Roman 2, 371-388, special reference being made to the notes. Quoted by Medina lit. Call de Chile, Roman 2, 281. Medina, Literatura Colonial de Chile, Roman 2, 286. The title of Rosil's principal work as issued by Vicuna McKenna is Historia General del Reino de Chile desde la époque aborigen hasta la Gran Rebelión del Siglo, Roman 17. Valparaiso, 1877. Medina, Literatura Colonial de Chile, Roman 2, 228. Ibid, Roman 2, 229. In his introduction to Guerra de Chile, printed in the 5th volume of the Historiadores de Chile Barros Arana, writes that Tassilo composed a book of pretentious form, heavy and difficult to read. Nevertheless, those who wish to have a profound knowledge of the history of Chile must not hesitate to make a thorough study of Tassilo's book. In it, they will find not only events referred to with sufficient minuteness, but also the observations of a man of intelligence and experience. But, as Tassilo enjoyed the special protection of Governor Lazo de la Vega, the reader must expect to find the events of La Vega's administration especially emphasized. The bulk of the narrative treats of the decade from 1629 to 1639. Vázquez's Relación is printed by M. Serrano y Sanz in Nueva Biblioteca de Autores Españoles, Roman 15, Historiadores de las Indias, Roman 2, 423-484. The full title is Relación verdadera de todo que sucedió en la jornada de Amagua y Dorado. Quel gobernador Pedro de Ursua fue a descubrir por poders y comisiones que le dio el veri Marqués de Canit, desde Peru, por un río que lamen de las Amazonas, que por otro nombre se dice el río del Marañón, el cual tiene sus nacimientos en el Peru, y entra en el mar cerca del Brasil. Trades en sí mismo del alzamiento de Don Fernando de Guzmán, y lope de Aguara y de las crueldades de estos perversos tyrannos. Volume Roman 15, Historiadores de Indias, Roman 2, 305-422. The title is Jornada del Río Marañón con todo lo aquecido en ella, y otras cosas notables dignas de ser sabidas, aquecidas en las Indias Occidentales. Nueva Biblioteca de Autores Españoles, Roman 15, Historiadores de Indias, Roman 2, 483. Expeditions into the Valley of the Amazons, 1539, 1540, 1639. Translated and edited by Clements R. Markham, London, Hakluyt Society, 1859, Roman 24. The French translation was published in Paris, 1682. In 1698, an English translation from the French was published in London, which has been superseded by Markham's translation. Markham's translation, Section 70. Ibid, Section 71. Ibid, Section 71. Ibid, Section 72. Acuña's narrative appears in a convenient form as the second volume of the Colección de Libros, Raros o Curiosos, que tratan de America, Madrid, 1891. This second volume is sometimes said to have been written by Padre Torres, and Peralta Barnuvo joins the names of the two writers in the following lines. Calancha y Torres del Peru Esplendores, que con pureses escribiendo estrellas, harán que si para cada ejemplo cada letra un altar, cada joya un templo. Lima Fundada, Canto 7, Octave 144. A work entitled Historiae Perueni Ordinas Eremitarum Sancti Augustini Libri Octodecim, Octor Joachimo Brulio, is said to be merely a translation of Calancha's Chronica. Among other works ascribed to Calancha are de los Verons Illusters de la Orden de S. Agustin, Du Immaculati Virginis Mariae Conception, Limi Indorum, 1629, 4-2, an account of the founding of the sanctuaries of Copacabana and of the Prado, and an Informe Alveri del Peru, sobre los casters que se casan desde Callao a Chile. Chronica, p. 747. This reference is to the edition of 1639. An essay on Fray Antonio de la Calancha is found in René Morno, S. Bolivia y Peru, Notas Históricas y Bibliográficas, 2nd ed. Santiago de Chile, 1905. For the Historia de Lima, see also La Revista Peruana, Roman 2, 368, 423, 499, 602. Roman 3, 65, 112, 215, 306, 368, 442, 518. Roman 4, 13, 230, 381, 445. Some notion of the extent of the minor writings of the Jesuits in Peru may be obtained from Tor Saldamando's Antiguos Jesuitas del Peru, Lima, 1882. Markham's introduction to Ballart's translation of a part of Simon's work, under the title, the expedition of Pedro de Ursua and Lope de Aguirre in search of El Dorado and Amagua in 1561, London, Hakluyt Society, 1881, XXX. Vasquez was a soldier under Lope de Aguirre, and according to the notice on the last page of his manuscript, credit may be given to his account and to all he writes because he was an honest and upright man. Markham's introduction, Roman 31. The first part of the Notitiae Historiales was issued as a printed volume at Cuenca in 1627. This was reprinted in Bogotá in 1882, and the other 4 volumes appeared in the latter city in 1891 and 1892. Notitiae Historiales de las Conquistas de Tierra Firme, Primera Part, Sexta Noticia, Cap. Lee. A translation of this Noticia, by Clements R. Markham, is printed in Hakluyt Society Publications, London, 1861. Historia de la Literatura en Nueva Granada, Bogotá, 1905, 86. Rodríguez de Ocampos Descripción del Reino de Quito was issued by Marcos Jiménez de la Espada, Madrid, 1897, as an appendix to the 3rd volume of the Relaciones Geográficas de las Indias, having remained in manuscript since 1650. The Council of the Indies had pronounced it unworthy of publication. Vergara, Literatura en Nueva Granada, 93108. Voyages of Quiros, Markham's translation, I. 121. Ibid, I. 121, 122. Biblioteca Hispano Ultramarina, Madrid, 1876, I. 200, and in Markham's Voyages of Quiros, I. 161 320. The second volume of this latter work contains a number of documents relating to Quiros and his voyages. Markham's introduction and Zaragoza's prologo contain critical notes on the narratives and their authors. The full title is Relación del Naufragio y Peregrinaciones de Pedro Gobio de Victoria en las costas del Perú. Viajes y riscos que tuvo en él con sus compañeros. Noteworthy among the accounts of the Peruvian saint is Antonio González Acuña's Vida de Santa Rosa, published in Rome in 1665. Adriazola, Documentos Literarios del Perú, the quotation is from Juan Maria Gutierrez's critical essay on Cavids and his writings appears, and also pp. 23-81, the 2 collections of poems already mentioned. Jesuitas del Perú, 130. Mendiburu says, Dices que el padre Buendia coopero a la redacción de la obra, Estrella de Lima. Dick Hist, Biog, Roman 2, 91. Medina lit, Call de Chile, Roman 2, 130. Medina lit, Call de Chile, Roman 2, 137. Tor Saldemando, Los Antiguos Jesuitas del Perú, 109. Oliva's manuscript is in the British Museum. Dick Hist, Biog, del Perú, Roman 6, 120. Quoted by Vergara, Literatura en Nueva Granada, 132. Literatura en la Nueva Granada, 118. Borda, José Joaquín, Historia de la Compañía de Jesús en la Nueva Granada, Poissy, 1872. Fleuriau, La Vie du Vénérable Pierre Claver, de la Compagnie de Jesús, Clermont-Ferrand, 1834, 62. Vergara says this book was printed under the false name of Licenciado Geronimo Suárez Sornosa. Literatura en la Nueva Granada, 126. See Annals del Cusco, Renglones Preliminaires, p. Roman 7. Also the text 295-97. Ricardo Palma, Annals del Cusco, 326. The subtitle is Historia de los Descubrimientos, Entradas y Reducción de Naciones. Trabajos malagrados de algunos conquistadores, y dichosos de otros, y temporales como espirituales, en las dilatadas montanas y mayores ríos de América. Escrita por el padre Manuel Rodríguez de la Compañía de Jesús, Procurador General de las Provincias de Indias en la Corte de Madrid. Con licencia. En Madrid, anno de 1684. Alors parat pour la première fois en France. Une copie de la carte gravée à Quito en 1707, et dressée des l'année 1690 par le père Samuel Fritz, Jésus de Lemond, missionnaire sur les bords du Marignan, quil avait parcouru dans toute sa longueur. Par cette carte, on apprit etc. Du restel le père Fritz, sans pendule sans lunette, en a pu déterminer aucun point en longitude. Il en avait qu'un petit demi-cercle de bois, de trois pauses de rayon pour les latitudes. En fin il était malade quand il descendit le fleuve jusqu'au Para. Il n'y faut que lire son journal manuscrit, dont j'ai une copie, pour voir que plusieurs obstacles, alors à son retour à la mission, ni lui permirent pas de faire les observations nécessaires pour rendre sa carte exacte, sur out vers la partie inférieure du fleuve. M. De la condamine, relation abrégée d'un voyage fait dans l'intérieur de l'Amérique méridionale Paris, 1745, pp. 13 et sec. Vergara hist, de la lit, en Granada, 163-167. See Un escritor colombiano del tiempo de la colonia, by Federico González Suárez, in the Revista de Quito, 1890. Some of the writers were Joseph Osorio de Paz sermons, Joseph Ortiz de Morales, Coronas de Oro del Patriarca San Jose, Felipe Romano y Herrera Tractatus de Ponitencia, Juan de Olmos, La Vida de la Mater Geronima del Espíritu Santo Pablo de Villamar, La Vida de la Mater Francisca del Niño Jesús, and Pedro de Tobar y Buendia, Verdatura Histórica Relación del Origen, Manifestación y Prodigiosa Renovación por sí misma. Y Milagros de la Imagen de Chiquinquira. Historia de la Literatura en Granada, 194. These are the titles of some of Peralta's writings. Desvíos de la Naturaleza y Origen de los Monstruos, Tratado Físico-Médico-Teológico Lima Triunfante, Imagen Política o Gobierno del Virreobispo de Quito, Casa Académica, Júpiter Olímpico, Observaciones Astronómicas, Panegírico del Cardinal Alberoni, Templo de la Fama Dialogo de la Justicia y de la Verdad, Historia de Hispana Vindicata, Alegaciones Jurídicas. La Gloria de Luis el Grande en el Triunfo de Istria in French, Lima Fundada o Conquista del Perú, Gobierno del Conde de la Monclova, Tratado Físico-Matemático, Defensa Política y Militar de Lima, Gobierno del Virrey Castelfuerte, Tratado Musico-Matemático, Nuevo Sistema Astrológico Demostrativo, Geometría Speculativa y Aritmética, Pasión y Triunfo de Cristo, Obras Poéticas, Líricas y Cómicas in 2 volumes. An analysis of Armas Antarcticas by Dr. Felix C. Zegara is printed in La Revista Peruana, Roman 3, 292, 340, 414, 506. I sing of arms and the military prowess of valiant Catholic Spaniards, who, over unknown and raging seas, went to dominate distant peoples, placing the eternal word on altars which formerly, with the insolent voices of the heathen oracles, now silent, were the terror of the Indian. Immediately the Inca dispatched messengers to different parts of the kingdom, in order that all people might bring quickly the shining gold. And there was no noble, no chief, no son of a chief, no child, no woman, no servants, who thus, like the provident ant, did not carry his grain to the storehouse. Vergara hist, lit, en Granada 109 Medina Bible, hisp Amer, Roman 4. These are some of the titles of his works. Historia Ecclesiastica Curso de Filosofia Antigua y Moderna, de Matrimonio, de la Voluntad Divina, la Obra de los 6 Días, Historia de la Renovación del Templo de Jerusalén, Lecciones Parafrásticas sobre el Maestro de las Sentencias, Oraciones Latinas, Panegíricos y Sermons Morales. Churchill, Voyages and Travels, Roman 4, 645. Schmidl's account of his journey has the curious title, Warheftig und lieblich Beschreibung etlicher, Fernamen Indianischen Landschaffen und Inseln, die Vormals in keiner Chroniken Gedackt, und Urslich in der Skiffart Ulrici Schmitz von Straubingen mit grosser Gefahr erkundigt, und von Ihem selber aufs Flessigst beschrieben und dargethen. It was first printed in 1567 at Frankfurt am Main at the end of a book of travels issued by Schmidl with the title New Welt. Des ist Warheftig beschrieben? Etc. This book with a new title page, but otherwise unchanged, was issued in the same year as the second part of a book of travels published by Sebastian Frank Erst Thale Dieses Weltbuchs von Neuen Erfindenen Landschaften. Warheftig beschrieben? Etc. The second edition appeared in 1597 in Theodore de Brye's collection of Voyages, America, Roman 7 Thale, and a Latin translation by Gothard Artis was issued in 1599 in the Latin version of de Brye's collection, Americi Pars Roman 7. In this year, Levinus Hulsius, in his collection of voyages, issued a revised and somewhat abridged version of Schmidl's narrative under the title Waarhaftig Historien einer Wunderbaren Schifffahrt Welch Ulrich Schmidl. In Americam, Gethin, and also in 1599, a Latin version of the same revised text, Vera Historia, etc. The first Spanish translation is said to have been made and published in 1730, one by Gabriel Cardenas, Zicano, probably a pseudonym of Andrés González de Barcia. Note the anagram involved. One was certainly issued by Barcia in 1749 in his Historiadores Primitivos de las Indias Occidentales. The text used is that of Hulsius. This version was reprinted with some corrections by Pedro de Angelis in his Colección de Obras y Documentos Relativos a la Historia Antigua y Moderna de las Provincias del Río de la Plata in 1836. The first edition in French was that published by Turnox Compans. Monschien J. Schmidl's Reise nach Südamerika in den Jahren 1534-1554, Straubing, 1893. Also Bartolomé Miter in Annals del Museo de la Plata, Buenos Aires, 1890, Volume I. The Conquest of the River Plate, London, 1891, Hakluyt Society, English translation. Louis L. Domings's translation, Hakluyt Society, London, 1891. Ibid, 52. Churchill, Voyages and Travels, London, 1732, Roman 4, 642. Historia de la Campania de Jesus en la Provincia del Paraguay, Madrid, 1912, I, Roman 21. Annals de la Biblioteca v. Introduction, Buenos Aires. C. Pablo Hernández, El Extrañamiento de los Jesuitas del Río de la Plata, 306-315, in Colección de Libros y Documentos Reference a la Historia de América, Volume Roman 7, Madrid, 1908. A few of the works of these men have been printed, but the bulk exists in Ms., have been incorporated in the books of other authors, or have been lost. An abbreviated version of Cardiel's Breve Relación was printed at the end of Muriel's Historia del Paraguay under the title Costumbres de los Guaranis. Joly's Saggio was printed in Finza in 1789. The Annus Patiens of Paramaz appeared in a French translation in Acarian's Documents Inedits Concernant la Compagnie de Jesus, Volume Roman 16. For his Vita si de Vita Almoribus Sex Sacerdotum Pergucorum, Faventii, 1791, and de Vita et Moribus Tretisum Virorum Pergucorum, Faventii, 1793, Muriel's Historia Forms, Volume Roman 19 of the Colección de Lib. Y. Doc. Rel. A la Hist. Du Mayer, Madrid, 1919. Medina, Literatura Colonial de Chile, Roman 2, 7173. Lizarraga's Descripción y Población de las Indias is said to have been extensively used by Padre Juan Melendez in writing Tesoros Verdaderos de las Indias, Rome, 1681. Melendez was a Dominican born in Lima. After holding various offices in his order, he was sent on a mission to Spain and left Callao September 2, 1673. He wrote also a chronicle of his order in Peru, and Descripción de las Fiestas Hechas por la Beatificación de Santa Rosa. He was the first member of his order, born in Lima, to attain the office of bishop. The Descripción Breve de toda la Tierra del Perú, Tucumán, Rio de la Plata y Chile is printed in Nueva Biblioteca d'Autores Espanyols, Roman 15, Historiadores de Indias, Roman 2, 485-661. See also Izaguirre, Historia de Chile, Valparaiso, 1850, I 450-4559. Cardenas, Gabriel de Ensayo Cronológico para la Historia General de la Florida, Madrid, 1723, 181, C. Medina, Roman 2, 89n. The full title of the book is Ritual su Manuel Peruanum et forma brevis administrandi apud Indos sacrosancta baptismi, ponitentii, Eucharistii, matrimoniae, et extremi unctionis sacramenta iuxta ordinum sancti Romani ecclesiae, et qui indigent version vulgaribus idiomatibus indicis, secundum diversos ritus omnium provinciarum novi orbis Peru, aut per ipsum translata, aut ejus industria elaborata, Naples, 1607. Medina has considered the question whether Ore went to Florida or remained in Spain, and reached the conclusion that the Franciscans' commission was fulfilled when his companions had left the port, and that he did not accompany them. Lit. Call de Chile, Roman 2, 95 n. Concerning Ore's life and family, reference may be made to Crónica de la Religiosísima Provincia de los dos Apóstoles del Perú de la Orden en P. San Francisco, compuesta por Fr. Diego de Córdoba Salinas, Lima, 1651, see page 421, cap. 3, lib 1 and 2 manuscripts. Chronicon Sacro Imperial de Chile by Fr. Francisco Javier Ramírez, and Relación de la Fundación de la Santa Provincia de los dos Apóstoles del Perú by Fr. Diego de Córdoba. Ensayo sobre la Historia de la Literatura Ecuatoriana, 37. Izaguirre, Historia de Chile, I. 465. I was born in Quito in a humble dwelling, my mother not having swaddling clothes in which to wrap me. As my father had gone to Spain, I became a friar, without having the spirit of a friar. I became vain, and although I studied much, I had less knowledge than was attributed to me by others. Villarroel's letter containing this statement was dated at Arequipa August 8, 1654, and is printed in El Suelo de Arequipa Convertido en Silo by Dr. Ventura Trabada. This work is now available in print in Adriazola's Documentos Literarios del Perú, X. 1324. It contains an account of the foundation of Arequipa, the cathedral, and the monasteries, and describes the lives of the bishops and other noted ecclesiastics who have lived and labored in the city. Among less important works, there appeared about the middle of the 17th century Epitome de la Vida y Muerte del Ilustrísimo Señor Dr. Don Bernardino de Almanza. Arzobispo de Santa Fe de Bogotá, by Pedro de Solís y Valenzuela, published in Lima in 1646. Lengua Eucharistica del Hombre Bueno, by Cristóbal de Torres, issued in Madrid in 2 folio volumes, containing an exposition of the doctrines of Thomas Aquinas, and various other purely religious works by Torres. Historia de la Literatura en Nueva Granada, 111. Ibid, 187 n. Vergara Hist de la Lit. En Granada, 188 n. Early appreciative reference to Alloza are contained in the Biblioteca de la Compañía de Jesús, in Antonio José Pastrana, Jardín Amino de San José, and in Pinos del Poder y Amarillos, in Fermin de Irisari, Vida de Alloza, and in Mendiburu Dic. Hist. Biog. Del Perú. Some of Menacho's works are Summa Theologiae Sancti Tommi 6 volumes, Theologiae Moralis Tractatus 2 volumes, Tractatus de Preceptis Ecclesiae, Provilegios de la Compañía de Jesús, Provilegios de los Indios, Rentas Ecclesiásticas, Preeminencias de las Iglesias Catedrales respecto de sus suffraganias, and a considerable number of works dealing with the doctrines and administration of the Church. Among the historical references to Menacho are those found in the Mercurio Peruano, number Roman 2 by José Rossi y Rubay, in Vida de Alloza by Padre Irisari, in De Virtute Fide Divini by Padre Leonardo Penafil, in Del Amor de Dios by Adriana Lizio, in Vida de Santo Toribio by Leon Pinelo, in El Sol del Nuevo Mundo by Montalvo, in the Strela de Lima by Echev Guayasu, in the Crónica Franciscana by Córdoba Salinas, and in Verons Illusters by Juan Anilo Oliva. Vergara says, La muerte de 18 hijos y de su esposa. Historia de Literatura en Granada, 188. The following are some of the works of Fernando de Vergara, Resolutions Morales, o Explicación de los Contratos, and Común y en particular. Cuestiones Canónicas, Sermons de la Santísima Virgen y de los Santos, Breve Noticia de la Congregación de Nuestra Señora del Socorro, Dictamen de Prudencia de Nuestro Padre San Ignacio de Loyola, Novena de San Agustín, Doctor de la Iglesia. The following are titles of José de Vergara's works: El Sacerdote Instruido, Historia de las Capellanías fundadas por laicos y religiosos en este arzobispado, Sermons Morales y Doctrinals, Historia de Gedeón, Esther y la Casta Susana, de las Reliquias y Veneración de los Santos, Cuestiones del Cabildo de Santa Fe, Reparos dignos de atención en la erección de parroquias. Historia de Santiago, Roman 2, 161 n. Tratado de la Importancia y Utilidad que hay en dar por esclavos a los indios rebelados de Chile. Mendiburu Dic. Hist. Biog. Del Perú Roman 3, 81-84. Two of Carrasco's works are Interpretatio ad aliquas leges recapitulationis Rigni Cassili, Seville, 1620, and De Casibus Curiae, Madrid, 1630. On this earthquake see Barros Arana, Historia de Chile, Roman II, 415, 426-442. Moses, Spanish Dependencies in South America, Roman II, 170-174. Other works by Pinelo are printed: Aparato a la Historia, de la Ciudad de los Reyes, Lima, etc., Madrid, 1631. Diálogos de la Pintura, etc., Madrid, 1633. Aparato Politico de las Indias Occidentales, etc., Madrid, 1653. Vida di Toribio Alfonso Mogrovejo, Madrid, 1653. Autos, Acuerdos y Decretos del Real Consejo de las Indias, Madrid, 1658. MSS, El Paraíso en el Nuevo Mundo, Comentario de las Indias Occidentales, 1656. Historia de la Villa Imperial de Potosi, Descubrimiento y Grandeza de su rico cerro el Patriarcado. Historia Eclesiástico-Política del Nuevo Mundo, El Gran Canciller de las Indias. Annals de Madrid, Gesta el Año 1658. Concerning these abuses and excesses, Juan and Aloa in their noticias, Secretas de America, give an extended account. Some of these are Vida de Santa Margarita, Madrid, 1629. El Predicador de las Gentes, San Pablo. Ciencia, Preceptos y Obligations de los Predicadores. Panegyrico de Felipe, Roman IV. El Martirio de los que han padecido en las Indias por la fe. Viaje de los Galeones de las Indias en 1607, con descripción de los puertos en que entraron. Percer sobre la Pintura, Madrid, 1633. El Prudent Confessor, Valencia, 1645. The date of this book as given at the end of the dedication is Madrid, April 30, 1747. Some of the more noteworthy are Memorias de los Virreyes que han gobernado el Perú durante el tiempo del colonial español, Lima, 1859, 6 vols. Ed. by M. A. Fuentes. Relations de los Virreyes y Audiencias que han gobernado el Perú, Lima, 1867-1872, 3 vols. Ed. by Sebastián Laurent. Memoria del Virrey del Perú, Marqués de Avilés, Lima, 1901. Ed. by Carlos Alberto Romero. Relations de los Virreyes del Nuevo Reino de Granada. Ed. by Garcia, New York, 1869. Relations de Mando Bibel. De Hist. National, Roman 8, Bogotá, 1910, a reprint of Garcia's publication with additions. See also Zini, Historia de los Gobernadores de las Provincias Argentinas, Buenos Aires, 1879, I, Roman 47 XCVI. Rizabal y Ugart, Tratado del Real Derecho de las Medias Anadas Seculares, y del Servicio de Lanzas a que están obligados los titulos de Castilla, Madrid, 1792. The full title of this book is Itinerario para Parrocos de Indios, en que se tratan las materias más particulares tocantes a ellos, para su buena administración. It was published in Madrid in 1668, 1771, Lyon, 1678, Antwerp, 1698, 1726, 1737, 1754. See Mercurio Peruano, No. 42, May 26, 1791. Mendiburu, Dick, Hist, Biog, Del Peru v. 109-114. Medina lit. Call de Chile, Roman II, 407. Medina lit. Call de Chile, Roman II, 415, see also pp. 504-520. Medina op. Cit. Roman II, 404. Revista Chilna, I. Carvalho's work was published 1875, about 60 years after his death in the Colección de Historiadores y Documentos de Chile, with an introduction on the life of Carvalho by M. L. Amanaqui. See also Barros Arana, Obras Completas, Roman 9, 222, 264, and Medina, Historia de la Literatura Colonial de Chile, Roman II, 480-95-8. Vicuna McKenna, Relations Históricas, 40. See the Spanish Dependencies in South America, Roman II, Chapter 1. Among the notes made by General Miter in his copy of this book is found the following remark. Whoever may be the author, the journey is real and contains data and noticias preciosas, which can be found only in this work. The traveler was in Montevideo and Buenos Aires in 1749 and gives many details of the condition, customs, and inhabitants of these cities. Critical and humorous anecdotes are scattered throughout the work. And on arriving at Cusco, he inserts 4 discussions in the form of dialogues between the author and the visitador on the condition of the Indians, of whose character he makes a very sad picture. A partial list of his writings is printed by Vergara in his Historia de la Literatura en Nueva Granada, 234-235. Mariquin, J.M., Biografia de Don Francisco Antonio Morno, in El Maseco, Roman 4, No. 7. Papel Periódico de Santa Fe de Bogotá, No. 22. For some account of Bravo's writings, see Laval in Revista de Lima. Estudios Biográficos y Críticos, 247. Medina, Literatura Colonial de Chile, I. 314. Ibid, Roman 2, 324. The rest of the title is as follows. En que se refiere al nacimiento, crianza y principales hechos del célebre Don Placido Arteta, compuesta por un intimo amigo suyo, tan ignorante de las cosas del Parnaso, que jamás ha sabido a este monte, y apenas ligo alguna vez a sus faldas. A diffuse discussion of the early Ecuadorian poets is found in Juan León Mira's Ojada Histórico-Crítica sobre la Poesía Ecuatoriana, 2nd ed. Barcelona, 1893. Gutierrez, J.M., Estudios Biográficos y Críticos, p. 63, Buenos Aires, 1860. Estudios Biográficos y Críticos, 6789. Gutierrez, Estudios Biográficos y Críticos, 94. An available copy is found in the 6th volume of Documentos Literarios del Perú, collected and arranged by Manuel de Adriazola, Lima, 1874. A biographical essay on Dr. Hipólito Unanue is printed in Adriazola's Documentos Literarios del Perú, Roman 6, 530-5548. That volume contains many of his discourses. A treatise on Quina, by Sebastián Botto, was published in Genoa in 1663. Entitled Anastasis Cordicis Peruviani Su Chini Defensio, dealing also with its introduction into Europe. See Medina's extended account of El Telegrafo Mercantil in his Historia y Bibliografía de la Imprenta en América Española. Imprenta en Buenos Aires, La Plata, 1892. Annals de la Biblioteca, I. 4854, Buenos Aires. Other known manuscripts by Hinck are Descripción del Reino de Chile, Observations sobre el Volcán de Arequipa, Estudios de las Aguas Termales de Jura, Descripción de las Montañas de Indios Yurcares, Artículos sobre el Mal y sobre un arbusto alcanforado, Itinerario de Oruro a Jujuy, Planos de Chulamani y Amasuyos.